Chapter 480. If you really think so, you can try. Yang Wei's expression calmed down. Meng Shan couldn't help being stunned. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei wouldn't stop him from acting on his own initiative, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed. Many thanks, eldest young master. Yang Wei didn't deny this, instead glancing over at him with some pity. Ninth young lord, please forgive me. Meng Shan Yi's expression sank as he waved his hand. In an instant, more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was the main hall of Yang Wei's mansion, and although the space wasn't small, it wasn't too big either. Meng Shan couldn't arrange for too many people to enter, so with more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters, in his opinion, such a luxurious lineup should be enough to easily capture Yang Kai. While issuing this order, Meng Shan also narrowed his eyes and searched for Ying Jiu's position. Ying Jiu didn't appear, but when the dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator approached Yang Kai, less than 10 meters away, Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. A cold light suddenly burst out from his body, and a dark and obscure energy fluctuation spread out, accompanied by the surprised cries of the dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary masters. The martial skills they had sent out were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without the slightest ripple. In their shock, everyone retreated. Looking over, everyone's expression changed slightly. In Yang Kai's hand, a bone shield had appeared at some point. This bone shield had a strange shape about the size of a millstone, and its edges were filled with extremely sharp bone spikes. At the center of this bone shield was a bloody maw, bearing its fangs. It was a terrifying sight to behold, causing anyone who saw it to shudder in fear. At this moment, the bone shield glowed with a faint light. Yang Kai simply held it in front of him, standing there quietly, giving everyone a feeling that he was impregnable. Yang Wei's expression became strange, while Meng Shan also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This bone shield was clearly the one Lu Qing Yao had snatched a few days ago, and then thrown to Yang Kai. It was a mysterious grade artifact. It had only been 7 days. How could it have been refined by Yang Kai? A mysterious grade defensive artifact. It wasn't easy to break through, but that didn't mean that it couldn't break through. Everyone had not used their full strength in their attack just now. If more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage cultivator had used their full strength, it would have been enough to break this bone shield's defense. There was no time to think too much. Meng Shan once again roared, "Go!" The dozen or so people all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, releasing their martial skills and artifacts one after another. An earth-shattering attack came, enveloping Yang Kai within. Boom, 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 a loud noise was heard, and the side hall shook violently. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the wall. Yang Kai was forced to retreat again, and again, his face flushed red as his yuan qi madly surged. It seemed that he was also under great pressure, but the bone shield in his hand still stood firm in front of him. The energy released by the martial skills and artifacts that struck the bone shield were all swallowed up by the giant maw in the center of the bone shield, disappearing without a trace. What was even more bizarre was that, as the energy was swallowed up, the bone shield, which was only the size of a millstone, rapidly grew in size. After a round of attacks, the bone shield surface area had become more than 3 times larger than before, completely blocking Yang Kai. Meng Shan Yi's eyes trembled. He had never expected that a trivial, mysterious grade, low-rank defensive artifact would be able to withstand the onslaught of so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. He also had a number of mysterious grade artifacts, but none of them were as magical as this bone shield. What's going on? In a shock, he suddenly noticed that Yang Kai's eyes had become dangerous, smashing the seemingly light bone shield into the ground, creating a large crater. In the next moment, the bone spikes on the edge of the bone shield all shot out. Asterisk show. Asterisk, these bone spikes were incomparably sharp, and their auras were like rainbows as they whizzed through the air. In an instant, the faces of the more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters changed greatly as they hastily put up their defenses. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, an energy beam that made people's hearts palpitate suddenly burst out from the beast mouth in the middle of the bone shield. It seemed to be returning the energy that it had just swallowed. This energy beam was mixed with a destructive aura and was as thick as a human thigh as it shot straight towards Meng Shan-Yi. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and facing the summons of death, Meng Shan-Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Unable to dodge in time, Ji Li. Yang Wei roared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Meng Shan-Yi. This person had a square face and a pair of overflowing eyes, giving off a dignified aura. One of the 2 blood warriors beside Yang Wei. As soon as Ji Li appeared, he let out a shout, his burly body suddenly flashing a dazzling golden light, as if his entire body had been transformed into gold, his exposed skin glowing brilliantly. Pushing out his fists, Ji Li met the incoming energy beam head-on. With a loud bang, Ji Li was sent flying. The golden light on his body suddenly dimmed, and the energy beam disappeared without a trace. Meng Shan-Yi stood in place blankly, sweat dripping from his forehead, a look of fear and panic filling his face. Turning his eyes towards Yang Kai again, he couldn't help revealing a deep sense of fear and dread. Asterisk show. Asterisk, the dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters also sent the bone spears flying back to the edge of the bone shield, while the expanded bone shield shrank back to the size of a millstone, losing its original deterrence after the beam of energy was sent flying back. The scene suddenly quieted down, no one daring to move. Yang Kai had only relied on a single mysterious grade artifact to block everyone's attacks, while Ling Jiu, who was hiding in the darkness, had yet to make a move. This time, even if they managed to capture Yang Kai, they would have to pay a huge price, both offensive and defensive. Ninth brother, you've got a good artifact. As if nothing had happened, Yang Wei stared at the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze, his face filled with envy. Big brother's artifact can't be bad, right? Yang Kai chuckled and put away the bone shield. Yang Wei just smiled and didn't say anything. However, both of them knew that even if Yang Wei's artifact wasn't bad, it certainly couldn't compare to the bone shield. Judging from the roll of the bone shield just now, this artifact was very special, able to swallow attacks and reflect them back. In this world, there were very few such artifacts. Yang Wei was even more surprised. This bone shield in the hands of different people would definitely play different roles. Ninth young lord, Meng Shan-Yi, was still in a state of shock, staring straight at Yang Kai and asking in a deep voice, "Just now, did you really want to kill me?" The lethality contained in that energy beam was too great. Even if Meng Shan-Yi had a mysterious grade artifact, he wasn't sure he could withstand it. If he had really been hit, he didn't know what would have happened to him. This was the inheritance war. It wasn't that people didn't die. However, those who died weren't too important, such as the young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families. No one dared to kill them. Over the years, no young lord or young lady of the central capital had ever died in the inheritance war. It could even be said that the chances of them being injured were very small. Just now, if Ji Li hadn't blocked that energy beam at a critical moment, Meng Shan-Yi estimated that he would have set a precedent. Whether or not Yang Kai really wanted to kill him just now, Meng Shan-Yi naturally cared. "What do you think?" Yang Kai didn't answer, and instead grinned at him. Meng Shan-Yi's face went black. His heartbeat couldn't help accelerating. This ninth young lord, it seemed he really wanted to kill him. "Big brother, that's all for now. Ninth brother will take his leave first," Yang Kai said to Yang Wei before covering his face and calmly leaving. No one tried to stop him again. Meng Shan-Yi didn't dare to give any more orders. Yang Wei didn't have any intention of stopping Yang Kai. The dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary 6 stage masters naturally wouldn't act rashly. After Yang Kai left, Yang Wei glanced over at Meng Shani faintly and said, "Ninth brother was just warning you. He didn't mean to kill you. Who knows?" Meng Shani took a deep breath and calmed the panic in his heart. "In any case, I've experienced Ninth Young Lord's madness," smiling bitterly. Yang Kai shook his head, but as eldest Young Lord said, he dared to enter this place alone because he had something to rely on. That bone shield, it was too strange. Even if it was a mysterious grade defensive artifact, it shouldn't have such a powerful function. If a mysterious grade artifact was so powerful, what was the point of cultivating? Generally speaking, a mysterious grade defensive artifact couldn't withstand the attacks of so many masters. "I'm afraid fifth brother is finished," Yang Wei said deeply. "I think so too." Meng Shani nodded. Refining a mysterious grade defensive artifact so many days in advance, coupled with Zhou suddenly lifting the Qi binding seal and restoring his peak strength, Yang Kai had a much greater advantage than Yang Kong. How could Yang Kong resist when he was caught off guard? Yang Wei was afraid that when Yang Kai brought people to attack Yang Kong tomorrow, Yang Kai would still be trying to refine his artifact. One was prepared while the other was caught off guard. Coupled with the gap between the blood warriors and artifacts, Yang Kong would undoubtedly lose. "Shani, you're not suited to playing tricks." Yang Wei frowned. "If I were you, I wouldn't act in my own house. I would only send people to other people's houses to reveal Ninth Brother's whereabouts. When the time comes, I'll just sit back and watch the show." Listening to Yang Wei's words, Meng Shani couldn't help staring at him in amazement. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei, who had always been straightforward, would actually have such a sinister side. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Wei's proposal was simply wonderful. If he had really done this just now, he could have just sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Suddenly annoyed, Meng Shani asked, "Eldest Young Lord, since you've thought of this, why didn't you say so?" Yang Wei slowly shook his head. "In the future, before the inheritance war comes to an end, I'm not going to fight Ninth Brother." "And I know." Meng Shani nodded gently, recalling the dangerous scene just now, feeling a chill run down his spine, not daring to say anything more. Outside Yang Wei's house, Yang Kai walked alone in the shadows. After making such a big noise just now, naturally many people were paying attention to him. Sneaking out, he quickly hid his figure and didn't attract anyone's attention. Zhou quietly followed him and walked into a dark alley. Only then did Yang Kai stop and take a deep breath, calming the boiling blood in his chest. Chapter 481. "Little Lord!" Zhou's concerned voice called out from behind. "I'm fine." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a deep sense of helplessness appearing on his face. In the eyes of Yang Wei and Meng Shani, Yang Kai had just been able to withstand the onslaught of more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with just one artifact, but in reality, only Yang Kai knew the pain he had suffered. A mysterious grade artifact, no matter how good it was impossible for a Yuan Qi cultivator to display such great strength. Artifacts and martial skills were essentially the same, both were just icing on the cake. A cultivator's foundation was still their own strength. The bone shield was indeed extraordinary. With it, even Dong Qinghan and the others didn't have to worry about their safety when facing masters below the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. However, using this thing consumed too much Yuan Qi. In that moment, Yang Kai had poured more than a dozen drops of Yuan Qi stored in his Yang liquid into the bone shield, allowing it to swallow the attacks of those masters. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, even if they consumed all of their Yuan Qi, they wouldn't be able to block a single blow from an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage master. The defensive strength of the bone shield and its ability to swallow were completely linked to the amount of yuan qi the cultivator poured into it. The more yuan qi poured into the bone shield, the more attacks it could swallow. The stronger the bone shield's defensive strength would be. Such a large consumption made Yang Kai feel somewhat distressed. However, at least he had managed to convince Yang Wei, so at least he had gained something. Yang Kai's strength was still too low. If he had reached the immortal ascension boundary, the consumption of yuan qi would have been much less. Yang Kai couldn't wait to improve his strength, his eyes gradually becoming firm, and his heart couldn't help but fill with an impulse and desire to immediately go back into retreat. Like a burning flame, the subtle changes in his expression did not escape Ing Zhou's observation. This shadowy blood warrior seemed to have sensed the thoughts in Yang Kai's heart and couldn't help showing a strange expression. It seems the little lord was the kind of person who became braver the more he struggled. An ordinary cultivator, after witnessing the means displayed by a powerful master, would definitely leave behind some kind of shadow in his heart. At that time, not to mention fighting, even during cultivation, there may be some inevitable hindrances and heart demons that would affect him for the rest of his life. However, the little lord's heart was firm, and his pursuit of the martial Tao was as firm as a rock, as long as his talent could keep up with this kind of opportunity. He would definitely achieve great things in the future. She guessed that Qiu Yimeng would not be able to rest well tonight. During the day, she had tried her best to prevent Yang Kai from going out alone, but to no avail. Now, she must be worried about him, right? During this time, Qiu Yimeng had also been so busy that she had no complaints. Although Ing Zhou had never mentioned it in front of Yang Kai could still see it clearly. Naturally, he couldn't bear to let the young lady of a great family sleep alone all night. "There's one more place we need to go," Yang Kai said with a helpless look on his face as he stepped forward. Ing Zhou nodded slightly, not saying a word, following behind Yang Kai. After walking around War City for a long time, the two of them came to a huge and majestic palace. At the huge entrance of this palace, there was no one guarding it, and the door was closed. It seemed to be an abandoned palace, but when he looked up, Ing Zhou's expression suddenly changed. This huge palace was none other than the most sacred place in War City, the Seal Temple, the palace where the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters of the central capital 8 great families resided. What is the little lord doing here? Ing Zhou wondered. Looking at the plaque of the Seal Temple, Yang Kai also felt extremely helpless. Just as he was leaving Yang Wei's house, an old voice suddenly rang in his ears, telling him to come to the Seal Temple. This was a summons from the Yang family's supreme elder. Yang Kai had no choice but to come. It seemed that his every move was still under the surveillance of those 8 people. Even the slightest movement couldn't escape their perception. This kind of feeling made Kai Yang feel quite uncomfortable, as if he was being controlled by someone else. His heart was uncomfortable, so naturally his expression wasn't very good. Walking to the front of the temple, Yang Kai didn't even have time to introduce himself before the closed door slowly opened. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes as he led Ing Zhou inside. After the two of them walked in, the door slowly closed. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't see a single person and didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of energy. Yang Kai couldn't help having a new understanding of the methods of an above immortal ascension boundary master. The interior of the conferred god temple was covered with a large red carpet, and the surrounding walls were decorated with sparkling gems. Even in the middle of the night, the main hall was brightly lit, as dazzling as the day. There were many stone pillars carved with lifelike patterns of birds and beasts. However, when Yang Kai glanced at these gems and patterns, his expression couldn't help but become a little dazed. He faintly felt that these things weren't randomly arranged, but instead contained some inexplicable mysteries. But when he really looked at them, he didn't gain anything. Shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to move forward. However, the world energy in this seal temple was simple and natural. Obviously, it was just a palace, but standing inside it felt as if he was standing in the middle of 100,000 mountains. From time to time, he could hear the sounds of birds chirping and insects chattering, as well as the tinkling of small bridges and streams flowing into his ears. Everywhere he looked, there was a mysterious aura, unlike Yang Kai's curious gaze. Ingzhou was a bit cautious after entering this place, his body tensed up and his expression becoming even more meticulous. There was no one to guide him, no one to lead the way, but Kai Yang still felt as if there was a voice telling him where to go. Suddenly, his heart trembled. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly saw a bright light. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. The appearance of this light was very sudden, without any warning. By the time Yang Kai and Ingzhou reacted, they discovered that they had already arrived at their destination. This was one of the main halls of the Seal Temple, and on a round table in front of them were 8 white-haired old men. Each of them had a transcendent aura about them as they sat in an octagonal position. Each of them was about a dozen meters away from each other, and in the middle of them, there was also a huge glowing ball floating in the air. The arrival of Yang Kai and Ingzhou didn't disturb these 8 people at all. The 8 of them were forming mysterious seals in their hands, sometimes frowning in contemplation, sometimes smiling faintly as they sent their energy towards the glowing ball in the middle of the hall. After these energies entered, the glowing sphere also began to undergo some subtle changes that couldn't be explained. Yang Kai and Ingzhou both unconsciously held their breaths as they stared at the glowing sphere. They were trying to understand the profound meaning behind the actions of these 8 people. Time passed by quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt his vision blur, and when he recovered, he found that his position had changed. Originally, he was on the far side of the round table. Looking from afar, Yang Kai found himself standing on a lush green field with a blue sky and white clouds above his head. His nose and mouth were filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. High up in the sky, there were people fighting, and the violent energy fluctuations caused Yang Kai to almost lose his footing. Looking up, Yang Kai's breath caught in his throat. The people fighting in the sky were none other than the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters sitting cross-legged atop the round platform. The moves they displayed were almost untraceable and could hardly be described as moves. Instead, they seemed to be casually executed without any pattern or trajectory, as if they were perfectly aligned with the heavenly way. The 8 of them were engaged in a chaotic battle. All of them were enemies, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The sky was falling, and the earth was splitting. Huge balls of light were exploding in the air one after another, and the wind brought about by the explosions blew the grass short. Someone exclaimed as they withdrew from the battle and glanced down, only to find Yang Kai standing there with a confused and pensive look on his face. Immediately, they were surprised to see him. His actions also attracted the attention of the others, and after discovering that Yang Kai had appeared in this small world, all of them stopped fighting and showed strange expressions. "Brother Yang, is this your family's junior?" a slightly fat old man asked. Yang Liting nodded lightly, glancing over at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai greets the 8 seniors. Yang Kai also quickly converged his expression and respectfully bowed. "Not bad, actually being able to break into our consciousness. Brother Yang, your Yang family has finally found a successor." Another slightly shorter old man laughed. Even though these people didn't care about worldly affairs, at this moment, they couldn't help showing looks of envy, as if Yang Kai's appearance had caused their eyes to light up. Yang Liting didn't say anything, nor did he move. Yang Kai only felt his vision blur for a moment before he appeared in front of him. "Greetings, Grand Elder. And you're called Yang Kai, right?" Yang Li Ting crossed his arms behind his back, his figure tall and straight. Although his hair was white, he still had a youthful complexion, nodding lightly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, neither servile nor overbearing. This Yang Li Ting in front of him was one of the Yang family's 5 above immortal ascension boundary masters. If one really wanted to count, Yang Kai didn't know which generation of ancestors he was, but he was at least 200 years old, separated by several generations, coupled with the Yang family's thin familial ties. Yang Kai didn't feel any sense of closeness at this moment. Do you know why I called you here? Yang Li Ting seemed to want to test Yang Kai, and asked again. I've guessed a little. Yang Kai smiled lightly. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, Yang Li Ting had not summoned him earlier or later, but at this time, Yang Kai could naturally guess the reason. It was because the old demon had appeared in Moor City, and the demonic chi emanating from his body had awakened these 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters. The 8 of them hadn't intervened in the Inheritance War, and were only here to protect the younger generation's cultivator from being taken advantage of by the ash-gray cloud evil land. Now that such a powerful demon had suddenly appeared, it was difficult for them not to pay attention. Chapter 482. Yang Kai frowned, aware that he was spying on him, but didn't say anything, simply saying, I don't know his origins. You don't know? Yang Li Ting frowned, suddenly feeling displeased. Although he felt that Yang Kai was deliberately concealing something, he didn't find any signs of lying. Yang Kai really didn't know the origins of the old demon. When he first subdued him in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, the old demon was just a spirit body. His memories were chaotic and vague, not even able to remember his own name. Later, Yang Kai didn't ask much about his past, so Yang Kai naturally didn't know anything about him. Although I don't know, this disciple is certain that he is not a person from the ash-gray cloud evil land. Yang Kai also knew what Yang Li Ting was worried about and quickly said. Yang Li Ting didn't say anything, just frowning for a long time before saying, the Inheritance War. It stands to reason that anyone in the world can participate. As long as they are friends with you young people, they can participate. After all, this is a battle that tests your connections. If this old master were to expel him from War City or directly kill him, you may not be convinced. This is also a disguised form of suppressing you, which is inconsistent with our original intention of guarding this battlefield. Yang Kai's heart went cold, but he didn't show it on his face. This time I called you here for no other reason than this. He can participate in the Inheritance War and also stay in War City, but that's all. If this old master finds out that he has done anything unnecessary, he won't show any mercy. Go back and explain this to him clearly. Yang Li Ting said indifferently. In addition, after the Inheritance War is over, he must leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for not giving you face. I'll remember. Yang Kai responded expressionlessly. Although he was still young, he still had a bright future ahead of him. Perhaps he would be able to shake the heavens and shatter space with a single hand, but right now he was just a nobody. If he really disobeyed Yang Li Ting, it was likely he wouldn't have a good ending. Although Yang Li Ting was the Yang family's grand elder, and Yang Kai was also his disciple and grand disciple in name, this time's interaction was like that of a complete stranger. Yang Li Ting's warning was even more irrefutable. Go. After saying so, Yang Li Ting waved his hand and flew back up into the sky to fight with the 7 people. Inexplicably, Kai Yang's heart felt somewhat stifled. He wanted to leave, but he didn't know how. He didn't even know how he had come in. After staring blankly for a long time, he still couldn't find a way out. Just as he was about to ask, a thunderous voice entered his ears. Why aren't you leaving? As soon as this voice, a huge force pushed Kai Yang's body back, and under that huge force, all of Kai Yang's resistance was futile. His figure rapidly retreated, and the surrounding scenery slipped past his vision. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to the main hall. In front of him was still the same round platform with the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters sitting on it. The huge glowing sphere in the middle was still there, and the 8 of them were still constantly pouring their spiritual energy into it, using this mysterious method to compare their insights into the martial Tao. Asterisk deng 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 deng. Asterisk Yang Kai involuntarily stumbled backwards, causing Ying Zhou to be shocked and hurriedly support him. After standing firm, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body tumbled, and his divine sense became chaotic, as if he was being pricked by countless needles. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai felt a little better. Ying Zhou's expression changed, not knowing what Yang Kai had encountered that had actually caused him to suffer some minor injuries. Since arriving here, Yang Kai had stood there without saying a word, so Ying Zhou didn't know what to say and just waited silently. With such a sudden change, Ying Zhou was naturally confused. "Let's go." Yang Kai wiped the corner of his mouth, glanced towards the high platform, and quickly led Ying Zhou away. Inside this mysterious small world, the 8 people fighting suddenly stopped, the other 7 shaking their heads slightly as they glanced over at Yang Li Ting, the slightly fat old man who had spoken before, saying, "Brother Yang, isn't it a bit too much to treat a junior like this?" And although his eyes were a bit overbearing and sharp, he's still a young man, which one of them isn't hot-blooded. Besides, he didn't lose his temper in front of you. If you act like this, he may not be able to recover from this setback. This little brat is quite good. In the future, your young family may have to rely on him. If you really lose him, won't you feel distressed?" The 7 old men all shouted, none of them understanding why Yang Li Ting had just dealt with a junior like this. Yang Li Ting coldly snorted and said, "If he's crippled, then so be it. Does my young family need to worry about not having a successor?" When this old master spoke to him just now, he clearly didn't want to listen. That was just a warning. Presumably he'll pay more attention to this old master's words now. "It's still too much. You're not young anymore. Why bother with a little brat? Brother Yang, you really went too far this time. He can rely on his own ability to break into the consciousness of the 8 of us. This alone is unique. Is there anyone else in your Yang family who can do this? I don't believe it. Not to mention your Yang family, none of the young men from our 7 families can do it." The one who spoke kept shaking his head. "Enough. This old master has a sense of propriety. It's not up to you guys to interrupt. Do you want to fight or not?" Yang Li Ting looked displeased, 7 people criticizing him. Of course he was unhappy. "Fight. Wait until this little brat is really crippled. I'll wait to see your regretful expression. Ha ha ha, something's not right." Chiu family supreme elder Chiu Daoren suddenly called out in surprise, his expression becoming strange. The other 7 people also showed a look of surprise as they glanced at each other. "It looks like this little brat has profited from his misfortune," the slightly fat old man laughed as he glanced over at Yang Li Ting with interest. "It really is a blessing in disguise. Brother Yang, is this your real purpose?" Someone looked at Yang Li Ting suspiciously. Yang Li Ting slowly shook his head, but after a moment of contemplation, his expression also changed slightly. He had just dealt with Yang Kai without any scruples about the gap in strength and seniority between them, all because he wanted him to think carefully about whether it was the right decision to make friends with this demon lord. But unexpectedly, under such huge pressure, this little brat actually showed signs of breaking through. Strange. Yang Li Ting frowned, really wondering what kind of temperament this young man from his generation had. After being dealt such a heavy blow, he was actually able to quickly clear the obstacles in his heart and find an opportunity to break through. Inside the sealed temple, Yang Kai's pace suddenly came to a halt, his expression becoming somewhat uncomfortable. Ying Zhou didn't understand and thought he had suffered some kind of internal injury, so he quickly stepped forward to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You go back first and tell Chiu Yimeng that tomorrow night's operation will continue as usual, Everything will be arranged by her. Little lord, I still have something to do. After saying so, Yong Kai turned his head and looked around before casually finding a room and entering it. Ing Jiu was stunned for a moment, but didn't hesitate and left the Seal Temple directly. The Seal Temple was actually very big, but there were only 8 people inside, not even maids or servants. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't need anyone to serve them. The room Yong Kai found was naturally ownerless. After entering the room, he immediately sat down cross-legged. His aura fluctuated slightly, indicating that he was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, but he hadn't yet reached his limit. When breaking through, if the conditions were right, the process would be very easy and smooth. However, Yong Kai's current situation was a bit special. Originally, there were no signs of a breakthrough, but under the huge pressure from Yang Li Ting, his body's yuan qi and his heart's desire for strength had rebounded. This time, the rebound of this pressure had directly allowed him to touch the threshold of yuan qi 9th stage. Just a little bit more. Tomorrow night's battle was imminent, so Yong Kai hoped to cope with it with a higher cultivation. Calming his mind and circulating his true Yang secret art, Yong Kai closed his eyes and recalled the scene he had just seen in the small world, allowing the aura in his body to fluctuate. Just now, Yong Kai hadn't seen much, but every action of the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was in accordance with the heavenly way. Peering into the profound meaning contained in these movements was also a way to comprehend their martial Tao. This was of great help to anyone. As time passed, Yong Kai's mood gradually calmed down, replaying what he had seen over and over again, the mysterious sound once again echoing in his ears. The sound of the clear mountain stream was pleasing to the ear, the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, as if he was in a fairyland, making him forget to leave, relaxing his whole body. Yong Kai's mansion. The bean-sized candlelight flickered as Chiu Yimeng sat at the table with a deep worry on her face. She held her breath and listened attentively to the movements coming from the house, her divine sense constantly probing the surroundings. Whenever the sound of someone walking came, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help but secretly pay attention, but every time she ended up disappointed. During the day, Yong Kai had told her about his plans for the evening, and she had ignored etiquette and refused to let go, but this smelly man actually didn't give her the slightest bit of face and directly shook off her entanglement. At night, he really did run away quietly, causing her to be on edge and worry. Chiu Yimeng couldn't help secretly hating Yong Kai, wishing he wouldn't come back tonight. With her current appearance and demeanor, she was definitely no different from a resentful woman who had been married, but her husband was out drinking and not coming home at night. Thinking so, Chiu Yimeng's face flushed red, and she couldn't help feeling a little hot, quickly shaking her head to get rid of these random thoughts. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, causing Chiu Yimeng to frown and coldly ask, "Who is it?" "Young Lady Chiu." Ing Chiu's voice came from outside. Chiu Yimeng smiled happily and quickly got up to open the door, only to seeing Chiu's pair of shining eyes in the darkness. Glancing suspiciously behind him, Chiu Yimeng asked, "Is that bastard back?" Ing Chiu slowly shook his head. What happened? The Chiu family's first young lady couldn't help but ask. Ing Chiu had always been by Yong Kai's side, but now he had come back alone, and Yong Kai was nowhere to be seen. Could it be Chiu Yimeng didn't dare to think about it anymore? Chapter 483. The little lord still has some matters to attend to, so he will be staying in the Seal Temple for the time being, Ing Chiu said truthfully. Seal Temple? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help gaping, her voice filled with disbelief. The Seal Temple, she was naturally no stranger to it. There were 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters inside. This was something everyone in War City knew. However, without the summons of the 8 Masters, no one could enter it. What did Yong Kai want to do in the Seal Temple? Did the 8 masters intend to give him some pointers? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking about it, a touch of joy appearing on her face as she secretly felt happy for Yang Kai, gently nodding. I understand. Since he was staying in the sealed temple, his own safety was absolutely not a problem. After hesitating for a moment, she asked again, then tomorrow night, the little lord said that you will be in charge of everything. Chiu Yimeng suddenly gritted her teeth and cursed, smelly man, he wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper again. Since the message has been delivered, Ingzhou will take his leave. Saying so, Ingzhou disappeared. Returning to her room, Chiu Yimeng was no longer sleepy and quickly took out a pen and paper, listing the number of masters on her side, and the enemy's side one by one, carefully considering all possible scenarios. Early in the morning, many cultivators walked out of their retreat, feeling refreshed, and began testing the power of their newly refined artifacts. The artifacts seized from Pijing Lake last time had all been distributed by Chiu Yimeng. These days, everyone had basically been refining their artifacts and had only come out today. Chiu Yimeng, who hadn't slept all night, quickly summoned the leaders of the major forces to discuss the war. She didn't go into too much detail, just letting those who were named prepare for the operation that night. Hearing this news, everyone rubbed their palms in anticipation and looked excited. 2 little sisters who come with us. Chiu Yimeng looked at Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei-er with a smile. Hu Jiao'er nodded. Good. Chiu Yimeng knew that not many people from Blood Battle Gang had come this time, and even fewer masters. Chiu Yimeng's arrangement was obviously to allow Blood Battle Gang to gain some credit. Lung Shan, on the other hand, said somewhat embarrassedly, this time, I'm afraid our Ghost King Valley won't be able to participate. All of us have a martial skill we can't use for the time being. Then I'll have to trouble you to stay. Chiu Yimeng made arrangements. Thank you, Lung Shan said gratefully. After a long time, all the forces had been properly arranged. Chiu Yimeng had taken into account the mood of each of them, making sure they were all satisfied. After dispersing, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, conserve, and store up energy. He was just waiting for the night to come. Time passed quickly, and night fell. It had only been a few days since the treasure-seizing battle at Pijing Lake, so no one had expected that there would be such a large-scale movement tonight. Inside Yang Wei's house, Meng Shani came to Yang Wei's room and gently knocked on the door. Eldest young master, they've already acted. The door opened. Yang Wei stepped out from inside, his eyes shining brightly as he nodded slightly. Let's move as well. Young master, I suddenly feel that something is not quite right. What? The 9th young master is going to attack the 5th young master. We are in charge of restraining the 2nd young master, but what about the 6th and 7th young masters? If they heard the news, don't tell me you won't take advantage of the situation. As long as they aren't idiots, they will definitely do so. Yang Wei nodded lightly. Then the 9th young lord sighed. Meng Shanyi's expression suddenly brightened. If that's the case, then even if the 9th young lord can defeat the 5 young lords, the 5th young lord won't be able to defeat them. There will be a fire in the backyard. Yang Wei glanced at Meng Shani strangely and smiled. Shan-yi, you seem to be eager to see this scene. Are you afraid of 9th brother? Meng Shani nodded solemnly and asked, Eldest young master, aren't you worried at all? What's the use of worrying? I've done everything I could. If I'm really not as good as you, I have nothing to say. Yang Wei slowly shook his head with an indifferent look on his face. If 9th brother moves fast enough tonight and doesn't give 6th brother and 7th brother time to react, he can still ensure that his rear is safe. If he is slow, there will definitely be losses. Meng Shan-yi was startled as he carefully pondered over Yang Wei's words. He was surprised to find that even if Yang Kai's actions were slow, he would only suffer losses in the rear and would not be completely defeated. Eldest young master thinks so highly of 9th young master. However, Thinking about it again, with Ingjiu and the bone shield, it wasn't impossible to quickly capture Yang Kong. On this quiet and serene night, there seemed to be a tense atmosphere quietly spreading. Yang Kang's mansion. Yang Kong was concentrating on refining his newly acquired mysterious grade artifact. The yuan qi he had poured into him over the past few days had been quite effective. As long as he was given another 5 or 6 days, he would be able to fully refine this mysterious grade low-rank artifact into his body. At that time, his overall strength would rise to a whole new level with a mysterious grade artifact. Even if he faced an immortal ascension boundary master, he would be able to fight back. It could be said that the result of the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake had allowed the strength of the Yang family's young lords to soar. As Yang Kong was working hard to refine this artifact, the closed door suddenly opened. Yang Kong was startled, and before he could understand what was going on, he saw a slender shadow flash a few times in the darkness. It was as if 2 daggers were flashing with a cold light as they danced towards him, shrouding him in the shadows. His skin tightened as he instinctively felt a sense of crisis. "Fifth young lord, be careful." Tang Yuxian's tender voice sounded in his ear as she released her exquisite soul skill. The slender figure didn't attack Yang Kong, but instead quickly retreated to the door. Under the cover of the moonlight, Yang Kong saw the appearance of this person and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as his scalp went numb. "Ingjiu." Ingjiu grinned, and his figure gradually faded away, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kong and asked, "Fifth young lord, are you okay?" Yang Kong was stunned for a while before gradually dispelling the throbbing fear in his heart and slowly shaking his head. "I'm fine." Fortunately, Yuxian noticed in time. If it weren't for Tang Yuxian's soul skill blocking him, just now, with Ingjiu's strength, he would have already captured Yang Kong. This blood warrior who could appear and disappear like a ghost was capable of sneaking in and assassinating people. It was simply too terrifying. However, Ingjiu could have tried again just now, so why did he give up? On top of that, the smile on his face before he left was also intriguing. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kong suddenly understood and slapped his thigh. "You've gone too far." When a blood warrior participated in the inheritance war, they couldn't take the initiative to attack and were only responsible for passively defending. In other words, even if he had walked in front of Ingjiu just now, he couldn't have done anything to him. Ingjiu's attack was obviously just for show. He wouldn't really attack him. On the contrary, Yang Kang's reaction was somewhat laughable. How could Ingjiu be safe? Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed deeply as she pondered another question. During the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake, Tu Feng, who Yang Kong had brought with him, had also been struck by the qi-binding seal. Until now, Tu Feng had also been in retreat, trying to break through the seal, but Ingjiu, who had also been struck by the qi-binding seal, had actually appeared here. "Ninth brother!" Yang Kang's expression became gloomy, not thinking about Ingjiu, instead hating Yang Kai to the bone. At that moment, Tang Yuxian's expression suddenly changed, her pretty face going pale. "Fifth young lord, many people are coming." "What?" Yang Kong was shocked. "Who's coming?" "I feel Xiao Shun's aura. There are also other masters from the little lord's house. It seems the little lord is planning to attack this place." "Is he crazy?" Yang Kong couldn't sit still any longer, quickly getting up and hurrying out. What was wrong with ninth brother at this time? Everyone still hadn't recovered from the losses they had suffered in the artifact-snatching battle at Pijing Lake, and now they were trying to refine that artifact. Why wasn't he staying in the house and instead doing this kind of thing that would harm others? Starting a fight at this time would not only delay the time Yang Kai needed to refine that artifact, but it would also delay his own progress in refining the artifact. What good was this to him? Even if the two brothers didn't like each other, was there a need to be so hostile? Once the others finished refining that artifact, they would undoubtedly occupy the advantage. As he hurried out, the sounds of fighting and killing immediately rang out in his ears, along with strong and weak energy fluctuations, causing Yang Kong to realize that Yang Kai was serious this time. This wasn't some kind of trick. These people, as soon as they arrived at the house, wouldn't even say a word of politeness before attacking. Outside the house, a large group of people stood in the air, centered around Chiu Yimeng, nearly 200 of them. Apart from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai now had a total of 14 forces supporting him. This time, in addition to the Chiu family and Hua family, there was also the Blood Battle Gang, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Pure Heart Palace, Tianyuan City, and the Duanmu family, a total of 8 forces. The Chiu family's strength wasn't very strong. After all, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall weren't masters. The Hua family only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, and the Blood Battle Gang didn't have many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. In addition, most of the remaining forces had 4 or 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The overall strength and number of these forces couldn't be compared to the masters in Yang Kang's house. However, Chiu Yimeng was still full of confidence, because this time she had brought 2 blood warriors with her, as well as a gloomy and mysterious master. Old Demon. Chiu Yimeng didn't know how powerful the Old Demon was, but she was certain that he was stronger than the blood warriors. With these 3 people, it was only a matter of time before they took down Yang Kang's house. So when they arrived, Chiu Yimeng didn't even say a word and directly launched an attack. The cultivators in Yang Kang's mansion were suddenly caught off guard. Amidst the brilliance of their martial skills and artifacts, they were thrown off their feet, losing more than a dozen of their men in just a single exchange. After reacting, they hurriedly defended and counterattacked, but everyone seemed a little panicked and confused. Yang Kong hadn't shown up, so these people had no backbone. Relying only on the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, they couldn't take charge of the overall situation. Young Lady Chiu, this old master, and his 5 subordinates request to fight. A master from the Duanmu family said with a murderous look on his face. Chapter 484. The Duanmu family was originally an ally of the Yang family's 3rd young lord, Yang Tai, but on the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Tai was eliminated. In that battle, the Duanmu family had suffered countless casualties, leaving only 5 masters alive. One of the instigators was the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion. Now that he had met his enemy, he was naturally enraged and couldn't wait to avenge his fallen family. Don't worry, Chiu Yimeng looked calm as she slowly shook her head. Wait until the situation is clear. Although the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion had been caught off guard, in the end, they were on the defensive and had the absolute advantage. On the other hand, Chiu Yimeng's side had only dispatched half of their forces, so if they acted rashly, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Chiu Yimeng's thoughts raced as she waited for Yang Kai to arrive, while directing the many cultivators to bombard Yang Kang's mansion from a distance. The people Chiu Yimeng brought with her didn't directly engage the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion, instead just standing high in the air, releasing all kinds of martial skills and artifacts, not stingy with their yuan qi. In just a short time, Yang Kang's mansion was torn apart, a large number of houses collapsed, and the cultivator below dodged like a headless fly. Although the losses weren't great, this scene was extremely humiliating. Immediately, some people couldn't bear it anymore and jumped up into the air, trying to regain some face. Gao Rangfeng didn't even have time to stop them before the few cultivators who had jumped up into the air were wiped out by Chiu Yimeng's subordinates. The situation was in their favor, causing many of the cultivators' spirits to rise, wishing they could immediately rush up and capture Yang Kong or seize the flag to win the victory. With stars muttered to the side, Chiu Yimeng, letting in Jiu sneak in, isn't that a violation of the rules of the Yang family's inheritance war? Chiu Yimeng shook her head. Jiu knows what he's doing. If just showing up in front of Yang Kong is a violation of the rules, how can we bring out the blood warriors? But if he sneaks in, he can't take the initiative to attack or seize the flag. What's the point of doing this? Stars couldn't understand. I'm just scaring him. Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Star's mouth twitched. Obviously, he didn't believe this. Chiu Yimeng wasn't bored to such an extent. Rolling her eyes, Star's guessed that Chiu Yimeng's actions were just a ruse, so that Yang Kong would mistakenly think that Yang Kai was here. Speaking of which, he did not know where Yang Kai had gone tonight. It seemed that he had not seen him since yesterday. However, Ing Jiu and Yang Kai had always been inseparable. With Ing Jiu's appearance, Yang Kai must have been hiding nearby, scheming something. Star secretly nodded, confirming the guess in his heart. Where's fifth young master? Down below, Gao Rangfeng anxiously shouted. Gao Rangfeng was also the successor of the Gao family. He was young, and his cultivation wasn't weak, but in the inheritance war, he was just a foil. Now that the enemy was at their doorstep, Gao Rangfeng could only let his people temporarily defend and wait for Yang Kong to come out and take charge of the situation. I'm here. Yang Kang's face was gloomy as he walked out of the ruins, accompanied by Tang Yuxian, his cold eyes glancing around. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Fifth young lord. Seeing him appear, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and hurriedly rushed to his side. Chiu Yimeng has brought people to invade our house. We were caught off guard, and more than 20 people have already died. I know. Yang Kong nodded gently. Raising his head, Yang Kong shouted, Ninth brother, come out and speak. Fifth young lord. Chiu Yimeng pursed her lips and chuckled lightly. She stood in midair, her curves enchanting, her tender body slender, the night wind blowing against her trousers, revealing her snow-white ankles. Under the moonlight, they shimmered with a jade-like luster, captivating the hearts of those who saw them. Even in this smoke-filled battlefield, there were many hot-blooded male cultivator who greedily stared at these snow-white ankles, secretly tempted. Coupled with Lan Chu Dai and Luo Xiaoman, the two women with great capital, standing beside her, whose sisters were a feast for the eyes. Many people couldn't help feeling envious of the men in Yang Kai's house. They suddenly discovered that there were many stunning women in Kai Yang's house. Of course, Yang Kong didn't have any. The Chiu family's first young lady smiled warmly as she greeted Yang Kong, but her hands were not idle. The cultivator around her were still constantly using their martial skills and artifacts to attack the enemy. Where's ninth brother? Yang Kong frowned, obviously thinking that Yang Kai should be the one to talk to him. Although Chiu Yimeng's status wasn't low, in this kind of situation, she wasn't qualified to speak. Replying to fifth young lord, Yang Kai has an important matter to attend to and can't come out for the time being. I will be in charge of this battle. Fifth young lord, please show some mercy. We'll stop here so we don't hurt each other. Saying so, she giggled. Yang Kang's face went black as he laughed darkly. Good. Ninth brother really doesn't put this fifth brother in his eyes. Since that's the case, fifth brother doesn't need to show mercy. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Yang Kong was truly enraged. The inheritance war was a battle for the right of succession to the Yang family patriarch. Between brothers, it was a competition of personal connections and charisma. Now that his ninth brother's people were attacking him, while he himself wasn't going to show up, Yang Kong couldn't help feeling like he was being looked down upon. He was also a proud and arrogant person. How could he stand such contempt? Enraged, he immediately issued an order for his people to rush up and disrupt the enemy's formation. Gao Rangfeng was taken aback. Although the number and overall level of Yang Kai's cultivator couldn't be compared to theirs, in the current situation, there was no doubt that the defending side had the advantage. As long as they waited for the yuan qi of these cultivators to falter, they could launch a counterattack and settle this once and for all. Moreover, with Yang Kai's cultivator attacking so fiercely, if the other young lords heard this news, they would definitely take action. Naturally, at this time, it was better to stall for time. As long as they could delay until Yang Kai's backyard caught fire, the cultivator on his side would have no choice but to retreat to defend. At that time, his own people would be able to follow behind and launch a pincer attack with the other young lords. How could they not destroy Yang Kai? But Yang Kong, in his anger, didn't consider this at all. All he wanted was to quickly regain his face. If he really did so, it would only make it easier for the enemy to kill him. Hurriedly, he tried to stop him. "Fifth young lord, I think it's better for us to defend ourselves. For the time being, we shouldn't." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Kong impatiently. "They're standing on top of my head. Why should I endure? If it were you, would you be able to endure?" Gao Rangfeng was stunned, faintly feeling that Yang Kang's words made sense, but he quickly realized those are two different things. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kong had already issued the order to attack. A large number of cultivators flew out from below, resisting the attacks from above, releasing their martial skills and artifacts, quickly closing the distance between them and Qiu Yimeng and the other young lords. Stars will laugh loudly. Yang Kong really is straightforward. Qiu Yimeng shook her head slightly. He's relying on his numbers. None of the Yang family young lords were idiots. Even if Yang Kong was slightly weaker than the others, it was impossible for him to be so stupid as to let his own people throw themselves into a trap. This was his mansion. All his helpers and manpower were here, so naturally he felt there was no need to fear the people brought by Qiu Yimeng. As they spoke, Qiu Yimeng passed on several more orders. The cultivators from Yang Kang's mansion were now in a state of rage, rushing straight up against the yuan qi attacks, but when they were less than 10 meters away, the people around Qiu Yimeng suddenly scattered. This sudden change stunned the cultivators who had rushed up, and looking at the scattered enemies, some of them didn't know which direction to pursue. Yang Kong was still watching from below, so it was impossible for him to pass on orders in time. After a moment of stunned silence, the cultivators who had rushed up also scattered in all directions. "Surround!" Qiu Yimeng shouted coldly, and everyone immediately turned around, grinning as they displayed their martial skills. The sky was suddenly filled with a dazzling light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. In the midst of this chaos, screams rang out as blood rained down from the sky. Yang Kang's heart clenched as he suddenly realized the situation was not good. He only saw the group of people brought by Qiu Yimeng blossom like flowers, then shrink back, while the cultivators from his own camp disappeared in an instant. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk corpses continued to fall from the sky, smashing into the ground, their flesh and blood mangled. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the first round of confrontation had ended. Yang Kang's mansion had suffered heavy losses. "Young Lady Qiu, in fact, there's no need to go through so much trouble." The old demon stood beside Qiu Yimeng and shook his head. "As long as we catch that little brat down there, we'll win, right?" "That's right." Qiu Yimeng nodded gently. "Then this old master will take action. Although the strength of that woman beside him is not bad, she shouldn't be able to stop this old master." "Ooh." Qiu Yimeng chuckled lightly. "Senior D, this junior doesn't mean to underestimate you, but that woman is a Yang family blood warrior. After using his mad tyrant blood skill, he can compete with a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Can you guarantee you can defeat her in a short time?" "Oh, that's a bit difficult." The old demon was stunned, seemingly not having expected Tang Yuxian to be so strong. He was now a peak immortal ascension boundary master, so if they really fought, Tang Yuxian would definitely not be his opponent, but she should be able to delay him. Yang Kai was not here, and although Xiao Shun and Ning Jiu were present, they couldn't take action. Even if they could restrain Tang Yuxian with the strength of the remaining people, it would take some effort to capture Yang Kong. Why hasn't that bastard appeared yet? Qiu Yimeng was furious, but she couldn't show it. As long as Yang Kai was here, leading Xiao Shun and Ning Jiu to attack Yang Kong, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But now I really need to trouble Senior to take action. Qiu Yimeng suddenly changed the topic. Since Yang Kai wasn't here, the old demon had to act. She had originally planned to hide the old demon for a while before taking him out to deal with the other Yang family young lords. But now it seemed that this plan had fallen through. Yang Kong had already suffered a loss once, so it was definitely unrealistic to expect them to attack again. Since that was the case, they could only attack head-on. No problem, young Lady Qiu. Who do you want to attack? The old demon grinned. There's no fixed person. I hope Senior can make the situation as chaotic as possible. At the very least, kill a few of the stronger ones, such as an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. That's easy. The old demon laughed, stretching out his hand and sending out a ray of light. Chapter 485. The beam of light shot out by the old demon was dark red in color, like thick blood. As the beam of light shot out, it carried with it a bloody, gloomy, and brutal aura. The cultivator in Yang Kang's compound couldn't help paling, as they all tried to resist. However, no matter what they did, they couldn't stop this beam of light. With a bang, the beam of light hit the ground, creating a deep crater. Asterisk roar. Asterisk, a roar like that of a trapped beast rang out, and a violent aura suddenly spread out, shocking everyone present. Looking over, the cultivator in Yang Kang's compound were all stunned. All they saw was a man standing in the middle of the crater. This man's face was blurred, and his entire body exuded a monstrous bloody aura. Even his eyes were a terrifying crimson color. Accompanied by his roar, huge blood bubbles suddenly appeared on the ground. Asterisk pung pung. Asterisk, the blood bubbles burst open, dyeing the ground red. Soon, the ground became sticky and slippery, as if there was a fountain of blood in the depths of the earth that was constantly spewing blood. What the hell is this? Everyone felt bad, but no one could recognize what this was. Although he looked like a human, he didn't look like one. There was no human emotion in his eyes at all, only infinite killing intent. Although he wasn't a human, he had all the characteristics of a human except for a huge bulge on his forehead, which was extremely strange. Senior, what is this? Qiu Yimeng also paled slightly. Although her intuition told her that the old demon was not a good person, after seeing this scene, she found that she had somewhat underestimated the old demon's moral standards. Looking at the strange man below, Qiu Yimeng felt a faint chill in her heart. Jejia, this is the blood demon puppet this old master refined. The old demon replied proudly, quite proud of his work. Qiu Yimeng rubbed her forehead and no longer said anything. The thing called the blood demon had already begun its slaughter, and the ground was covered with thick blood that had a strong suction force. All the cultivator that was stained by the blood water found that they could not escape and were firmly pinned to the ground. With a roar, the blood demon rushed in front of a cultivator. With a single hand, the cultivator exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist was directly absorbed by the blood demon, which seemed to increase his strength by another level. A red figure flashed. In less than 10 breaths of time, the cultivator entangled by the blood water was completely dead. The blood demon still didn't stop his slaughter. Wherever he went, blood would follow. Once a cultivator below the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage was stained by this blood, they wouldn't be able to escape, no matter how hard they tried. Only death awaited them. Kill him. Yang Kong also discovered the astonishing destructive power of the blood demon, and quickly issued an order to his subordinates. The several Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th or 7th stage masters didn't dare to get too close to the Blood Demon and summon their artifacts. He threw the martial skill he was most proud of at Blood Demon. Although Bloodseeker was very fast and managed to dodge a few attacks, there were too many enemies. In the end, he was still hit by a barrage of attacks. These people showed no mercy, directly breaking the Blood Demon's legs and causing him to fall into the sea of blood. Can't even withstand a single blow. Yang Kong saw this scene and couldn't help coldly snorting, letting go of the slight worry in his heart. Allowing such a monster to wreak havoc in the crowd, not to mention his combat strength, would be a deterrent to the weaker cultivator. Senior Chiu Yimeng was also stunned. She hadn't expected that the old demon's puppet, despite its terrifying appearance, actually didn't seem to be anything special. The old demon, on the other hand, just laughed strangely. Just wait and see. As soon as his voice fell, the Blood Demon, whose legs had been broken, actually used his hands to support his upper body and stood up straight. At the same time, the severed limbs on his lower body began to madly swallow the blood water in the sea of blood. As the blood was swallowed, the severed limb wriggled incessantly like bamboo shoots after a rain. Something was emerging from there. In less than a moment, a pair of undamaged legs grew out of his body. How is this possible? A burst of exclamations rang out. Not only were the cultivator in Yang Kang's mansion shocked, but even Chiu Yimeng and the others were shocked. Being able to regenerate his broken legs. Was this still human? This bizarre scene was completely beyond everyone's comprehension. This old master will also go down and play. The old demon grinned and turned into a streak of light, shooting down into the sea below. The soul breaker awl, which had not appeared for a long time, began to rotate on his shoulder as if it had a mind of its own, exuding amazing energy fluctuations. The soul breaker awl had been restored to the level of a mysterious grade artifact. Feeling the strange aura and huge pressure from the old demon, all of the cultivators in Yang Kang's mansion were shocked. Tang Yuxian's expression was extremely dignified. "Fifth young lord, don't leave my side." Yang Kang's lips were dry and cracked as he nodded unconsciously, suddenly feeling a sense of desperation in his heart. Of the two blood warriors, Tu Feng couldn't be used, and there was no peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master in Yang Kang's mansion. So how could he resist this gloomy master? Tang Yuxian alone could probably delay him for a while, but with Tang Yuxian pinned down, who would be responsible for his own safety? Being stared at by this person, Yang Kong even felt like his soul was about to be sucked away. While everyone was still in shock, the old demon had already taken action, displaying a variety of gloomy martial skills as the soul breaker all shuttled back and forth, single-handedly turning Yang Kang's cultivator camp upside down. Coupled with the blood demon stirring up trouble, Yang Kang's mansion was instantly filled with panic, unable to resist. "Why do I feel like we didn't need to come here?" Huixing's scalp tingled as he watched the old demon and the blood demon's actions from down below, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality. These two were tyrannical, one more tyrannical than the other. Needless to say, the blood demon had an almost immortal body. In just a short period of time, his body had been shattered several times, but each time he was able to regenerate intact. As for the powerful old demon, no one could resist him. Rampaging through the crowd, killing people like flies, his methods cruel and bloody. Chiu Yimeng watched for a while before slowly shaking her head. Those two alone won't be enough. They were indeed powerful, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. A tiger couldn't hold up against a pack of wolves. Yang Kang's mansion was not without masters. The blood demon's weakness seemed to have been discovered by them. The reason why he could regenerate so quickly was all because of the sea of blood. There was a cultivator who cultivated ice and fire secret arts. The blood demon was fiercely freezing and roasting the sea of blood. As the size of the sea of blood decreased, the blood demon's actions also became somewhat powerless. The old demon also noticed this and couldn't help coldly snorting, raising his hand to summon the blood demon back. "It's time for us to go." Chiu Yimeng took a deep breath and said, Yang Kang's camp was in complete chaos, and now was the time to gradually erode Yang Kang's forces. "I've been waiting for a long time." Huixing grinned and rushed straight down. No one was looking for him. He directly found Gao Rangfeng. "Brother Gao, let's exchange pointers." Gao Rangfeng's expression sank. "Brother Hua, do you think you're my opponent?" Although the two of them had never fought before, Gao Rangfeng still felt that a playboy like Xing Hua was definitely not his opponent. "Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after we fight." Xing Feng smiled lightly. Inserting the folding fan in his hand into his collar, his expression became cold. "As you wish." Gao Rangfeng coldly snorted. The two young lords of the central capital instantly confronted each other. At the same time, the 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters they had brought with them also found themselves facing off against each other. On the other side, Lu Song, who was avoiding the attack range of the old demon, was also targeted by Dongqing Han. Last time at Pajing Lake, when they were fighting for artifacts, Lu Song had made things difficult for Dongqing Han at every turn, and had almost lost a heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact, causing Dongqing Han to grit his teeth in anger. However, at that time, the overall situation was more important. So Dongqing Han had no intention of continuing to entangle with him, but now was different. It was time for him to attack. Dongqing Han naturally intended to settle old and new grievances. He wanted to force this blind Lu family young master out of War City. The Hu sisters, Guanqi Lu, and the others also rushed down, a faint halo suddenly blooming around the twin sisters' tender bodies. This halo seemed to connect their vitality and true qi together, allowing them, who were originally only true element boundary 8th-stage cultivators, to display strength no less than an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. This made Chiu Yimeng, who was secretly observing them, realize that these two sisters were not mediocre. Fan Hong of Purple Fern Valley and Zhuofang of Pure Heart Palace also led their forces to find enemies to fight. The 5 masters of the Duan Mu family had long since been unable to hold back, their momentum astonishing, their strength fully unleashed, killing wherever there was a crowd. This battle was a battle where they would take revenge and wipe out their hatred. "Young Lady Chiu, this one will stay behind to ensure your safety," Lu Fei-sheng said softly, his face filled with tenderness. During her stay in Yang Kai's house, Lu Fei-sheng had almost become Chiu Yimeng's personal bodyguard, following her closely. Anyone could see that he was obsessed with Chiu Yimeng. Although the Chiu family's first young lady had hinted to him many times, Lu Fei-sheng still didn't back down. After all, he was Yang Kai's ally, so Chiu Yimeng couldn't be too harsh on him and could only let him do as he pleased. However, if she could avoid being alone with him, she would do her best to avoid it. "No need, Xiao Man will accompany me." Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly and declined Lu Fei-sheng's kindness. "Good." Lu Fei-sheng hesitated for a moment before agreeing, leading Tian Yuan City's forces to join the battle. Up in the air, only Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman remained, along with blood warrior Xiao Shun, who could only watch helplessly. With Yang Kai not here, Xiao Shun and Ingzhou couldn't do anything at all. Even if someone attacked Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman at this time, they could only watch. After all, Chiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman weren't the ones they followed. Yang Kai was. Because of the interference of the old demon and the blood demon puppet, Yang Kang's cultivator forces were now in a state of chaos. When Dongqing Han's group rushed down, the other side could only fight on their own. This was exactly what Chiu Yimeng wanted to see. The other side had too many people, so if they didn't disrupt their rhythm, it would be difficult to launch an attack. Qiu Yimeng was confident that her people weren't inferior to any of the other forces. The mysterious gray pills produced by the pill room every day weren't for nothing. Even Qiu Yimeng felt that her cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds during this time, while she had to keep herself busy, so she didn't have much time to cultivate, let alone others. Chapter 486, Standing Midair. And overlooking the overall situation, Qiu Yimeng finally calmed down. In this battle, it seemed that Yang Kai was no longer needed. However, if Yang Kai didn't come, her side's losses would definitely be much greater. What the hell is that bastard doing? At such a critical time, he actually dropped the ball. Just as she was silently hating herself, Xiao Shun's ears suddenly twitched, and he grinned. "Young Lady Qiu, the little lord is here." Qiu Yimeng heard this and was overjoyed. Turning her head, she saw a figure quickly approaching, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai appeared in front of her, stopping beside Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai glanced around casually, his expression indifferent. The situation of the battle was similar to what he had expected. "I thought you weren't coming." Qiu Yimeng curled her lips. "Something happened, so I was delayed." Yang Kai responded faintly. "What's so important?" Qiu Yimeng couldn't help asking, but as soon as she finished speaking, her small red mouth widened as she stared blankly at Yang Kai. "Shocked you broke through again?" The Qiu family's first young lady was now an Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage Master, so as long as Yang Kai didn't deliberately hide his aura, she would definitely be able to see through him at a glance. Only now did she understand why Yang Kai had arrived so late. Since he was about to break through, naturally he wouldn't have time to spare. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng's complexion became much better, and she even felt happy for Yang Kai. And Yang Kai nodded lightly, gently clenching his fists. Yuan Qi 9th stage, only one step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary. At this moment, the strength flowing through his body was undoubtedly much stronger than before. "What we do next depends on you." Qiu Yimeng's expression became serious as she shifted the topic to the current battle. Before Yang Kai could answer, she first threw out her own idea. "I'm afraid it's not realistic to kill them all. I think we should stop while we're ahead. If you lead Xiao Shun and Ying Jiu to capture Yang Kong, not only will we be able to win, but we can also try to subdue the surviving cultivator and enrich our strength." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "It's impossible. I know it's difficult, but how can you be so sure if you don't try?" Qiu Yimeng furrowed her brow. Yang Kai was a good person, but he was a bit arbitrary. Once he decided on something, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. Subdue those martial artists who were still alive. It was indeed difficult. After all, both sides had just fought to the death, and their hands were stained with each other's blood. If I say it can't be subdued, then it can't be subdued. Yang Kai obviously didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Qiu Yimeng didn't say anything and just glared at him hatefully, although her expression didn't change. In fact, she also agreed with Yang Kai's opinion. Just like the 5 experts of the Duanmu clan, the Duanmu clan had suffered heavy casualties that night. If Yang Kong and Yang Ying wanted to subdue them, would they submit? Definitely not. This was a blood feud. Tonight's battle, the major forces in Yang Kang's mansion had suffered huge losses. So how could they come to join Yang Kai? Even if they were to take a step back, even if they were to seek refuge, how could they peacefully coexist with Yang Kai's original allies in the future? Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred when they met. Staying together every day was bound to lead to chaos. Even if Yang Kai's personality was charming, it was impossible for them to let go of their blood feud. Since we can't subdue them, let's end this quickly. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath, her face filled with helplessness. Since Yang Kai had arrived, he could now take Ying Jiu and Xiao Shun to defeat and capture Yang Kong. With the current strength of Yang Kang's defenses, There was no way he could resist the attacks of two blood warriors. But who would have thought that Kai Yang would just let out a sinister laugh, the corners of his mouth rising? A quick battle. I've only just arrived. What do you want to do? The Chiu family's first young lady stared blankly. I want to make them despair. Yang Kai's face became cold as he glanced over at Chiu Yimeng. Don't forget, if I don't make these people despair and fear me, they will seek refuge with someone else and become my enemies. And the one they would seek refuge with would undoubtedly be Yang Zhao. There was no doubt about this. After all, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers. Looking at Yang Kai's grin, Chiu Yimeng suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if she was imagining a scene of broken walls, mountains of corpses, and rivers of blood. She had never expected that Yang Kai's appetite would be so big. Yang Kai's appearance was naturally not hidden from Yang Kang's eyes. At this moment, Yang Kang's eyes were filled with anger as he glared up at him. His face filled with anger as he shouted, "Ninth brother!" Yang Kai smiled and greeted him. "Fifth brother, good evening." Seeing this, Yang Kong almost coughed up blood in anger, nodding repeatedly. Good, ninth brother, you really are ruthless. Fifth brother thanks you for your guidance. Yang Kai's smile slowly converged as he said lightly, Xiao Shun, Ingzhou, come with me. Xiao Shun grinned and nodded, while Ingzhou remained silent in the darkness. Glancing down, Yang Kai randomly chose a spot on the battlefield and rushed straight down. Yang Kang's cultivator, who had already fallen into a complete disadvantage, suddenly saw Yang Kai lead the two blood warriors into the fray, and the situation quickly turned around. These cultivators had a headache facing Yang Kai's attacks and harassment. If they tried to fight back, they would immediately be killed by the two blood warriors. But if they didn't fight back, Yang Kai's combat strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Even an immortal Ascension boundary master couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Wherever Yang Kai went, it could be said that he was unstoppable, and the situation was clear. He was like a sharp spear, his momentum like a rainbow, moving in and out of the enemy's formation as he pleased, unstoppable. The Yang family's rules for blood warriors to participate in the battle were all used by him, almost like a cheat, making his opponents powerless to resist. Everyone was thrown off their feet, howling miserably as despair filled the air. Yang Kang's expression quickly changed from anger to frustration. He really didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. He had already occupied an absolute advantage, but he had ignored him and his flag, instead choosing to go in and out of the crowd, leading the two blood warriors to slaughter his own side. In the midst of the chaos, a cultivator suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kang. The helpless Yang Kang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly asked, "Where's my second brother?" When he learned that his mansion had been attacked tonight, Yang Kang had sent a messenger to inform Yang Zhao to bring reinforcements, but it wasn't until now that this messenger had arrived. The cultivator quickly said, "Fifth young lord, second young lord was unable to come." "What?" Yang Kang was startled, grit his teeth, and roared, "What happened?" "Eldest young lord brought some people, and is currently harassing second young lord, so he can't send anyone here." Yang Kang's expression instantly became desperate, his body stumbling back as he muttered, "How could this be?" It didn't make sense that as soon as he was attacked, his eldest brother had to restrain his second brother. Did this mean that his ninth brother had joined forces with his eldest brother? "Fifth young lord, second young lord asked me to bring you a message." The cultivator opened his mouth, but hesitated, his eyes flashing. "What message?" Yang Kang's eyes flashed with a last glimmer of hope. "Second young lord said," the cultivator wore a bitter expression as he stammered, "that you should admit defeat. In any case, ninth brother won't kill you." After a pause, he added, "Those were second young lord's exact words." "Admit defeat?" Yang Kang repeated, suddenly throwing his head back and laughing loudly. "I admit defeat? How could I?" Yang Kong, admit defeat. His expression of despair suddenly turned ferocious and excited. He became somewhat hysterical as he madly roared, "Ninth brother!" This roar spread through almost half of War City, and everyone who heard it couldn't help trembling. This was a roar filled with unwillingness and fighting spirit. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of slaughtering the enemy, heard this and immediately flew up into the air, looking down at Yang Kong with an indifferent expression. "Ninth brother, everyone underestimated you, including fifth brother. Fifth brother's defeat is not unjust, but if you want to beat me, you have to beat me head on. Do you dare?" Yang Kang's eyes were burning like flames, without the slightest trace of desperation, as if he was the current winner. "Good." Yang Kai smiled lightly and agreed to Yang Kang's request, quickly changing the subject. "But I have a request." "Speak." Yang Kong took a deep breath and seemed to calm down. "After tonight, all the surviving cultivators in your house will scram from War City." Yang Kong was startled but immediately understood what he meant and sneered. "Are you afraid they'll seek refuge with second brother? What do you think?" Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. He wasn't afraid. He now had the absolute advantage and could completely kill all these people, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Yang Kong believed that if he didn't agree to this request, Yang Kai would really do such a thing, beat the snake to death, and let the tiger return to the mountain will eventually lead to disaster. Knowing that if he let these people live, they would still try to oppose him in the future, no one would show mercy. The reason why he made such a request was obviously because Yang Kai didn't want to be too ruthless. "Good." Yang Kong nodded, leapt up, and flew up into the sky with Tang Yuxian. Since he was destined to lose, he had to lose heroically. Being hesitant was not the style of the Yang family. Tang Yuxian took half a step forward and stood in front of Yang Kong, a bitter smile on her face as she stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little lord, this day has finally come. If it weren't for the accident with Chu Gao-yi and Ing Jiu, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng would now be following Yang Kai, laughing as they watched him reap one harvest after another. But the heavens made fools of people. Even if Tang Yuxian was unwilling, she had no choice but to become an enemy of Yang Kai. Yuxian, this time you don't need to intervene. This is a matter between me and ninth brother." Yang Kong also knew the relationship between Tang Yuxian and Yang Kai and shook his head slightly. "Fifth young lord," Tang Yuxian smiled, a small dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Blood warriors have their own principles. Protecting the young lords is the reason we blood warriors participate in the inheritance war. Even if you don't allow it, I will still participate." Yang Kong couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Choosing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian as his followers, Yang Kang's original intention was to disgust Yang Kai. Over the past few months, he had been quite suspicious of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's loyalty, especially when he became enemies with Yang Kai, fearing that these two would not distinguish between public and private interests. But now it seemed that he had been thinking too much. At this final juncture, Tang Yuxian was still fulfilling her responsibility as a blood warrior. "I'll accompany Yuxian." Ing Jiu suddenly appeared. Chapter 487. The two blood warriors stared at each other calmly. Suddenly, the yuan qi in their bodies surged, gradually becoming violent. Soon, whether it was Tang Yuxian or Ing Jiu, the vitality in their bodies soared. Whether it was their aura or their yuan qi, they broke through layer after layer and reached a new realm. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Now, both of them had reached the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. Asterisk Xiao Xiao. Asterisk the two figures disappeared at the same time, leaving only two red lights in the night sky, constantly colliding with each other. The old demon, who was wreaking havoc in the crowd, felt these fluctuations and couldn't help looking up, his expression slightly dignified. Sure enough, they have some skill. With his Mad Tyrant Blood Skill activated, the old demon knew that these two were still not his opponents in a one-on-one fight, but if he wanted to win, it would definitely take him a long time. Tang Yuxian was distracted by Ying Zhou, Tu Feng was under the Qi binding seal, and Yang Kong now had no one to protect him. "Fifth brother, please." Yang Kai stared at him, his expression calm. Yang Kang's expression became solemn as he took a deep breath, his eyes flashing a cold light, his aura gradually becoming more and more dangerous, but his expression became calmer and calmer. Not bad, Yang Kai thought to himself. He suddenly discovered that his fifth brother's temperament was actually not so childish. Among the younger generation of cultivators of the same cultivation, he should be considered one of the top. In battle, the more furious one was, the easier it was to fall into a passive state. A cultivator would compete. Momentum, cultivation, methods, experience, and even more so, temperament. Once one's temperament was affected by external factors during a fight, it would be difficult to display their full strength, and some fatal flaws may even appear. A cultivator who was in a rage would find it difficult to act rationally in battle. Gradually, the rhythm of the battle would be taken over, and they would lose their lives. As soon as Yang Kong was ready to fight, he immediately calmed down, obviously already possessing the demeanor of a master. If he was given another 20 years, he would definitely be able to grow into a tyrant. However, he was still too young. Yang Kai was younger than him, but the two of them had different experiences. Different experiences naturally led to different perspectives when looking at problems. Ninth brother, you being able to fight Lu Qing, Yao means that your fifth brother is definitely not your opponent. Yang Kong said calmly. Saying these words, he didn't feel ashamed at all. But if you want to beat me, you'll have to pay a price. As he spoke, Yang Kai waved his hand, and suddenly a compass-like object. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kong in amazement, frowning slightly. Why bother? I'm a member of the Yang family. You know the temperament of the Yang family. Yang Kong sneered, but his expression was indifferent. Yang Yang's Yang, Yang Qi, Yang of you, of Yang, of Yang of course Yang Qi, or Yang of Yang Qi like a snake, Yang Qi, Yang of Yang Qi, Yang of Yang Qi, Yang S. Kong just calmly looked at the incoming palm print and didn't even try to avoid it. Asterisk Peng Asterisk Yang Kong let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, but at the same time, he threw his head back and laughed. Ninth brother, try the power of your fifth brother's mysterious grade artifact. The compass-like object in his hand seemed to have swallowed up all of his Yuan Qi in an instant, releasing a burst of light as a palpitating energy fluctuation suddenly filled the air. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk bolts of lightning as thick as human legs suddenly shot out from the compass. These bolts of lightning were like flood dragons emerging from the sea, each with a pair of horns on their heads. Each of these lightning bolts was over a dozen meters long and were extremely lifelike. Opening their bloody maws, they viciously bit towards Yang Kai, who was chasing after them. Yang Kai stopped abruptly, and his figure flickered a few times, retreating 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The lightning dragon-like attack disappeared into the night sky, but Yang Kai still felt a chill run down his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai summoned his 1,000 blossoming blood begonia, 1,000 petals fluttering around him, forming an impenetrable defense. Without warning, the lightning dragons that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared around Yang Kai, and once again attacked him fiercely. Flower petals fluttered, and the lightning dragons flickered. The two collided, and a violent explosion rang out. Looking at Yang Kai, who was surrounded by the lightning dragons, Yang Kong grinned bitterly. He didn't use any probing attacks at all, nor did he hesitate, using his most powerful attack because he knew that with his ninth brother's cultivation, he only had one chance. Unfortunately, he had only managed to refine half of this artifact. This compass was the mysterious grade artifact Yang Kai had obtained during the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake. It contained the mysteries and power of lightning. Once it was completely refined, Yang Kong would be able to rely on this artifact to fight against an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any time to do so. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only use this semi-finished artifact as a final blow. The price he had to pay for this was enormous. Without fully refining this artifact, Yang Kong couldn't control it at all. The moment the lightning dragons shot out, Yang Kong also suffered a huge backlash. What's more, the lightning dragons couldn't be summoned back, so after this one strike, the compass was completely destroyed. Unless an artifact refining Grandmaster could repair it and collect the power of the lightning, it would be restored to its original state. This method was extremely harmful to both the cultivator and the artifact, so before an artifact was completely refined, no cultivator dared to use it lightly. This was different from when Lu Qing Yao had sacrificed the Water Moon Blue Wave armor. After sacrificing the Water Moon Blue Wave armor, this mysterious grade artifact had completely disappeared without even a chance to be repaired, but it still wouldn't bring any harm to Lu Qing Yao. But Yang Kong was satisfied. No matter how strong his ninth brother was, he couldn't block the attack of a mysterious grade artifact, right? As long as he could injure him, Yang Kong could achieve his goal. Even if he was defeated, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Qiu Yimeng also looked at Yang Kai, who was wrapped in the lightning dragons with a look of worry on her face. Her palms were wet with sweat as she naturally noticed how tyrannical these lightning dragons were. She didn't know whether Yang Kai could block them or not. But when she saw Xiao Shun still standing beside her with an indifferent look on his face, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling relieved. If Yang Kai was really in danger, Xiao Shun wouldn't just stand by and watch. Since he didn't move, it meant that Yang Kai's life was not in danger. Hua. Bright red petals suddenly floated down from the sky. These petals danced in the air and sprinkled down in droves. A strong fragrance wafted through the air. The 1,000 blossoming blood begonia's defense had been broken. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help exclaiming, but before she had time to catch her breath, a fierce suction force suddenly appeared around Yang Kai. There seemed to be a vortex. This vortex was fiercely pulling in the lightning dragons, and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't resist the suction force of this vortex. Soon, the flickering lightning dragons disappeared, and Yang Kai appeared in front of everyone's eyes, unscathed. At this moment, he was holding a tabletop-sized bone shield in his hand. On the front of this bone shield was an open, terrifying beast mouth. Inside this beast mouth, it seemed that one could vaguely see flashing sparks. A mysterious grade artifact is really powerful. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 1,000 blossoming blood begonia couldn't resist the attack of the mysterious grade artifact, so he had no choice but to summon this bone shield. It swallowed the lightning dragons. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Yang Kong couldn't help cursing, and immediately after, his figure swayed and fell from the sky. The mysterious grade artifact had sucked up all of his yuan qi, so he was no longer able to fight. He had hoped that his strongest attack would be able to create some trouble for Yang Kai, preferably injuring him. As for killing Yang Kai, Yang Kong had never thought of doing so, not to mention Yang Kai's cultivation. Yang Kong didn't have the ability to kill him, and even if he did, Yang Kong wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. After all, the two of them were still brothers. Yang Kong had never imagined that he would be able to use this bone shield. Yang Kong suddenly found this difficult to accept, his mood becoming complex. Xiao Shun glanced over at Yang Kai, and seeing him nod to him, Xiao Shun leapt out and caught Yang Kong, who was still falling from the air, and put him on the ground, grinning. "Fifth young lord, thank you for letting me win. What are you so proud of?" Yang Kong coldly snorted, his expression ugly. It wasn't you who beat me. Yang Kang's face was completely black as he bristled with anger. When he released the lightning dragons just now, he had also been electrocuted. His body was injured, and his expectations had dropped, so it would be strange if his complexion wasn't good. Xiao Shun suppressed his smile and nodded. Fifth young lord, please don't be angry. Quickly return to the central capital and heal your wounds. It's none of your business. Yang Kang's mood was obviously not very good, so Xiao Shun no longer paid any attention to him and quickly returned. The battle between the two Yang family young lords was decided in a single move, and the cultivator below gradually calmed down, no longer resisting. After all, Yang Kong had already been captured. In the inheritance war, he had been eliminated, so there was no point in continuing to resist. On the other side, Gao Rangfeng looked at Huastars somewhat incredulously and shook his head with a wry smile. Young Lord Hua, the fifth young lord has already been eliminated. There's no need for us to continue. The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Why are you in such a hurry? They are them. We are us. Come on, let's continue. Huastars said with a wretched smile, full of enthusiasm. Gao Rangfeng helplessly nodded. This Gao admits that young lord whose skill is superior. I am not his opponent. He was also quite speechless, never having thought that this playboy who had done nothing would actually be able to surpass him in terms of cultivation. This was impossible. When did Huastars become so strong? Why didn't you say so earlier? Huastars laughed, hearing Gao Rangfeng admit defeat. His mood greatly improved. Brother Gao, even if we fight, our friendship is still there, right? Yes, yes. Gao Rangfeng didn't like Huastars and felt somewhat ashamed to be associated with this person. So although he said so, in his heart, he couldn't help thinking that the two of them didn't have any friendship. Next time I'll invite you to visit a brothel, Huastars said without restraint. Gao Rangfeng's face went black as he didn't dare to answer. We're all men, you know. The Hua family young lord's brow twitched obscenely. Chapter 488. The dust settled. Yang Kong had been defeated. However, in a certain corner of the battlefield, Dong Qinghan was ravaging the Lu family's young master. Lu Song's strength wasn't bad. A few days ago, he had fought with Dong Qinghan at Pijing Lake, so they were familiar with each other's details. Tonight, Dong Qinghan had deliberately sought him out, and Lu Song had accepted the challenge without hesitation. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few days, Dong Qinghan's strength had actually increased greatly. After a brief battle, Lu Song was defeated, not even having a chance to fight back, being chased around by Dong Qinghan. Is this guy on steroids or something? How come he's so strong tonight? Lu Song was beaten black and blue, quickly fleeing in panic. Run. Run for this young master. Run faster. Dong Qinghan's face was cold, his fat body exuding an indescribable elegance, and in a flash he appeared in front of Lu Song and slapped him across the face. Lu Song raised his hand to block, but how could he have known that his opponent's speed was so fast that before he could even react, the direction of his palm had changed? With a loud slap, half of Lu Song's face went numb. As the saying goes, when you hit someone, don't hit their face. When cursing someone, don't expose their shortcomings. Dong Qinghan's vile behavior almost made Lu Song vomit blood. He was the young lord of a first-class family, with so many pairs of eyes watching him on this battlefield. If word of this spread out, how could he ever maintain a foothold in the future? Dong Qinghan, don't go too far. Lu Song hurriedly retreated, opening up some distance between him and Dong Qinghan. I'm going too far. So what? Dong Qinghan slapped him again. Asterisk pa. Asterisk Lu Song was so angry that he completely lost his composure, unable to block any of the moves he could have blocked. Suffering another slap, Lu Song's eyes went red. Blind fool, still not leaving War City. Dong Qinghan spat as he continued to slap Lu Song. Cousin Lu Song screamed at the top of his lungs, shouting into the void. Cousin, your mother. Dong Ching Han slapped him again. Up in the sky, Chiu Meng glanced down and shook her head slightly, ignoring Lu Song's cry for help. On the day he was driven out of his house by Yang Kai, Chiu Meng had privately talked to him the next day, urging him to leave War City as soon as possible and not meddle in the muddy waters of the Inheritance War. Chiu Meng's intentions were good. She knew that he had eyes but couldn't see. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Qing is Yang's tea? But not only did this little brat not appreciate his kindness, after recovering from his injuries, he even sought out Yang Kong as a backer, intending to oppose Yang Kai. It was already too late for him to ask for help now. Dong Ching Han wasn't going to kill him, so teaching him a lesson and humiliating him was a good idea. Perhaps it would make him realize that the Inheritance War wasn't something he could participate in. After Yang Kong fell from the sky, everyone had stopped what they were doing. Only Dong Ching Han continued to teach Lu Song a lesson, causing the latter to squeal like a pig being slaughtered. It made one's hair stand on end. Yang Kong Mansion was in a state of desolation. They had suffered heavy losses in this battle. More than half of their men were killed or injured. No one had thought that it would end up like this. Everyone thought that even if Yang Kang's forces weren't the strongest, they weren't the weakest either. Even if someone came to fight, it would be impossible to defeat them. But the bloody reality sobered them up. Yang Kai had silently gained the power to overpower all the Yang family young lords. Looking at the figure in the sky, many people showed a look of frustration and powerlessness. Take out the flag. Yang Kai shouted coldly. Xiao Shun's body shook. Rushing into the middle hall of Yang Kang's mansion, he picked up the flag and openly walked out. No one stopped him, and no one dared to stop him. The loss of the flag also meant that Yang Kong had been eliminated in a real sense. Lying on the ground, Yang Kong slowly closed his eyes. From now on, everything in War City had nothing to do with him. I'll give you all a chance to live. Looking down at the surviving cultivator in Yang Kang's house, Yang Kai shouted. Everyone couldn't help holding their breath and listening attentively. Collect all the supplies in my fifth brother's house and deliver them to my house. Don't ever set foot in War City again. Otherwise, I'll kill without mercy. No one answered, and no one accused him of acting like a bandit. This was what Yang Kai deserved. After experiencing tonight's slaughter, the cultivator here didn't have the courage to stay. What's more, Yang Kong had previously agreed to Yang Kai's conditions. So, with him speaking, these people who had pledged allegiance to him should obey. Don't understand? If you don't understand, there's no need for you to leave. Yang Kai stared down with an unkind expression. We understand. Ninth young lord, rest assured. Immediately, someone shouted, fearing that Yang Kai's people would kill again. And Yang Kai nodded slightly. We should hurry back. Chiu Meng's expression was dignified, as she said with some unease, I wanted to end this quickly, but you've delayed for so long. There aren't many people left in the house, and we don't know whether Yang Shen and Yang Ying have taken action yet. Currently, Yang Kai's house only had a small number of people. If Yang Shen and Yang Ying received news of this, if they were ruthless enough, they could lead a large number of people and seize the flag while Yang Kai's rear was undefended. Even if Chu Gao Yi was there to protect them, it wouldn't be enough. I did it deliberately. Yang Kai smiled lightly. What do you mean? Sixth brother and seventh brother should have already taken action, right? Yang Kai replied casually, Are you sure they've already taken action? Chiu Meng's beautiful face paled slightly. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Then you're not worried at all? Chiu Meng was anxious to death. She really didn't understand why Yang Kai had deliberately delayed for so long to allow Yang Shen and Yang Ying to receive the news. What are you worried about? The flag is fine. Yang Kai shook his head. Although Chu Gao Yi alone wasn't enough to guarantee the safety of the flag, there was still Meng Wuya in the house. Treasurer Meng had said he wouldn't intervene in the inheritance war, but if there really was a crisis, he wouldn't just sit back and watch. Yang Kai had confidence in him. Tonight is an opportunity. Yang Kai chuckled. This place is closer to Sixth Brother's house. So let's go there. Chiu Yimeng was stunned. Staring at him blankly, she asked, "How much are you planning to do tonight?" "As much as I can," Yang Kai replied casually. Tonight was a rare opportunity. Yang Kai had refined a mysterious grade artifact many days in advance, the return of the old demon, and in Jiu's recovery were all advantages Yang Kai could take advantage of. These advantages could only be exposed once, so the next time his brothers were psychologically prepared, they wouldn't have much effect. Yang Zhao Mansion. Yang Zhao smiled helplessly, leading a group of cultivators. Yang Zhao confronted Yang Wei in front of the house. The two brothers had been talking all night, and their mouths were dry. They didn't fight. Yang Zhao knew that his eldest brother had come to restrain him and prevent him from mobilizing his forces. So naturally he had no intention of fighting. Someone hurried over, coming to Yang Zhao's side, and whispering in his ear. Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, someone else came to Yang Wei's side and said the same thing. After a moment, the two brothers glanced at each other, and Yang Zhao asked, "Eldest brother, what kind of background does ninth brother have? Do you know?" "I know a little, but I didn't expect him to be so strong." Yang Wei nodded gently. Yang Kong would be eliminated. This was what the two of them had expected. However, Yang Kai's side basically didn't lose any manpower, which made the two of them feel a little surprised. Whether it was Yang Wei or Yang Zhao, they both thought that even if their ninth brother could defeat their fifth brother, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, one was attacking while the other was defending. The latter had the advantage of time and location. Now that the news had come, no matter who it was, they couldn't help showing a trace of shock and fear. "Eldest brother, listen to me. How about joining forces with me? Ninth brother is so strong. This time with fifth brother, he will only grow stronger and stronger. If we don't join forces now, we won't have another chance." Yang Wei's brow wrinkled, but he didn't answer immediately. Yang Zhao smiled and said, "Eldest brother, what are you hesitating for? Ninth brother is strong now. If I'm not wrong, his next target will be sixth brother or seventh brother. After defeating sixth brother and seventh brother, we will become his next target. Do you still want to join forces with him to destroy me first?" Yang Wei shook his head. Joining forces with him is only limited to this one time. However, if he wants to destroy sixth brother and seventh brother, I'm afraid it will take some time. When he really sets his sights on you and me, it won't be too late for us to join forces. Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Good. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Yang Wei no longer said anything and led his group away. Watching Yang Wei's figure disappear, Yang Zhao's brow couldn't help wrinkling as he muttered, ninth brother, what kind of subordinates do you have? How could they accomplish such a feat?" After hesitating for a moment, Yang Zhao hurriedly found the man who had just reported and asked him about the battle in Yang Kang's house. When he learned about the bloody methods of the old demon, Yang Zhao's expression couldn't help changing greatly. Isn't he an evil demon? In this subordinate's opinion, that is indeed the conduct of an evil demon. The cultivator camp in Fifth Young Lord's house was completely destroyed by this man. If it weren't for him, Fifth Young Lord wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Before the artifact snatching battle, the forces gathered by his brothers were basically equal. Even if there was some gap, it wasn't big. Therefore, no one dared to take the initiative to attack others, giving others an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. But after the artifact snatching battle, Yang Kai's house had suddenly opened up a gap in strength between him and his brothers, which made Yang Zhao feel a little strange. Where did this cruel evil demon come from? Why had he never heard of him before? Xin Yang Zhao called out softly. What is second young master's orders? Yi Xianro walked up and asked softly. Have you found any news about the master I asked you to inquire about? Yi Xianro slowly shook her head. Not yet. After that person appeared at Pijing Lake, he disappeared. Continue to investigate. Yang Zhao frowned. Be sure to find that person and try to use them as much as possible. The mysterious master who appeared at Pijing Lake had snatched the 8th mysterious grade artifact, so not only did Yang Kai care about her identity, Yang Zhao also cared about her. If he could win over such a mysterious master, Yang Zhao wouldn't need to fear Yang Kai. With this hope in mind, Yang Zhao naturally spared no effort to inquire about this person, but unfortunately, after so many days, there had been no news. Chapter 489. Tonight, Yang Kai suddenly launched a large-scale attack on Yang Kong, while Yang Wei led his forces to pin down Yang Zhao. The two battlefields were filled with smoke, and the situation suddenly became tense. After Yang Shun received the news, he immediately saw an opportunity to exploit, and immediately sent a message to Yang Ying. The two of them led a large number of people to take advantage of Yang Kai's weakness to seize the flag, and eliminate him in one fell swoop. At this time, Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, and Yang Kong all had their hands full. Their cultivators were scattered all over the place, so even if they took action, they didn't have to worry about the safety of their own rear. In order to ensure victory, whether it was Yang Shen or Yang Ying, both of them had brought their only remaining blood warrior and around 70% of their cultivators. They only wanted to end this battle quickly and break through Yang Kai's defenses as soon as possible. One couldn't blame Yang Shen for being so ambitious. Anyone else would have made such a decision. It could be said that this decision was the correct one. However, Yang Shen had misjudged the situation. He thought that Yang Kai and Yang Kong would fight for a long time, and that he and Yang Ying would easily seize the flag hanging in the central hall of Yang Kai's mansion. In his fantasy, perhaps by the time he and Yang Ying won the flag and returned triumphantly, Yang Kai and Yang Kang's battle hadn't yet been decided. This was enough time to take advantage of. The two sides acted in a hurry and soon gathered in Yang Kai's mansion. After a series of fierce attacks, the cultivator in Yang Kai's mansion was unable to resist and was forced to retreat again and again. The only forces left in Yang Kai's mansion were 10,000 Flower Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, Xiong Family, Reflecting Moon Sect, Blood Battle Gang, and Ghost King Valley. How could these people resist the attacks of Yang Shen and Yang Ying's cultivator? Qiu Yimeng and Huastars were not present, so everyone was like a headless fly. 10,000 Flower Palace's first senior Sister Han Shao Qi didn't panic and calmly issued orders. Under her command, everyone gradually stabilized their footing. However, the disparity in strength still made everyone feel powerless and forced to retreat. Yang Shen and Yang Ying were overjoyed when they saw this and quickly ordered people to rush to the central hall to seize the flag. Chu Gao, with his own strength, blocking the enemy and activating his Mad Tyrant blood skill, it was like a single man guarding a pass. Gao Yimeng Qi. After a long battle, Yang Shen and Yang Ying both became anxious. At that moment, one of their cultivator subordinates, Yang Kong, Yang Kai's defeat. Yang Kai led his subordinates and retreated from Yang Kang's mansion. Yang Shen and Yang Ying were shocked and no longer dared to hesitate, personally leading their blood warriors to charge into the fray, hoping to end the battle before Yang Kai returned. Chu Gao was powerful, but in the end, he was only one person, any one of the blood warriors around Yang Shen, and Yang Ying was more than enough to delay him. With 2 Yang family young lords and 2 blood warriors joining the fray, Chu Gao, he was really outnumbered and unable to defend the central temple. Just as the flag was within reach, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. He had an unyielding expression on his face, as if he was doing something he was very unwilling to do. He easily blocked the cultivators who came to seize the flag. Yang Shun and Yang Ying's eyes were bloodshot. Victory was in sight, but they didn't know where this old man had come from. How could they be willing to give up? Yang ordered his numerous cultivator subordinates to attack again, but the old man's strength was too tyrannical. Together with Chu Gao Yi and Yang Kai's immortal ascension boundary cultivator, they arranged an airtight defense in front of the central hall that even a mosquito couldn't fly in. After a long struggle, Yang Shun and Yang Ying both despaired. But what made them feel strange was that Yang Kai still hadn't returned. While they were puzzled, the two of them suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Before they could finish their thoughts, a cultivator rushed over in a panic and reported, "Sixth young lord. The ninth young lord seems to have taken people to his house and hasn't returned." Hearing this, Yang Shun suddenly felt like he had been doused with a basin of cold water, his entire body going cold. He had tried to seize the flag while Yang Kai's defense was weak, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had the same idea after attacking Yang Kong? "Sixth brother." Yang Ying glanced sadly at Yang Shun. "Return." Yang Shun waved his hand. How could he dare hesitate? Yang Shun couldn't take this place, and his own house was on fire, so he didn't want to stay. Yang Ying gritted his teeth and glared hatefully at the old man. He didn't stay any longer and left with Yang Shun. Just as he was halfway there, Yang Shun saw quite a few cultivators from his mansion running towards him in panic. His face immediately turned ashen. "Sixth young lord." The cultivator who was rushing over also saw Yang Shun, Yang Ying, and the others and hurriedly approached them, sobbing and crying as he spoke. "Ninth young master is such a bastard. He rushed into the mansion and burned, killed, and looted. We couldn't stop him and lost the flag." Yang Shun couldn't help but stagger, a trace of grief and despair appearing on his face. He was truly muddle-headed about his defeat. Yang Kong had been eliminated. At the very least, it was Yang Kai who led a frontal attack. Yang Kong wasn't his opponent and was defeated. As for himself, all because of his greed, he had been careless. He hadn't expected the battle between Yang Kai and Yang Kai to end so quickly, nor had he expected the defenses of Yang Kai's house to be so strong. One wrong move, and the whole game was lost. "Sixth brother." Yang Ying pursed his lips, not knowing how to comfort him, only calling out softly. Yang Shun's expression suddenly calmed down, and he said in a low voice, "Seventh brother, take this sixth brother and exchange him for some supplies from the family. In addition, all the cultivator in my house will be handed over to you." "Sixth brother." Yang Ying's face was filled with emotion, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. The two of them were blood brothers, so in the inheritance war, naturally, they would help each other. With the flag lost, Yang Shun was now eliminated, so the only thing he could do was naturally increase Yang Ying's strength. "What are you waiting for?" "Ninth brother's appetite is big. After he's finished with my house, he'll definitely go to yours. Hurry up and return," Yang Shun shouted angrily. Yang Ying suddenly woke up and didn't bother to say anything to Yang Shun, hurriedly leading his people back. "Sixth young lord, since you've been eliminated, Luo Hai will withdraw. First," "The blood warrior next to Yang," Shun suddenly said. Yang Shun glanced at him and smiled bitterly. "You're going to join ninth brother?" Luo Hai nodded gently. He didn't deny it. "You've been waiting for this day for a long time, right?" Yang Shun smiled contemptuously, a trace of resentment in his voice. Luo Hai's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't answer. "Why do all of you blood warriors want to join ninth brother? Does he have such great ability to make all of you so willingly surrender?" Yang Shun's face was filled with envy, but also a deep sense of powerlessness. Blood warriors know how to repay kindness, The reason we all chose to join ninth young lord, sixth young lord should understand, Luo Hai replied. Just because he used Chu Gao Yi and Ning Jiu? Is that enough to make all of you so grateful? Yes. Luo Hai nodded deeply. Yang Shin let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat disheartened. Waving his hand, he said, Go. You've worked hard all this time. Luo Hai cupped his fists. Turning around, he left, looking at Luo Hai's back. Yang Shin smiled bitterly. Using Chu Gao Yi and Ning Jiu, he had also had the opportunity to do so. Not only him, all the Yang family young lords who had contributed enough had this opportunity, but none of them had grasped it. Only ninth brother had the courage to do so. If he had used Chu Gao Yi and Ning Jiu, wouldn't all the blood warriors have surrendered to him now? Certainly. The premise was that he had been able to hold on until now. Chu Gao Yi and Ning Jiu were seriously injured at the time and couldn't display even 30% of their full strength, so no one dared ask them to follow him. Even now, Yang Shin still couldn't figure out what kind of method his ninth brother had used. Healing Chu Gao Yi and Ning Jiu's injuries had allowed them to grow to the point where they were now. Yang Shin's house. A group of people were happily counting the supplies in Yang Shin's house, carrying out boxes full of harvest. 70% of Yang Shin's people had been taken away by him. So when Yang Kai led his people here, without encountering any decent resistance, they were able to capture and occupy this mansion. It was an easy task. The cultivator and the house fled one after another, but Yang Kai didn't order his people to chase after them, instead ordering them to search for the supplies and take them away. Yen Lingxing greets the little lord. A burly man with a pockmarked face walked up to Yang Kai and said respectfully. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded slightly. This man was the blood warrior who had followed Yang Shin around Pajing Lake that day. Just like Tu Feng, after being hit by the Qi binding seal, his Yuan Qi had been sealed, and he was unable to use it. At this moment, apart from his strong physique, he was no different from an ordinary person. All the cultivator in Yang Shin's house had run away, leaving only him. Subordinate is willing to follow the little lord. I beg the little lord to fulfill this wish. Yen Lingxing quickly said, That was my intention. Yen Lingxing heard this and was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Qiu Yi Meng watched from the side, shaking her head and smiling bitterly. She had also read many ancient records of the Yang family's inheritance war and knew that in the past, whenever a Yang family young lord was defeated, the blood warriors around him would become the target of the other young lords. Often, because of these blood warriors who were temporarily without a master, the remaining young lords would erupt into great battles one after another in order to win over these blood warriors. But this time, all the blood warriors who had been defeated by the other young lords had, without exception, chosen to follow Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng couldn't understand what kind of charm this bastard had that made all the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall so willingly submit to him. If such a scene was seen by Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the others, wouldn't their eyes turn red with jealousy? Yang Kai, where are we going now? Feeling a headache coming on, Qiu Yimeng was too lazy to think about it and simply asked, Home. Where else do you want to go? Yang Kai glanced at her. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help curling her lips. I thought you wanted to go to Yang Ying's house. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't have such plans for the time being. Seventh brother's house should now be occupied by 2 groups of people. If we attack now, our losses won't be small. Let's wait a few more days. Tonight, the harvest is big enough. You're too modest. Qiu Yimeng snorted. The harvest was more than big enough. It was simply bountiful. Yang Kong was defeated. His flag and supplies were taken away. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian pledged allegiance to him. Yang Shun was also defeated. His flag and supplies were also taken away. Yen Lingxing and Luo Hai pledged allegiance to him. In just one night, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased. His supplies were abundant, and his future was bright. Chapter 490. The sun hung high in the sky, and the blue sky was clear. Yong Kai's mansion was bustling with activity, as if it was the new year, all the cultivators' faces beaming with joy. In last night's battle, Yong Kai had almost become the only winner, so these cultivators who had followed him here were naturally excited. Inside the courtyard, there were thousands of alchemy and artifact refining materials, a dazzling sight to behold. All of these materials had been plundered from Yong Kong and Yong Shun's houses. Before the start of the Inheritance War, Yong Kai had been collecting alchemy and artifact refining materials, so naturally everyone else had been doing the same. After the start of the Inheritance War, those who had taken refuge with Yong Kong and Yong Shun had also brought a lot of materials. Coupled with the materials they had collected over the past few months, it could be said that each of the young lords had amassed an amazing amount of wealth and materials. Now, the two sets of materials that originally belonged to Yong Kong and Yong Shun had been taken by Yong Kai. Furthermore, every box and every material was labeled with the name of the material, its function, its age, and so on. As long as a skilled artifact refiner or alchemist came over and took a look, they would immediately know how to use these materials. The leaders of all the forces had gathered here, their faces filled with excitement. Take a look and see if there are any materials you can use for cultivation. If there are any suitable materials, don't hesitate to take them yourself. Yong Kai ordered. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited, not even bothering to exchange pleasantries, and immediately began searching through the many materials. The women were more sensitive and hesitated for a while, but seeing Huixing and the others put away a lot of materials, they also grit their teeth and stepped forward to begin searching. A short time later, everyone found one or two materials suitable for their own use and happily put them away. Even Qiu Yimeng found a pearl-like object that exuded a faint light. She carefully wore it close to her chest. "Aren't you going to look around?" Qiu Yimeng glanced over at Yong Kai. "They're all mine. What am I looking for?" Yong Kai smiled lightly and ordered, "Have someone sort out these materials and sort them out properly. Send them to the pill room and the weapon refining room." "And I know," Qiu Yimeng nodded, not complaining at all, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Who's the next target?" "We'll talk about it when the time comes." After last night's battle, not only had he obtained these materials, but he had also obtained the loyalty of the four blood warriors: Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, Yan Lingxing. All of them were masters among masters, each of them having reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. However, Tu Feng and Yan Lingxing were both affected by the Qi binding seal and were currently seeking a way to remove it from Meng Wuya. Tang Yuxian and Yingzhou had also suffered heavy injuries in the battle. Similarly, Yingzhou also did not escape unscathed. Both of them used the mad tyrant blood skill, and in a real battle of swords and spears, neither held back. Friendship was friendship, but loyalty to the ideals of the Yang family made them protect the young masters. They spared no effort. Chu Gaoyi, while guarding the central temple last night, had once again suffered a heavy blow. The uncontrolled eruption of his Yuan Qi and spiritual energy had put a huge burden on his body. So, at this time, although Yong Kai seemed to have a strong army, he only had a few blood warriors. Only Xiao Shun and Luo Hai, who had recently joined them, relying solely on the two blood warriors and Old Demon to attack any one of the remaining three, they wouldn't be able to gain an overwhelming advantage. Especially now that Yang Ying had joined forces with Yang Shun's people, his strength had greatly increased, and he had become the one with the most allies. Eldest brother Yang Wei had always given off a calm and composed feeling, so Yong Kai estimated that he had not yet displayed his full strength. Needless to say, Yang Zhao was the most shrewd of the brothers, and was probably even more difficult to deal with than the current Yang Ying. Therefore, Yang Kai was not preparing to make any moves in the near future. First, the cultivator in his house needed to recover, and second, he himself needed to consolidate his Yuan Qi ninth stage strength. As long as he waited for the blood warriors to restore their strength, he would be able to act freely. News of last night's battle quickly spread throughout the central capital and War City. The results of Yang Kai's two brothers' battle had also shocked everyone. Old Demon's cruel methods were even more exaggerated and described as extremely bloody. Everyone knew that Yang Kai's house had an evil demon with unfathomable means. Secretly, they were shocked by Yang Kai's boldness. The central capital's 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land had always had an irreconcilable relationship. More than half a year ago, the two sides had fought a terrible war, and both sides had suffered losses. The Yang family patriarch, Yang Inghao, had been injured by the profound Yin Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King, and had been forced to use a secret technique to expel his injuries at the cost of 30 years of his life. In this sensitive period, Kai Yang actually dared to collude with these evil demons. It was simply too bold. If this was used by someone with good intentions, it was likely to bring about some unimaginable changes and turnaround in the inheritance war. What was surprising, though, was that when the old demon was slaughtering people in War City, the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters in the Seal Temple actually didn't intervene. Many couldn't help speculating whether the 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters had acquiesced to the actions of this demon. Looking back at the result of last night's battle, everyone knew that the Yang family had overreached themselves this time and helped Yang Kai achieve his amazing feat. The Yang family disliked the fact that the young lord's progress in the inheritance war was too slow, so they had used 1,000 artifacts as bait to lure them into battle. Finally, they had placed Qi binding seals on the 8 mysterious grade artifacts, imprisoning the 6 blood warriors. Without these 6 blood warriors stirring up trouble, the progress of the inheritance war would undoubtedly be much faster. However, Ingzhou suddenly lifted the Qi binding seal, and Yang Kai now had Xiao Shun by his side, which meant that Yang Kai now had 2 more top-level combatants than the other young lords. Without these 2 people, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to achieve the feat he did last night. In other words, the artifact snatching at Pijing Lake by the Yang family had indirectly helped Yang Kai achieve his goal. The twists and turns of this story were complicated, but some people were still able to see the ingenious connections. After this battle, the strength of Yang Kai's house had completely surpassed that of the other young lords. Everyone knew that if this continued, the one who would have the last laugh in the inheritance war would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. There was almost no suspense. Inside Yang Kai's house, everyone found suitable materials for their cultivation and went into retreat to cultivate. Yang Kai was preparing to find his little senior sister to relieve his physical and mental exhaustion and ask for some pills to cultivate when suddenly a voice called out from outside. "Ninth young lord, Lu Liang requests an audience. I hope ninth young lord will grant him an audience." Lu Liang. Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced over at Qiu Yimeng next to him. "Your uncle is here?" Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and frowned. "I'm afraid it's because of Lu Song. You go see him, I won't bother." Yang Kai said casually, "That's not good. He's here to see you. If you refuse to see him, it's a bit suspicious." "What's not good about it?" "He's just here to apologize because of Lu Song's actions. If I really go out, I'm afraid he won't be able to say anything. Your cousins, it doesn't matter if you speak openly. That's all." Yang Kai finished speaking, not waiting for Qiu Yimeng to continue, walking towards the back hall. Qiu Yimeng sighed, thinking that what Yang Kai said made sense. She ordered the cultivator next to her to deliver the materials in the courtyard to the pill room and artifact refining room before walking out, a helpless look on her face. Lu Liang had come to see her for what reason and what he would say. Chiu Yimeng could roughly guess, but because she had guessed it, she felt helpless. When she arrived at the door, Chiu Yimeng saw Lu Liang standing there, and behind him was the Lu family young master whose face was now swollen like a pig's head, Lu Song. Last night, he had been taught a terrible lesson by Dong Qinghan. When he thought of the fat man's outrageous methods, Lu Song couldn't help shuddering, but in his heart he was filled with hatred. This hatred was clearly displayed on his face at this moment. Seeing this, Chiu Yimeng secretly shook her head, thinking to herself that this young man really was a pile of mud. Lu Liang's expression was also extremely awkward. The inheritance war was a matter for the younger generation. Lu Liang, as the patriarch of the Lu family, shouldn't have personally come to visit Yang Kai, but his son's actions were too disappointing, so Lu Liang had no choice but to shamelessly make a trip here. However, when he arrived at the door, he was stopped by 2 cultivator guards. Coincidentally, these 2 cultivator guards were from the Dong family. As soon as they saw Lu Song, they immediately sneered and ridiculed him, making him feel ashamed. Although Lu Liang couldn't help smiling, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't beat these 2, even if he had the strength to do so. If he really did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed today. After all, there were many masters in Yang Kai's house. Uncle Lu! Chiu Yimeng showed a smile and greeted him warmly. Alleviating Lu Liang's embarrassment, young Lady Chiu personally greets this old man. This old man is truly ashamed. Lu Liang's posture was extremely low, his words humble, and while exchanging pleasantries, he turned around and glared at Lu Song. You still don't want to be polite? Lu Song was somewhat reluctant, but he still cupped his fists and said, Cousin. Chiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, not bothering to argue with him, simply saying, Come in and we'll talk. Hearing her say this, Lu Liang suddenly felt relieved. Chiu Yimeng welcoming him and obviously meant she still cared about the relationship between the 2 families and didn't intend to punish him. This meant that he had a chance to resolve this matter. After entering the side hall, Chiu Yimeng asked someone to serve them tea. Taking a sip, she asked, Uncle Lu, why have you come to War City? Ha! Lu Liang sighed deeply. First, young lady, I won't hide it from you. This old man has come here with a thick face. Compared to the future of the Lu family, this old man's face is nothing. If it weren't for this bastard doing such a despicable thing, how could this old man have come here? Saying so, he turned to Lu Song and shouted, Kneel. Lu Song was dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his swollen cheeks as he said incoherently, On what basis? Lu Liang angrily shouted, Because this old master is your father. Lu Liang stubbornly refused. I won't kneel. From childhood to now, I've never knelt before anyone. If you dare not kneel, I'll break your legs. If you're willing to, then go ahead and hit me. Lu Song wasn't worried at all. Since he was young, he had never been hit by Lu Liang. Lu Liang's attitude towards him was one of spoiling. R.S. Chapter 491. It had to be said that Lu Liang was an expert in managing the family, but when it came to teaching his son, he was somewhat lacking. The father and son pair continued to quarrel until Chiu Yimeng frowned and said indifferently, Uncle, if you just want to educate your son, you can go back to the Lu family. You don't have to stay here. Hearing the impatience and indifference in Chiu Yimeng's tone, Lu Liang was shocked. Ignoring his son, he walked over to Lu Song, lifted him up, and pressed him to the ground. Lu Song quickly restrained him. Lu Song's face flushed red as he knelt on the ground, feeling like his face had been swept away. Even his eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Liang. If you dare to be stubborn with this old master again, I'll cripple you right now. Lu Liang's expression was cold and calm. He wasn't joking. Seemingly aware of this, Lu Song didn't dare to say anything else. Eldest young lady must be joking. Lu Liang bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a sense of loss. She naturally understood Lu Liang's intentions, but with such an unruly son, anyone would have a headache. This Lu Song, in terms of character, was even worse than Hu Xing. Even though Hu Xing was arrogant and domineering, at least he had good eyesight and knew to follow Yang Kai. Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. Qiu Yimeng didn't want to look at Lu Song's face anymore, so she didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries. Lu Liang sighed and said, "This time, this old master was going to the central capital to see your father, but on the way here, I learned some news that surprised me greatly. When this little bastard was driven out of the house by the 9th young lord, he didn't even send a letter to the Lu family telling this old master the truth. Instead, he deliberately concealed it. This old master always thought he was working under the 9th young lord, but now that I've come out, I know he is actually working under the 5th young lord." "Uncle," Qiu Yimeng called out, implying that Lu Liang shouldn't talk about such trivial matters. Regardless of whether Lu Liang knew the truth or not, the most important thing right now was to find out. What Lu Liang wanted to do. Lu Liang's expression became awkward, no longer continuing what he had just said, and simply smiled. "Eldest young lady, this old man only wishes to ask, what is 9th young master's current attitude?" "His attitude?" Qiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment before smiling bitterly. "Uncle, you're making a big fuss over nothing." "Huh?" Lu Liang was somewhat puzzled. Yang Kai didn't take Lu Song seriously at all. He was beaten up like this only because of the Dong family. With Yang Kai's temperament, if Lu Song had really angered him, do you think he would have survived last night? "He dares to kill me." The corners of Lu Song's mouth twitched as he questioned sternly. "You can try and see if he dares to kill you." Qiu Yimeng's pretty face suddenly became cold. Lu Song felt a chill in his heart and immediately withdrew the arrogance on his face. "Uncle," Qiu Yimeng turned to Lu Liang and said in a calm tone, "Lu Song came to join us that day. I was also responsible for him being kicked out by Yang Kai, because I felt that he was not suitable to stay in Yang Kai's mansion. You should know what your own son is like. He stayed in Yang Kai. Sooner or later, he would die an unnatural death. So I encouraged him to do something so Yang Kai could find an excuse to drive him away." Lu Liang smiled bitterly and nodded. "First young lady's good intentions. This old man is grateful." The next day, I also talked to him and asked him to leave War City. However, he didn't listen and stayed. Joining Yang Kai is his freedom. Yang Kai doesn't even know about this news, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. He has no reason to blame you. If he doesn't want help, why can't he rely on others? Qiu Yimeng tried her best to convince Lu Liang. Now that he's like this, he can only blame himself. He can't blame anyone. Qiu Yimeng stared at Lu Liang. If you really want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for letting him participate in the inheritance war. It's this old man's fault for not teaching his son properly. Lu Liang said with a look of shame. He naturally knew what kind of character his son had, but the inheritance war was such a big event that he had wanted Lu Song to come out and experience the world so he could temper his character and inherit the Lu family's foundation. Before coming here, he had even warned Lu Song repeatedly. However, Lu Song had completely ignored his words. "Yang Kai doesn't mean to blame you. Uncle can rest assured that even if Yang Kai really becomes the patriarch of the Yang family, your Lu family won't be implicated because of this incident." Ooh. Hearing her say this, Lu Liang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. This was what he was most afraid of. Looking at the current situation, Yang Kai was certain to become the next patriarch of the Yang family. If one day he decided to settle the grudges of the inheritance war, the Lu family would suffer an unexpected calamity. Many thanks for first young lady's guidance. Lu Liang thanked her profusely, his expression relaxing, pausing for a moment before asking, "First young lady, this old man will ask again. Does ninth young lord still need help?" Chiu Yimeng looked up at him and chuckled. "Uncle, what do you want to do?" Lu Liang rubbed his hands and smiled. "This old man just wants this little bastard to atone for his crimes. Rest assured, as long as ninth young lord says the word, my Lu family will do its best this time without asking for anything in return." "I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity." Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. "First young lady, are you worried about that little bastard Lu Song? After suffering this loss, I think he should have learned his lesson. As long as... Uncle, when I was with Yang Kai and your Lu family, I said that if I were you, I would definitely choose Yang Kai as an ally." Yes, Lu Liang's expression was bitter. Chiu Yimeng had indeed said such a thing that day, but he hadn't taken it to heart, and had instead firmly believed in his own judgment. From the beginning, he had cared a little about Yang Kai, but later he had been irreverent towards him. The change in attitude was particularly obvious. "But you..." Chiu Yimeng sneered. 3 million silvers. Uncle, you're really generous." Lu Liang's old face went red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. 3 million silvers was indeed a lot, but for the Lu family and the Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. When Yang Kai left the Lu family, Lu Liang had only given him 3 million silvers, and this was only because he had a relationship with Xiao Fusheng from Medicine King's Valley, who knew that he would now be like the sun in the sky, bursting with popularity. If he had known earlier, Lu Liang would have firmly tied the Lu family to Kai Yang. If he wanted people, he would give them money. If he wanted supplies, he would give them supplies. How could he complain? How could he be irreverent towards him? Lu Liang's intestines turned green with regret. "It's too late, uncle. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is not the same as adding flowers to a brocade." Chiu Yimeng finished and stood up. "I have many things to attend to in the house, so I won't see uncle out." She then left. Lu Liang stood there in a daze, the expression on his face fluctuating, his heart filled with a complex mix of feelings and unspeakable depression. The Lu family was developed by him single-handedly. It was originally just a second-class force, but after hugging the big tree of the Chiu family, under the care of the Chiu family, it was gradually promoted to a first-class force. Over the years, Lu Liang had always wanted to further strengthen the Lu family, and the inheritance war was the best opportunity to do so. As long as he stood in the right position, the Lu family could definitely rise again. Unfortunately, there was originally a very good opportunity, but Lu Liang let it slip through his fingers. Even when Lu Song brought people and supplies to join the Yang family, there was still room to salvage the situation. If he had not sent Lu Song, and instead sent another young disciple to preside over this matter, perhaps right now he would have been able to laugh along with the cultivator in Yang Kai's house. Bastard. Lu Liang swung his hand and gave Lu Song a big slap in the face, directly sending him flying. His eyes were filled with resentment and disappointment. "Father, why did you hit me?" Lu Song covered his swollen cheek and stared at Lu Liang in disbelief. Lu Liang took a deep breath and quickly said, "The position of the family's successor. You should step down. Your little brother Yuan is more suitable than you." After this incident, Lu Liang finally realized that if the family was really handed over to Lu Song, it would only take a few years for the family to completely decline. Little brother Yuan is second uncle's son. Lu Song was stunned. "My decision is final. Go home." Lu Liang didn't even look at his son, crossing his arms behind his back and striding out. Behind him, Lu Song seemed to have lost his soul. It was as if he had never thought that because of the inheritance war, his position as the family's successor would be taken away. Inside his little senior sister's room, Yang Kai had already regarded it as his own and would stay here for a few days if he had nothing to do. After receiving a batch of newly refined pills from Xianing Chang, Yang Kai immediately devoted himself to his cultivation. Tu Feng and Yan Lingxing's qi binding seals would take at least a few days to lift, although Ing Jiu, Chu Gao Yi, and Tang Yuxian had all taken pills to refine the myriad drug milk. It would still take a few days for them to fully recover. Yang Kai was now only one step away from the immortal ascension boundary, so how could he slack off? While cultivating, Yang Kai also began refining artifacts. The huge role played by the bone shield made Yang Kai clearly realize the tyrannical power of mysterious grade artifacts. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror was naturally included in the list of artifacts he urgently needed to refine. With the nourishment of the mysterious grade pills refined by his little senior sister, the yuan qi consumed in refining artifacts was quickly replenished. Not only that, but his spiritual energy was also constantly probing the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Yang Kai's cultivation could almost be said to be multitasking, but in terms of efficiency and results, it was no slower than usual. Perceiving the complex and mysterious alchemic way of the true alchemic way, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed as he silently comprehended it. The alchemic way of the true alchemic way was very different from the experience and techniques of ordinary alchemists, and the mysteries it contained were difficult to measure with common sense. Connecting all the knowledge he had obtained from the true alchemic way in the past, Yang Kai now had a deeper understanding of alchemy. Imperceptibly, Yang Kai's precious experience had already far surpassed the standards of this world. The only thing he lacked was his own personal practice. However, he knew that there would be an opportunity. He was still young and had a long future ahead of him, so he could always try something different. Even prying into the mysteries of the martial Tao through alchemy was not impossible. Xiao Fusheng had also said that alchemy could not help one reach the peak of the martial Tao. Chapter 492. Time flew by, and Yang Kai immersed himself in cultivation, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time, until there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and opened the door, revealing Chiu Yimeng. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The Chiu family's first young lady walked in and whispered, "The Yang family has sent an elder's order ordering ninth son Yang Kai to return to the central capital quickly." Finished speaking, she stared straight at Yang Kai, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why the elder hall had summoned Yang Kai back. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he tilted his head and asked, "Only me back to the central capital? What about eldest brother, second brother, and seventh brother?" "It seems you're the only one." Chiu Yimeng pursed her lips. "I see." Yang Kai slowly got up, his brow furrowed. This time, the family's order was quite interesting. Why was he the only one summoned back to the central capital? The last time the Yang family had sent someone to the central capital was only a few days ago to convey the news of the artifact snatching battle at Pijing Lake to the various young lords. But this time? Yang Kai, I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy. Chiu Yimeng's voice was a little gloomy, her two jade hands constantly twisting together, showing the tension and restlessness in her heart. For the Yang family to summon Yang Kai back to the central capital for no reason, something big must have happened. As for what it was, she didn't know for the time being. On top of that, the road back and forth would be extremely convenient for others to take action. Since it's an order from the family, there's no need to worry about my safety on the way back. Yang Kai shook his head. If he were to be ambushed on the way back to the central capital and was defeated, it wouldn't be justified in front of the family. In any case, be careful. Chiu Yimeng said, "I've already asked Ing Jiu and Yuxian to prepare. The two of them will go with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since the family had issued an order to return to the central capital as soon as possible, Yang Kai couldn't afford to delay. He immediately walked out. Outside the front door, Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian, who had recovered from their injuries, were waiting, the reticent Ing Jiu as always. He didn't even want to say a word, but Tang Yuxian's mature and charming face was filled with a happy smile. "Little young master," she said softly, returning to Yang Kai's service. Whether it was Tang Yuxian or Tu Feng, both of them were sincerely happy. For the past half a year, although the two of them had been working under Yang Kai and performing their duties diligently, they had never stopped thinking about the day when they could join hands with Yang Kai again and create a miracle. "Is your injury almost healed?" Yang Kai asked Yenyu. "Thank you for your concern. Little lord, I've already recovered." Tang Yuxian grit her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Using his mad tyrant blood skill, he engaged in a fierce battle with Ing Jiu. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly, but under the miraculous effect of the pills given by Yang Kai, it only took her and Ing Jiu 1 or 2 hours to fully recover. Even though he had personally experienced such a miraculous phenomenon before, Tang Yuxian still couldn't believe it. "When there's time, I'll have to ask you to teach me how to use my soul skills." Yang Kai chuckled as he mounted his cloud-treading colt. "Subordinate is always waiting," Tang Yuxian responded in a deep voice. Among the many blood warriors, Tang Yuxian was the leader in terms of soul skills and divine sense cultivation. Each blood warrior had their own specialties. Chu Gao excelled in quick bursts of strength. Ing Jiu was good at concealment and assassination. Tu Feng was good at frontal combat. And Tang Yuxian's attainments in soul skills were second to none in the Blood Warrior Hall. "Go quickly and return quickly. Be careful on the way." Chiu, Yimeng watched the three of them mount their mounts and whispered. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and the 3 cloud-treading colts set off towards the central capital. Outside the mansion, a gentle breeze blew, gently brushing Chiu Yimeng's hair. Under the setting sun, the Chiu family's first young lady's shadow stretched out, the uneasiness in her heart growing stronger and stronger. "Pass down my order. Everyone suspend their cultivation and divide into 2 groups, take turns to guard the area. If there is an enemy attack, kill without mercy until Yang Kai returns." Yes, as night fell, the huge central capital was like a sleeping dragon, sprawling across the vast earth, the stars in the sky like the sands of the Milky Way. The 3 cloud-treading colts rushed into the Yang family's south gate like lightning. The several guards at the gate didn't even have time to ask what was going on. Only after the 3 people had left did they wake up from their daze and chase after them. "Ninth young lord, return to the family, withdraw." Tang Yuxian turned around and shouted, the several guards immediately stopping, their faces filled with fear. "Ninth young lord, Yang Kai." This person's name was like thunder to their ears. So how could they dare offend him? Immediately retreating back to the gate and continuing to guard the night. In the 4th master's mansion, 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju, who were cultivating, were simultaneously awakened by the noise made by the cloud-treading colts and hurried out to see Yang Kai, followed by Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian. "Kai, Yang Yingfeng was startled, but Dong Suju's eyes were filled with tears as she rushed over and hugged Yang Kai tightly, kissing Yang Kai's forehead while inspecting him for any signs of injury. Since the start of the Inheritance War, the mother and son had not seen each other again. The family had not allowed Dong Suju to visit Yang Kai in War City. "Mother," Yang Kai couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. Yuxian and Ing Jiu were still behind him. If they saw him like this, what kind of prestige would he have in front of them? As he spoke, he glanced back and found that whether it was Yuxian or Ing Jiu, both of them wore solemn expressions, their eyes drooping as they stared at their own feet. After a while, Dong Suju vented the longing in her heart and pulled on Yang Kai's hand. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears as a look of grievance appeared on her face. Kair, how come you're back? Fourth Master Yang asked in surprise. The elder hall sent an order. Yang Kai replied, his brow wrinkling slightly. It seemed that the fourth master didn't know anything about this matter. The elder hall, fourth Master Yang really didn't know anything. Although he was a direct descendant of the Yang family, his status in the Yang family wasn't very high, so there was really no need to inform him about the elder hall. Coming first, Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath. Mother will cook something delicious for you, Dong Suju said, beckoning to Tang Yuxian. Yuxian, come help me. Inside the house, the lights were bright. The family of three gathered around the table. Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian standing behind Yang Kai with solemn expressions. No matter how Dong Suju warmly invited them, they refused to sit. Why did the elder hall summon you back to the central capital? Did they say what the matter was? Fourth Master Yang asked, suddenly learning that his son had returned to the central capital on an order from the elder hall. The fourth Master Yang couldn't help thinking about a lot of things, and he couldn't help feeling a little worried. They didn't say what it was. Yang Kai was also confused, but the elder hall's order was to return quickly, so Yang Kai could only rush back. It was already late at night, so he could only wait until tomorrow morning to go to the elder hall to see what was going on. Don't you have any idea what you're up to? Did you do something to attract the attention of the elder hall? Fourth Master Yang asked. Father, you want to ask about that demon, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It's not because of him that the elder hall summoned me back. I have reached a consensus with Supreme Elder Yang Li Ting about his existence. Supreme Elder has allowed him to participate in the inheritance war, but after it is over, he must leave the battlefield immediately. Supreme Elder also summoned you? Fourth Master Yang couldn't help feeling surprised. Yang Li Ting was a legendary figure in the Yang family. Even the fourth Master Yang had never seen him before. Unexpectedly, his son was actually lucky enough to be summoned by him. In the eyes of fourth Master Yang, this was a great honor. On the other hand, when Yang Kai mentioned Yang Li Ting, his expression became somewhat awkward, making Yang Kai wonder what had happened between him and Supreme Elder. No matter what, we're still part of the Yang family. It's best to avoid making friends with evil demons as much as possible, lest we become the subject of gossip, Yang Yingfeng said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded gently. He naturally understood what his fourth master meant. Over the years, the Yang family had played a leading role in the confrontation with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land's demon race cultivators. Now that Yang Kai had become friends with a demon race cultivator, it was natural for him to attract criticism. On top of that, this powerful demon race cultivator was actually participating in the inheritance war. If Yang Kai really won the position of Yang family successor with the help of this demon, it was easy for people to associate this matter with him. If it's not about that demon, fourth Master Yang tapped his finger on the table, then it may be about Ing Ju lifting the Qi binding seal. As he spoke, he glanced over at Ing Ju. The fourth master's expression also filled with doubt. 6 blood warriors had been hit by the Qi binding seal. 5 of them were imprisoned and unable to use their Yuan Qi, but Ing Jiu was safe and sound. This was the work of another Yang family supreme elder, Huang Jiuzhou. If Yang Kai was recalled to the central capital because of this, it was possible that the family would want to ask him about it. Speculating now is useless. We'll see tomorrow. Yang Kai shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Then let's have a good rest tonight. Being summoned by the elder hall, it's definitely not a good thing. Yang Yingfeng sighed. He had also been summoned by the elder hall several times, and each time he had either been scolded or punished by the family law, so he still had a faint impression of that place. Putting aside business, the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. The family of 3 chatted and laughed, this warm and peaceful atmosphere also affecting Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian. It seemed that they had temporarily escaped from the tense and bloody inheritance war, and were able to enjoy a short period of peace. The night passed without a word. The next day, Yang Kai bid farewell to his two parents and led Tang Yuxian and Ing Jiu to the elder hall under the reluctant gaze of Dong Suju. Ninth brother. Just as they were about to reach the elder hall, someone called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Tai standing there with his hands behind his back, seemingly waiting for him. Last night, Yang Kai had broken into the south gate and returned to the family. The news had probably already spread, so it wasn't surprising that Yang Tai would know. Third brother. Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted. Third brother, what's the matter? Chapter 493. It's them who helped me. I must thank third brother for sending me these 5 masters. Yang Kai smiled lightly. On the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had captured Yang Tai, but instead of using him to exchange for supplies with the family, he had let him go. Yang Tai had returned the favor by sending 5 masters from the Duan Mu family to accompany him, which had surprised Yang Kai. However, these days, after several battles, the 5 masters from the Duan Mu family had indeed contributed a lot. After all, they were 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, one of whom had even reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Yang Tai nodded lightly, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he said in a low voice, "When you go to the Elder Hall, you must not shrink back. Otherwise you will suffer." Yang Kai was stunned and was about to ask more questions, but Yang Tai had already left, not even giving him a chance to speak. Does third brother know something? Yang Kai wondered. Although Yang Tai's personal strength wasn't very good, and his performance in the Inheritance War was even worse, his father still had some authority in the Yang family. Compared with the 4th Master Yang, Yang Tai's father's status was undoubtedly much higher, and he had access to some of the Yang family's secrets. Could it be that third brother heard something from his father? Yang Kai frowned slightly, carefully pondering over his third brother's words, his expression indifferent. Since he was already here, why the Elder Hall had called him back would soon become clear. With a smile, Yang Kai walked towards the Elder Hall. This was the 3rd time Yang Kai had come to the Elder Hall. The first time was because of the Golden Feather Eagle, and the second time was because of the Blood Warriors. Every time he came, Yang Kai found that the white-haired elders of the Yang family seemed to have nothing to do. But this time, the situation was a bit different. When he led Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian into the Elder Hall, Yang Kai was stunned to find that there were more than a dozen elders sitting inside. They were divided into 2 rows, each of them indifferent and dignified. Sitting at the head of the table was Yang Zhen, who had dealt with Yang Kai several times. Even more so, they seemed to be waiting for him. Judging from the situation, it seemed like they were about to be interrogated. Yang Kai didn't think he had done anything outrageous during the Inheritance War, so why did these elders present such a luxurious lineup? Although he was suspicious in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. He cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai greets the elders." Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian also saluted. "The 2 of you stand down." Yang Zhen waved to Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian, his pair of eyes flashing brightly as they swept over Ing Jiu. He was like this, and so were the other elders. Everyone's faces and eyes were filled with bewilderment. Ing Jiu's foundation had been damaged, and Ing Jiu had been hit by the Qi binding seal. At this moment, not only had she returned to the clan with Yang Kai, but she had also returned to the clan. There was also a feeling that he was even more powerful than before. Those elders were naturally concerned. They didn't know why it was like this. Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not daring to disobey Yang Zhen's orders, quickly bowing and retreating. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly, his expression becoming playful. These elders not only greeted his arrival with a luxurious lineup, they had also waved away the 2 blood warriors he had brought with him, allowing him to face the pressure of more than a dozen of these elders alone. If it were anyone else, they would definitely feel uneasy, and their imposing manner would immediately weaken. Whatever these elders said later would be the truth. Most likely, they wouldn't have the guts to argue. A show of strength? What were they trying to do? After Ing Jiao and Tang Yuxian left, the dozen or so elders secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Finding that his expression hadn't changed and was still as calm as before, they couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a bold young man. Even if it was Yang Wei, none of them had such willpower. I wonder why the elders have summoned this disciple back to the clan. Yang Kai ignored their probing gazes and went straight to the point, asking Yang Zhen bluntly, "Summoning you back to the clan is naturally for a reason." Yang Zhen sat in the elder hall all year round, dealing with all the big and small affairs of the family, so he had long since developed a cold demeanor. Most people who saw him couldn't help feeling frightened. "This old master wants to ask you, what method did you use to restore Ing Jiao's injuries and lift his qi binding seal? In addition, as far as this old master knows, the blood warriors in your house are often injured, but after a day or two at most, they are all healed. What kind of mysteries are hidden in this?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. The elders didn't summon this disciple back at such a critical time just to ask about such a trivial matter, right? Although his tone was flat, everyone could hear the questioning in his words. This period was extremely critical for any Yang family young lord who was participating in the inheritance war. If they summoned Yang Kai back just for such a trivial matter, it would be making a big fuss out of nothing. These old fogies in the elder hall might look old, but they weren't bored to such an extent. Yang Zhen lightly coughed and said with a serious expression, "Naturally not." "Then, is this question something the family wants to ask, or is it something the elders want to ask?" Yang Zhen was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so calm and clear in the face of more than a dozen elders. So he shamelessly said, "This old master is asking on behalf of all the elders here. Everyone is curious as to how you did it." Since it's not the family's intention, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "Please forgive this disciple for not being able to answer." The dozen or so elders suddenly shook their heads slowly, their faces filled with disappointment. Yang Zhen's expression was even uglier. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually dare to refuse to answer this question, and the excuse he found was quite clever. If it wasn't the family's intention, then there was no need for him to answer. These old fogies couldn't take advantage of their seniority to force him to answer. Right? "Elder, this disciple has many matters to attend to. If you have something to say, please speak." Yang Kai's tone gradually became impatient. From the moment he entered the elder hall until now, from the performance of these elders, Yang Kai had seen a lot of problems. If they wanted to take the initiative and use their momentum to oppress him, they would definitely say something that would endanger his interests. If not, why would they need to make such a big show of force? Since it was something that would endanger his interests, coupled with his third brother Yang Tai's words just now, Yang Kai naturally didn't need to be polite. "If that's the case, this old master won't beat around the bush with you." Yang Zhen nodded, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Kai, quickly saying, "It's about the blood warriors under your command. The family has made a decision." "My blood warriors?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, faintly feeling that something was wrong, not showing any weakness as he stared back at Yang Zhen. Being stared at like this, Yang Zhen couldn't help but have the urge to evade, but in the end he managed to hold back and calmly nodded. "And as far as this old master knows, you now have 7 blood warriors under your command, correct?" "Yes." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Ing Jiao and Chu Gao were the first to follow Yang Kai. Xiao Shun had joined after his 8th brother Yang Quan was eliminated. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, and Yan Lingxing had joined Yang Kai after Yang Kong and Yang Shun were eliminated. In total, Yang Kai now had 7 blood warriors under his command, each of them an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator. If you don't have the means to lift the qi binding seal, And if you don't have the means to quickly restore the blood warriors who have been seriously injured, then it's fine with these 7 people gathered around you. I'm afraid they won't be able to exert much destructive power, but you have what ordinary people can't. Yang Zhen stood up from his seat and walked a few steps forward with his hands behind his back before turning to look at Yang Kai. If this old master's guess is correct, the 7 blood warriors under your command have all been restored to their peak. Yes, inferring from Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian following him here, this result was obvious. Yes, Yang Kai nodded gently. This old master also knows what you need to do next. You need to lead these 7 people and defeat the remaining Yang family young lords one by one in an unstoppable manner. In the process of defeating them, you can also subdue the blood warriors who are now following them. Did this old master say something wrong? Elder is correct. If I hadn't been summoned back to the family, I would have acted tonight. Yang Kai admitted frankly. Yang Zhen let out a soft breath. 7 blood warriors. Ha, no one can stop you. You've created a miracle. Even us old fogies are shocked. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and Yang Ying, although they have gathered a lot of forces around them, one of their blood warriors has already been crippled. You only need to lead these 7 people to attack, and you'll be able to easily capture them and win the final victory without shedding a drop of blood. When he said this, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the others being powerless to resist. Moreover, this was exactly what Yang Kai wanted to do. But Yang Zhen suddenly changed the subject and said solemnly, "This is inconsistent with the original intention of the Inheritance War, and it is inconsistent with the original intention of the Yang family to send blood warriors to participate in it." Yang Kai sneered meaningfully. At this point, if he still didn't understand why the Elder Hall had summoned him back, he would be a real fool. Anger filling his chest, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at Yang Zhen sarcastically. "Does Elder want to recall the blood warriors around me back to the family?" Although he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's attitude and tone, Yang Zhen didn't care. Young people were all hot-blooded. If Yang Kai didn't become angry at this time, he wouldn't be a young man. "Yes, it's good that you understand." Yang Zhen nodded calmly. "I don't understand." Yang Kai's expression became gloomy, not caring that the other party was an elder of the Yang family, and his own elder, his attitude extremely tough. Yang Zhen continued, as this old master just said, "You leading 7 blood warriors to attack the other Yang family young lords is inconsistent with the original intention of the Inheritance War. What the Inheritance War is about, you should be clear, it's about the connections the young lords have made outside, and their personal charisma. The more connections you have, the greater your personal charisma, the more support you can gather. Because what you want to seize is the right to succeed the Yang family's next patriarch. In the future, you will become the Yang family's patriarch. If you don't have the support of the majority of forces, how can you become the Yang family's patriarch? You only rely on the blood warriors from the Yang family to win. This proves nothing at all." Chapter 494. Elder, the fact that the blood warriors chose to side with me. Isn't that enough proof of my methods and charisma? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yang Zhen paused for a moment before quickly replying, "This only means that your vision is longer than everyone else's." He was naturally referring to Yang Kai taking the risk of using Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu to win the respect of the entire Blood Warrior Hall. At first, he was also shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, but now it seemed that this little brat clearly had the means to cure Chu Gaoyi and Ing Jiu. However, only he had the ability to do so. None of the other Yang family young lords had such ability. "Isn't this my method?" Yang Kai's face became gloomy. "Yes." Yang Zhen hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Another point is that the blood warriors will participate in the Inheritance War. The family's original intention is to protect your safety and the survival of the flag in the early stages. This has never changed since ancient times. If you really lead a large number of blood warriors to attack the remaining blood warriors, it would naturally be contrary to the family's original intention of sending the blood warriors into the inheritance war. That's the family's miscalculation. What does it have to do with me? Yang Kai sneered. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. It had not been easy for him to gather enough strength to surpass his other brothers, and was preparing to defeat the remaining enemies with a thunderous momentum to seize the final victory. But at this critical moment, he had been summoned back by the Elder Hall and told of such harsh requirements. How could Yang Kai accept this? It really is the family's miscalculation. No one thought that there would be a Yang family young lord who could gather so many blood warriors. Yang Jin sighed. Over the years, in the countless inheritance wars the Yang family blood warrior hall has participated from time to time, but after so many years, no one has been able to achieve such a feat. No one has ever been able to reach your level. You've earned everyone's admiration, and even this old man admires you. Elder, there's no need for such flattery. This disciple can't afford it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yang Zhen's face filled with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. The other elders present also felt a little relieved, happy to see Yang Zhen suffer, especially in front of a junior. I've already told you the reason. Most of the blood warriors around you must be recalled to the family. Yang Zhen reiterated. This is clearly the family's way of suppressing me, Yang Kai shouted, arguing. No matter how many blood warriors I gather, they were all obtained through my own methods. Why should they be recalled by the family? How I use these blood warriors is also my freedom. If the family really does so, I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed. Elders, please have some respect for me. The inheritance war has been going on for so many years. It's not some child's play. The rules are not something you can just change. Yang to Yang Zhen's Yang family's Yang Yang? Yang to Yang Zhen to the family with him. Of the families of the family, are you of the elders at Hall Hall? Elder says T elder? Yang of you Yang's Yang of this T, of him, of course, of the family, of Yang Zhen hesitated a few times, but eventually didn't say anything. Seeing the tense atmosphere, one of the elders suddenly stood up and said, Yang Kai, don't be angry. This time it is indeed the family's fault. After all, we didn't expect you to be able to gather all the blood warriors. But what Yang Zhen said is also reasonable if you think about it carefully. Winning the inheritance war by relying on the blood warriors isn't something to be proud of. However, I think that after this incident, in the next inheritance war, the family will carefully consider the issue of the blood warriors. I only value the result. The process, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Whether it is glorious or not, that is your Elder Hall's business. The next inheritance war has nothing to do with me. I didn't rely on despicable means to gather the blood warriors, nor did I threaten them. They did so willingly. In short, if the family wants to recall the blood warriors around me, it's impossible. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, if the family really does so, then this inheritance war, I won't participate in it. You dare threaten this old master? Yang Zhen narrowed his eyes, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. If Elder thinks so, then that's fine. It's just that the rules are constantly changing. It's no different from a child's game. I'm too lazy to participate. Yang Kai sneered, cupping his fists and saying, Farewell! How dare you? Yang Zhen roared in anger. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped because a tall and straight figure with his hands crossed behind his back was approaching him. This man's expression was indifferent, but Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his aura suddenly becoming chaotic. In just an instant, that kind of exaggerated pressure disappeared. Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Greetings, great uncle. The person who had just arrived was actually the current Yang family patriarch. Yang Inghao nodded gently and walked over to him. "Don't be in such a hurry. Let me talk to you." "Greetings, patriarch." All the elders in the elder hall stood up and bowed. Although they were 1 or 2 generations older than Yang Ing Hao, in the Yang family, the patriarch represented supreme dignity. Even Yang Zhen and the others had to salute. "Sit down," Yang Ing Hao said softly, walking to the seat that originally belonged to Yang Zhen and sitting down. Looking at the shattered table in front of him, he frowned and said, "Elder Zhen, you need to change your temper." Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and said, "It's been so many years, I'm afraid I can't change it." An elder laughed and said, "Wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit. That's the truth." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly eased a little. Yang Inghao had come here personally, clearly having guessed that there would be some unpleasantness here, so he specifically came to talk to Yang Kai. He had to give face to the patriarch. Even if Yang Kai was unhappy, he could only stay for the time being. "Looking at you, Yang Kai should already know, right?" Yang Inghao asked. "Yes." Yang Zhen stood beside him with his head lowered and nodded. Looking up at Yang Kai, Yang Inghao said, "This time it was the family's fault. Great uncle will apologize on behalf of the family." "I wouldn't dare." Yang Kai's expression was slightly relaxed, and his mood gradually calmed down. But the family's decision to recall most of the blood warriors around him was still unacceptable to him. Facing the strength of the family and the elder hall, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter what, he was still a Yang family member, and his parents were both in the Yang family. What's more, he had participated in the inheritance war because he still had an unfulfilled wish. "You're uncomfortable, I know, but this is the family's decision and cannot be changed. And in the future inheritance war, the blood warriors gathered around each young lord will also be the same. There will never be more than 2. When Yang Kai heard this, his mouth twitched, and he sneered. "That is to say, even if I defeat Big Brother and Second Brother in the future, I won't be able to subdue the blood warriors around them." Yang Inghao nodded. "The blood warriors are too powerful, especially those who use their mad tyrant blood skill. You should have already experienced this. Isn't this a rule change specifically aimed at me?" Yang Kai smiled. "I don't know whether to be proud or not. In short, my mood right now is very delicate and complicated. It's not specifically aimed at you. Before, the elders in the family were also worried that you would gather all the blood warriors around you. However, everyone generally believed that such a thing was unlikely to happen, so no one paid any attention to it. But now that you've done it, we have no choice but to inconvenience you." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "What's more, the people from Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument sect gathered in your house have already given you a great advantage. These 2 forces shouldn't be involved in the inheritance war. You should have heard that when those people from Medicine King's Valley moved into your house, the Yang family's young lords jointly protested, but the family didn't pay any attention because that was your personal connection, so the family couldn't interfere. However, the blood warriors are different. The blood warriors belong to the Yang family, not your personal connection." Yang Kai's face was cold, and he didn't say a word, but Yang Inghao's words had grasped the crux of the issue. "The family is fair. Since you've been asked to recall most of the blood warriors around you, naturally you will be compensated. If you have any request, as long as it can be met, the family will not refuse. We won't let you suffer a loss." Having reached this point, Yang Kai also knew that he was powerless to resist. He didn't have the qualifications or the ability to fight against the family. If he continued to speak arrogantly, he was afraid it would only be a thankless task. "I do have a request." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Speak." Yang Inghao motioned. "For my sect, High Heaven Pavilion." Yang Kai looked straight into Yang Inghao's eyes. "High Heaven Pavilion is not an evil sect. It's just that it has a demon lord." Hearing this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing slightly, a deep dread flashing across their eyes. Even Yang Inghao, who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Demon Lord. In the war with the ash-gray cloud evil land, Yang Inghao had also met this person. Although they were both above immortal ascension boundary masters, this person gave him a sense of oppression. Facing this person, Yang Inghao even had the urge to destroy his own sanity. He knew that this demon lord was one of the top above immortal ascension boundary masters. This request, Yang Inghao couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment. The matter of the demon lord was of great importance. As the patriarch of the Yang family, he and the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water. Suddenly wanting to restore the name of the sect where the demon lord came from was really difficult. That's all I have, Yang Kai said seriously. He didn't participate in the inheritance war for the position of patriarch of the Yang family like everyone else. His biggest purpose was to use his own strength to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name, which was the common wish of him and the fourth Master Yang. As long as the sect was restored, Ling Tai Su and the other elders, as well as the wandering High Heaven Pavilion disciples, would be able to return to the place where they were born and raised. If Patriarch can agree to this request of mine, not to mention recalling my blood warrior, I would even be willing to withdraw from the inheritance war right now, Yang Kai said solemnly. Everyone present was shocked and stared at him in amazement. Chapter 495. Yang Kai's expression was calm, and his eyes were extremely clear. Obviously, he wasn't playing any kind of trick. Yang Inghao's expression suddenly changed as he asked curiously, "So, your biggest purpose in participating in the inheritance war is this?" Yang Kai nodded. Only the Yang family patriarch has the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name. You don't want to be the Yang family patriarch, commanding the world, making clouds and rain with a flip of your hand? Yang Inghao asked sharply. Yang Kai curled his lips, a trace of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "What's so good about being the Yang family patriarch? After sitting in that position, I can't even guarantee my own cultivation time. Great uncle, aren't you the best example? Although you're also an above immortal ascension boundary master. In my opinion, your strength should be relatively poor, right?" "Impudence!" Yang Zhen shouted angrily, his eyelids twitching. He had never seen anyone who dared to speak so boldly in front of Yang Inghao. Yang Inghao waved his hand, stopping Yang Zhen's reprimand, his mouth curling into a smile as he nodded, and, "Among the above immortal ascension boundary masters, I am indeed not very good. I can only count as a floor modder. This is the tragedy of every Yang family patriarch. You being able to see through this is beyond my expectations." After pausing for a moment, he continued meaningfully, "But do you know why every Yang family patriarch is an above immortal ascension boundary master? Why?" Listening to him say this, Yang Kai suddenly wondered. And according to the ancient records, every patriarch of the Yang family was indeed an above immortal ascension boundary master. Without exception, the above immortal ascension boundary was the pinnacle of this world. Very few people could reach this level, overlooking all living beings. It was impossible for every Yang family patriarch to have such talent and aptitude, right? Moreover, Yang Inghao's age wasn't too old, at most around 50 years old. Reaching the above immortal ascension boundary at such a young age, just how terrifying was his aptitude? Such a terrifying aptitude. Why was he at the bottom of the above immortal ascension boundary masters? Because the Yang family has the heritage to allow the patriarch to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Inghao stared straight at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai's expression changed. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have inadvertently overheard a Yang family secret. "Do you understand what I mean?" Yang Inghao asked. Kai Yang shook his head, although he had some speculations in his heart, but he wasn't certain. "Ha!" Yang Inghao smiled. Do you think being the patriarch of the Yang family is all about working hard for the family? Patriarch is patriarchus est. SSS father tites is T. Estes father. Yang. Kaisers. ISSSS. Teat. S cultivations. He's TSS. S's. Yang's words. Let's not talk about him first. Let's talk about me first. If I were to cultivate by myself, the current me would probably be at the peak of the immortal traversing realm. I'm well aware of my own aptitude. Peak immortal ascension boundary is my limit. Even if I were given another 50 years, I wouldn't be able to reach the above immortal ascension boundary. Many cultivators are, and peak immortal ascension boundary masters are not uncommon. However, above immortal ascension boundary masters are extremely rare. But since I became the patriarch of the Yang family, I broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary 5 years ago. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he asked, "So, the patriarch's position is related to your current cultivation?" "You can say so." Yang Inghao gently nodded. "As for what's the secret behind it, it's not convenient for me to tell you. You only need to know this." "Why is Patriarch telling me this?" Yang Kai was puzzled. Although listening to Yang Inghao's words, he did have some interest in the Patriarch's position, but that was it. "Just chatting, you don't have to worry about it." Yang Inghao smiled lightly. Yang Kai frowned, secretly shaking his head and asking, "Then what about my request?" Yang Inghao nodded. "I do have the ability to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name, but if I agree to your request now, I'm afraid the world will misunderstand that I'm using this condition to force you to withdraw from the inheritance war. So, I refuse." Yang Kai's expression sank. "If you want to restore the sex name, you must rely on your own ability. Or do you think that without a few blood warriors, you won't be able to win the inheritance war?" Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head. "Patriarch, this kind of provocation is useless against me. Then prove it with your own strength." Yang Inghao smiled faintly. "The blood warriors must be recalled, and your losses will be compensated by the family. State your request." "The reason I came here today is to deal with this matter." Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that at this point there was nothing he could do. The family had already decided that no matter how much trouble he made, he couldn't win. Frowning for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and declared, "I want all the blood warriors who follow me now, including those who follow me in the future, to belong to me." Yang Inghao's body stiffened as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Zhen and the other white-haired elders all had their mouths wide open, none of them having expected Yang Kai's appetite to be so big. "This request is too unreasonable." Yang Zhen coldly snorted. The masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had always been loyal to the family, never to a single person. But now that Yang Kai had made such a request, if he agreed, it would mean that at least 7 blood warriors would be under his name. "I only have this request. Whether you agree or not is up to Patriarch to decide." Yang Kai reiterated, his expression serious. Even Yang Inghao, as the patriarch of the Yang family, who was accustomed to great winds and waves, couldn't help feeling a headache. No one had ever made such a request to him before. It could be said to be extremely rude. But he had just refused another request from Yang Kai, and now he refused again. What's more, this was the family's proposal to compensate him for his losses. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai asked, "Most of those blood warriors can't participate in the inheritance war. What do you want them to be loyal to you for?" "Naturally, I have a use for them." Yang Kai replied faintly. Yang Inghao let out a sigh of relief, his expression somewhat helpless, hesitating for a moment before nodding. "Good, I agree." Yang Kai couldn't help looking at him with some surprise, not having expected him to agree so quickly. Yang Zhen hurriedly tried to stop him. "Patriarch, you can't. It's fine." Yang Inghao waved his hand. Yang Kai is also a Yang family member. The blood warriors under his name are still part of the Yang family. Although that's the case, but good, that's enough. This time it was the family's fault. Yang Yinghao obviously didn't want to talk about this anymore, turning to Yang Kai and saying, I agree to your request. I hope you can make good use of these blood warriors in the future. It wasn't easy for the family to cultivate them. I know. Many thanks, great uncle. But you need to determine which 2 blood warriors will participate in the inheritance war. Once you've confirmed, the other blood warriors must not contribute anything in the inheritance war. Are you sure now? Yang Kai frowned. Now, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu were the first to follow him. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were the first to meet him, and they were also the ones who had welcomed him back to the central capital. Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Yen, Ling Xing, and Yang Kai's friendship with them wasn't deep. So aside from them, there were still 4 blood warriors left. After hesitating for only a moment, Yang Kai's expression became firm. Then Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian will do. Decisive. That's the spirit of a Yang family member. Yang Yinghao praised. That's all for now. You should return to War City as soon as possible. Disciple will take his leave. Yang Kai bowed and calmly withdrew from the elder hall. Outside, Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian's foreheads were filled with sweat as they waited anxiously. The quarrel in the elder hall naturally did not escape their ears, and all of them secretly broke out in cold sweat for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came out, the 2 of them nodded gratefully to him. Yang Kai choosing them as his helpers in the inheritance war naturally made them feel honored and proud. After coming out of the elder hall, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but anyone could see that his mood at the moment wasn't very good. After returning to the 4th master's house, Yang Kai left behind some myriad drug liquid for the 4th master and Dong Suju before flying back to War City with Ing Jiu and Yuxian. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence made both Ing Jiu and Yuxian anxious. Both of them wanted to ease the depression in Yang Kai's heart, but they didn't know how to comfort him. Just as they were feeling anxious, Yang Kai, who was riding his cloud-treading colt in front of them, suddenly burst into laughter. The 2 blood warriors glanced at each other suspiciously before quickly catching up. Glancing sideways, they saw Yang Kai's face filled with joy, all of his previous gloominess and unhappiness flying out of his eyes. Little Lord, Tang Yuxian pursed her red lips, not knowing why his mood had changed so much. Yang Kai laughed even louder. Tang Yuxian suddenly realized, so Little Lord's expression just now was just for others to see, after taking such a big advantage. Of course, I need to find some psychological balance for those around me. If I had been too excited, I'm afraid those elders would have been suspicious. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This time, it could be said that he had profited greatly. Although the family's orders had a restraining effect on Yang Kai's progress in the inheritance war, in the long run, Yang Kai was undoubtedly the biggest winner. So many blood warriors were now under his name, and from now on they would be at his disposal. This was a precedent that had never been seen in the entire Yang family. Blessings and disasters came hand in hand. It was true. What's more, only 2 blood warriors could participate in the inheritance war. So how could they not win? Yang Kai was full of confidence in his future. All the way, he felt refreshed. The 100-kilometer journey only took half an hour to complete. The roaring of the cloud-treading colt alarmed Chiu Yimeng, who had been waiting anxiously in the mansion. Young Lady Chiu hurried out to greet them, her pair of beautiful eyes carefully observing them, secretly wondering why the Yang family had summoned Yang Kai back to the central capital. After seeing Yang Kai's silent expression, her heart couldn't help trembling, secretly feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 496. From the look on Yang Kai's face, it was clear that he had encountered something bad in the Yang family. Chiu Yimeng thought to herself, but didn't dare to ask immediately, instead just silently leading him into the house. Inside the main hall, the leaders of many forces had gathered. They had all heard the news that Yang Kai had been recalled to the family and naturally wanted to know the reason. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared straight at Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. There's good news and bad news. Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked around. Which one do you want to hear? There's good news and bad news. Huastar smiled and shook his head. Then let's hear the bad news first. It can't be any worse than the news we heard this morning. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, although he didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't ask. If there was any good news in War City, Qiu Yimeng would definitely inform him. The bad news is that only 2 of the blood warriors in the mansion can participate in the inheritance war. The rest of them are not allowed to contribute. What? Everyone was shocked. Qiu Yimeng's brow furrowed as she asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai briefly explained the family's decision. After comprehending the profound meaning behind it, everyone became filled with righteous indignation, and their expressions turned ugly. "Why?" Huastar shouted. "Isn't your Yang family taking this too lightly? How can you just change the rules of the inheritance war?" "That's right. How could this be?" With this, the gap in strength between the Yang family and the other houses has been shortened in an instant. Everyone began to criticize the Yang family elder hall, even a woman as cold as Han Shaoqi. A trace of anger also appeared on her face. Originally, the situation was good. With 7 blood warriors on Yang Kai's side, it was enough to sweep away all the enemies. But now it was undoubtedly impossible. "Yang Kai, why didn't you argue with the Yang family elder hall? These blood warriors all came to you of their own free will, yet you just let them be reduced for no reason?" Huastar said angrily. "Shut up." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and scolded. When she heard the news just now, she also felt a knot in her chest. Her heart was filled with anger, but when she calmed down, she realized that although Yang Kai had said so, he was still a man. However, there was not the slightest hint of displeasure on his face. She immediately knew that he actually didn't care about this result. "What's the other good news?" Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Let's hear it." The crowd suddenly quieted down and looked at Yang Kai. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose. With a light smile on his face, Yang Kai said, "The good news has nothing to do with you, nor does it have anything to do with the inheritance war. It only concerns me, all the blood warriors who have pledged allegiance to me now, and in the future will be under my name and swear allegiance to me." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Thinking about it carefully, they immediately realized the huge benefits contained within. "What?" Dong Qinghan's face filled with disbelief. "Did your Yang family really agree to this condition?" "Not bad." "Fuck." Huastars were also stunned. Qiu Yimeng smiled and slowly shook her head. "Yang Kai, you've really gained a lot." All the blood warriors who had pledged allegiance to him now and in the future would only be loyal to Yang Kai. In other words, regardless of whether he won the final victory in the inheritance war, Yang Kai's status in the Yang family in the future would not be low. With so many blood warriors as his followers, how could his status be low? At the very least, he would be an elder, a Yang family elder. That was a character whose status was comparable to the sect master of a first-class force. The family probably went too far this time, so they agreed to my condition. Yang Kai chuckled. "If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a big benefit." Qiu Yimeng gently nodded. "In the short term, this is indeed bad news for the inheritance war, but for your long-term development, it is quite beneficial. In any case, congratulations first." A burst of congratulatory voices sounded. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but when he looked around, he suddenly found that everyone was hiding a trace of worry, so he couldn't help asking, "Did something happen last night?" He had only been gone for 1 night, yet everyone's expressions had changed so much. It was obvious something big had happened last night. Everyone couldn't help coughing lightly and sitting up straight. Cho Meng smiled bitterly. I can't hide anything from you. I was just about to tell you. He sighed and said, just like you, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The bad news. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Yang Ying abstained. What? Yang Kai's face paled. You didn't hear wrong. Your seventh brother Yang Ying abstained last night. What happened? Yang Kai frowned. This was not something he could have expected. After the inheritance war, only 4 of the 8 great young lords remained. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, and Yang Ying. Among these 4, Yang Kai had the most masters gathered in his house. Just his 7 blood warriors were already superior to everyone else, not to mention the old demon and Meng Wuya. In addition, the one with the most supporters was Yang Ying. In this regard, the other 3 couldn't compare. After all, that night, after Yang Kai attacked Yang Shen's mansion and seized his flag, all of Yang Shen's subordinates, except for the 2 blood warriors, had gathered in Yang Ying's house. Yang Ying had the support of 2 young lords. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Ying wasn't the worst of the 4. But he had actually taken the initiative to abstain. This was beyond everyone's expectations, and it happened last night when Yang Kai left War City. I don't know the specifics. Cho Meng shook her head. She only found out this morning. It is said that your second brother went to Yang Ying's mansion alone and negotiated with him for half the night. I don't know what kind of benefits and conditions were promised, but Yang Ying took the initiative to abstain. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and quickly said, So, 7th brother's subordinates, they're already in your second brother's house? Cho Meng smiled bitterly and shook her head. After absorbing the people from Yang Ying's house, Yang Zhao's strength had now reached an incredible level. It was completely different from Yang Kai's current situation. He was the one with the strongest army. That night was really full of changes. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy as he sneered. He had only left for one night, and such a big event had happened in War City. His second brother had really taken advantage of this opportunity. If he hadn't been summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday, last night, Yang Kai would have already taken the 7 blood warriors to war. But now, Yang Kai had completely lost the advantage he had originally accumulated. On the contrary, he had to be careful of his second brother's actions. The situation had taken a sudden turn, and the gap between the two was too big to bear. He had been summoned by the Elder Hall yesterday evening, and now his second brother had made a big move. Whether this was a coincidence or not, Yang Kai didn't know. But now, the trend of the inheritance war had become complicated and confusing. At the very least, Yang Zhao had become a difficult bone to chew. His eldest brother was definitely not easy to deal with. Of the remaining 3 brothers, who would emerge victorious was a matter of great concern to the entire world. What's the good news? Yang Kai calmed down and asked. The good news isn't very good for you right now. Cho Meng's face showed a touch of helplessness as she clapped her hands and said, Come in. 2 people walked in from the door. Yang Kai only glanced at them and immediately understood what Cho Meng meant. These 2 were the 2 blood warriors who had followed his 7th brother. Now that Yang Ying had taken the initiative to abstain, they had the opportunity to choose a new follower, just like the other blood warriors. These 2 had also come to seek refuge with Yang Kai. However, since Yang Kai had agreed to the Elder Hall's request, these 2 couldn't contribute much in the inheritance war. Wu Ju, Fu Tsong, greet the little lord. Yang Kai nodded gently. Did you hear what I just said? We heard. The 2 nodded and smiled. Then, we will ask the little lord to take care of us in the future. Likewise, subordinates will retire. The 2 came out to meet with Yang Kai. Immediately after, they retreated. What do you plan to do now? After the 2 blood warriors left, Cho Meng asked softly, I'll observe the situation first. Yang Kai was also somewhat helpless, although the forces he had gathered now weren't bad. With so many blood warriors at his disposal, he couldn't act as unscrupulously as he had expected. Not to mention, Yang Zhao also had a strong army now, so he had no choice but to be cautious. So much had changed in one night. The world was truly fickle. Although everyone felt some injustice for Yang Kai, when they thought about how he had so many blood warriors at once, they didn't think it was a big deal. After dispersing, everyone went back to cultivate. Yang Kai summoned all the blood warriors, including the two who had just joined this morning. There were now 9 blood warriors gathered in his house. This number was quite amazing. The Elder Hall's decision was something the many masters of the Blood Warrior Hall had heard from Ming Jiu and Tang Yuxian. Looking at the masters in front of him, Yang Kai said, "Of the 9 of you, I can only choose 2 to participate in the inheritance war. Ming Jiu has been responsible for my safety, concealment, and assassination, so none of you can compare, so I chose him. As for Yuxian, she is proficient in soul skills and is the only woman among you, so I also chose her. I hope none of you have any complaints." Subordinates wouldn't dare. Everyone shouted in unison, "I know you won't." Yang Kai nodded. "In fact, there is another reason I chose Yuxian." Everyone couldn't help feeling curious. Yang Kai smiled. "I also want to be with a beautiful woman." Even Tang Yuxian, who had a calm temperament and rich experience, couldn't help blushing slightly. "Little Lord," the expressions of the group suddenly became ambiguous. Yang Kai's expression became serious and no longer spoke any nonsense. "Although the remaining 7 of you can't play a role in the inheritance war, in your spare time, you can teach the cultivator in the house how to cultivate. That's not a problem." Tu Feng nodded. They were all masters of the Yang family blood warrior hall, each of them an immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. Giving pointers to the people in the house was a piece of cake. Presumably, the cultivator in the house would also be ecstatic. Being able to receive pointers from the Yang family blood warriors was not an opportunity that ordinary people could obtain. Chapter 497. After talking to the blood warriors for a while, Yang Kai let them disperse. Only Tang Yuxian was left behind. Just now, Yang Kai had made a small joke about her, so Tang Yuxian was still blushing slightly, not knowing why Yang Kai had left her alone. "Yuxian, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide some things from you," Yang Kai said softly with a serious expression. "Little Lord, please speak. Yuxian is listening." Tang Yuxian also nodded. "I can't explain it clearly. Feel it." After Yang Kai finished speaking, a tyrannical spiritual energy burst out from his body and enveloped Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian's tender body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes flashing as she stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "Did you feel it?" Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian froze for a moment before nodding lightly. "Little Lord, is this your own spiritual energy?" "Yes." Yang Kai had already cultivated his spiritual energy, but Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng didn't know about it. But this time Yang Kai wanted to ask Tang Yuxian some questions about her soul, so he had revealed his spiritual energy in front of her. "So that's how it is. The spiritual energy that broke out in Yang Tai's mansion that night was Little Lord's." Tang Yuxian suddenly realized, even after a few months, she still remembered clearly that on the first night of the inheritance war, a great battle had broken out in Yang Tai's mansion. At the same time, a tyrannical divine sense had enveloped Yang Tai's mansion, deterring everyone. At that time, she had been wondering which master this spiritual energy belonged to, but it wasn't until now that she understood. "Little Lord, you're only Yuan Qi boundary 9th stage. How could he possess a peak immortal ascension boundary spiritual energy? Moreover, it should have been several months ago." According to this, Yang Kai had been cultivating his spiritual energy for a long time. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head, not saying much. "Your attainments in soul skills are better than others. I just wanted to learn something from you. Meng Wuya, the old demon. All of them were masters among masters, and their attainments in the field of soul were definitely not weaker than Tang Yuxian's, but each of them had their own strengths. Yang Kai was only a step away from the immortal ascension boundary, so naturally he wanted to make some preparations in advance, especially when it came to breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary. The Yuan Qi state was a watershed for a cultivator. The Yuan Qi in the body would transform into Yuan Qi, becoming denser, purer, and stronger. The immortal ascension boundary was also a huge dividing line for martial artists. In this boundary, the cultivator would open up his own sea of consciousness, nurturing and cultivating divine sense. What does Little Lord want to ask specifically? Tang Yuxian calmed herself down and asked, for example, how did you open up your own sea of knowledge? Yang Kai asked after thinking for a while. Subordinate remembers that I took some precious treasures to supplement my soul. Tang Yuxian recalled for a moment before slowly saying, I'm not too sure about that, but it's fine. Little Gongzi, let me demonstrate it for you. I still remember the situation back then. Demonstration? How? Little Lord, enter my sea of knowledge. Tang Yuxian didn't have any vigilance. She directly released the defenses of her sea of knowledge. Good. Yang Kai nodded. His divine sense turned into a stream and rushed into Tang Yuxian's mind. Looking around, the sky was clear, the water was clear, and the vast ocean appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. In that boundless sea, there was Tang Yuxian's divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. So far, Yang Kai had broken into the sea of knowledge of 3 people. The first was Shan Qing Luo, the second was the little senior sister, and the third was Tang Yuxian. Breaking into someone else's sea of knowledge, he could clearly feel the changes in their hearts and thoughts. This was a very subtle feeling, as if he had become a worm in that person's stomach, and any changes in their mind could not be hidden from the prying eyes of the observer. Therefore, if the relationship was not particularly good, a cultivator would not release the defenses of their sea of knowledge to outsiders. The sea of knowledge of the 3 people gave Yang Kai different feelings. Shan Qing Luo's sea of knowledge contained a charming and seductive feeling. The vast knowledge sea seemed to be able to suck Yang Kai's soul into it, making it impossible for him to extricate himself. Senior sister's sea of knowledge gave a refreshing and natural feeling. Staying in the little senior sister's sea of knowledge, he could forget all his troubles and worries. Her aura could quickly calm Yang Kai, making his heart as calm as still water. Tang Yuxian's was more mature. Even the breeze on the sea was like the embrace of a plump woman, tightly wrapping Yang Kai. At this moment, Tang Yuxian's soul was standing not far in front of Yang Kai. All of a sudden, waves rolled up from the ocean below. The clear and boundless sky also changed for a while, becoming erratic and unsteady. Yang Kai was stunned. Tang Yuxian said embarrassedly, "This is the first time someone has broken into my knowledge sea. Subordinate is not used to it." The situation in her knowledge sea clearly reflected the changes in Tang Yuxian's heart, and now she was undoubtedly a little nervous. After all, she had revealed most of her secrets in front of Yang Kai, which was a bit embarrassing for any woman. As long as Yang Kai penetrated into her knowledge sea, he could even spy on all the bits and pieces of her life from childhood to adulthood, but Yang Kai would certainly not do so. Listening to her say so, Yang Kai just nodded and waited for her mood to calm down. Sure enough, after a while, the sea calmed down again. "Little Lord, watch carefully, I'll show you once." Tang Yuxian whispered softly, and Yang Kai suddenly felt his vision go dark. He couldn't see anything. The sea, the clear sky, the breeze, everything disappeared. There was nothing around him, as if he was in chaos. Knowing that Tang Yuxian was showing him the opening and formation of her knowledge, Yang Kai held his breath and paid close attention. After an unknown amount of time, there seemed to be 1 or 2 free energies born in this chaotic void. like the first life at the beginning of the world, full of vitality and energy fluctuations. These were Tang Yuxian's soul threads. These one or two energies wandered in this chaotic void, like a canoe tossing in the waves, like a candle flame in the wind and rain, or like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Subtle, but fragile. But it also caused some strange changes. Nothingness and chaos were no longer the only theme of this world. In the darkness, one soul thread after another appeared, lighting up this seemingly indestructible dark space. At first, these soul threads were scattered, not forming a circle, and as they formed, some of them shattered and returned to nothingness. However, even more divine soul threads were left behind. Gradually, this world of nothingness and chaos became like a star field at night, full of stars, beautiful and magnificent. With the passage of time, these divine soul threads gathered together. The subtle energy twisted into one, and there seemed to be the sound of flowing water. In that world of nothingness, a small stream appeared. The stream flowed, stretching into the distance. More and more magnificent, bigger and bigger. The stream became a river, the river became the sea, and the sea radiated in all directions, with no end in sight. It was like the beginning of the world, without a trace of chaos. The darkness was dispelled, and Yang Kai's eyes were filled with light. A gentle breeze blew, and the blue water below connected to the sky. Tang Yuxian still stood quietly not far in front of him, gently exhaling, a trace of fatigue appearing on her soul. The demonstration just now must have consumed a lot of her energy. Little Lord, do you understand? Yang Kai nodded gently, not answering, but instead immersed himself in the concept of slowly growing from nothingness to existence. Opening one's knowledge sea was equivalent to opening up a new world. It was just that this world belonged to only one person. It had to be said that Tang Yuxian's demonstration, this time, had given Yang Kai a big harvest. In the future, he already had a lot of ideas on how to open up his own knowledge sea and how to break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Now, all he was missing was maturity and cultivation. Yang Kai believed that as long as he had enough strength to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, he would be able to open up his knowledge sea in the shortest time possible. Actually, if Little Lord wants to cultivate his spiritual energy, this subordinate has a suggestion. Oh, Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise. Little Lord can find a soul partner, and two people can dual cultivate. Tang Yuxian's face was a little red. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Isn't that soul sex? Yes. Tang Yuxian suddenly felt embarrassed, faintly feeling like she was encouraging the Little Lord to do something bad. I heard that once you try this kind of thing, it's easy to get lost in it. Yang Kai smiled strangely. Soul sex. When two people's souls intertwined, they could feel pleasure thousands of times greater than the physical union. This was a resonance between their souls. Although there was a lot to be enjoyed, the fusion of their souls could easily mix up their memories, which could cause their personalities to change drastically to the point where they wouldn't even know who they were. Others may get lost, but Little Lord's heart is firm. There shouldn't be a problem. Tang Yuxian paused for a moment before saying, "There's absolutely no problem." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I'll consider it." He did have a candidate, but he didn't know where Irun was right now. He and Su Yan had only reached the second stage of the yin-yang joyous unification art, so as long as they reached the third stage, they would definitely be able to create a resonance between their souls. Dual cultivating to enhance each other's spiritual energy wasn't a bad idea. Many thanks for this time. Yang Kai sincerely thanked her. Little Lord is too polite. This is a subordinate's duty. Tang Yuxian smiled. Yang Kai gently nodded and was about to withdraw from Tang Yuxian's knowledge, when suddenly his expression changed, and he couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong?" Tang Yuxian asked in amazement. "There's movement." Yang Kai's expression sank, and in the next moment disappeared. Tang Yuxian was stunned for a moment before quickly withdrawing from her knowledge sea. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw Yang Kai hurriedly get up and walk out. At the same time, a creepy laugh rang out from the mansion. "Since you've come, why hide yourself? Show yourself." Immediately, an earth-shattering energy fluctuation spread out from the mansion, causing the ground to shake. From the corner of her eyes, Tang Yuxian even saw a red light rise up from a certain position in the mansion. Tang Yuxian's expression changed, not knowing what was happening. Chapter 498. Back in Yang Kai's mansion, accompanied by the strange laughter and shouts of the old demon, everyone was alerted. When Yang Kai arrived at the scene, he found that not far from the pill room, the mansion's cultivator had gathered in 3 layers. These cultivators' yuan qi was fluctuating, their faces filled with vigilance and fear as they stared towards the center. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, all of them opened a path for him and respectfully greeted him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and calmly walked inside. In the innermost layer, Qiu, Yi Meng, and the others gathered around the old demon, all of them staring at the scene in front of them with curiosity and amazement. "Young master, that person is here?" The old demon's expression was a little excited as he spoke to Yang Kai, pointing his finger forward. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he saw several red lights rise from the ground about 5 meters in front of him, like burning iron pillars, forming a circle. Inside this circle, a vague figure was rampaging about, but was unable to escape the shackles of these red lights. The group of people watching this scene were amazed, even Qiu Yimeng and the others were extremely surprised, because this figure wrapped in red light was almost transparent. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. As this figure moved, it was like a clear stream of water flowing through the air, distorting the scene in front of them. Until now, no one had been able to see the true appearance of this figure. This kind of method was completely beyond the scope of everyone's knowledge and understanding. Ing Jiu was also a master of concealment and assassination. He could also make his figure fade into the air, but that was using a special technique and yuan qi to make others ignore his existence. But this mysterious person in front of him was not like that. She was clearly there, but no one could see her. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he realized that he had underestimated the methods of this mysterious master, this mysterious expert. She had appeared in front of Yang Kai twice, but each time she was able to escape unscathed. Last time at Pajing Lake, Yang Kai had cut off a strand of her hair and given it to the old demon, so that the old demon could find a way to find her. Only today did the old demon sense the aura of this mysterious expert. He immediately used the great divine technique to trap her. Even if he was trapped, she didn't seem to be worried at all. She just casually walked back and forth in the small area surrounded by the red light. Vaguely, she seemed to be observing the people around her. It's a woman? Qiu Yimeng was extremely surprised. Just a moment ago, she had clearly seen the 2 large peaks on this vague figure's chest. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, it allowed Qiu Yimeng to determine her gender. "Miss, reveal your true appearance." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He instructed calmly. The other party was non-committal. He did not answer, nor did he show himself. Just standing there quietly, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes staring at him. "I just have some questions I want to ask. Please cooperate with me." Yang Kai frowned. Still no answer. Yang Kai's expression gradually became impatient. He didn't know what this person wanted to do by sneaking into the pill room again and again, nor did he know who had recruited her. However, if such a person was left alone, it would only make everyone in the house feel uneasy. Moreover, her current attitude of refusing to cooperate made Yang Kai feel that it was useless to say anything more. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it." Yang Kai's expression became cold as he waited quietly. Soon, 10 breaths passed. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, stared at the figure, and said lightly, "Do it if she dares to resist. It doesn't matter if you kill her." The old demon let out a strange laugh and stepped forward. The figure bound by the red light didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to be so cruel and merciless. The figure once again solidified, but soon faded from everyone's sight. "Gather!" the old demon shouted, and the red light surrounding the figure suddenly moved closer to the center, bringing with it an extremely strange aura. "Humph! You think you can catch me with just a few of you?" Just as the red light was about to bind the woman, she suddenly opened her mouth and spoke. When this voice entered everyone's ears, everyone's expression froze. It wasn't that this voice was very pleasant to hear, or that it was unpleasant to hear, but because it gave people a kind of tender feeling. A person as they grew older, not only would their figure and appearance change slightly, but their voice would also change. The voice of an older person was different from that of a younger person. This mysterious master's voice was very tender and crisp. So just listening to her voice, everyone couldn't help thinking she was a young girl in her 20s. But soon, everyone secretly shook their heads. It was impossible for a young girl in her 20s to have such exquisite cultivation and profound strength. Qiu Yimeng was 22 or 23 years old, but was only an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator. Lu Qingyao was even older. This woman's aptitude couldn't possibly be better than Qiu Yimeng and Lu Qinyao's, right? Perhaps she was born with a tender voice. Everyone guessed. As soon as the mysterious woman's voice fell, the old demon's expression suddenly became cold, and without hesitation, he quickly pulled out something from his sleeve. At the same time, accompanied by a triumphant chuckle, the figure bound by the red light suddenly burst apart. Suddenly, Kai Yang took a step forward and sent out a giant hand seal to grab the other side. He had seen this scene twice already, and each time this mysterious master had escaped in this way. As the hand seal reached out, it only managed to grab a wisp of mist before the mysterious woman suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone present couldn't help feeling shocked. Not only were there many young cultivators gathered here, but there were also many immortal ascension boundary masters and several masters from the Yang family blood warrior hall. But no one had seen how she had escaped. The old demon, on the other hand, was excited, holding the thing he had just taken out and pouring his yuan qi into it. As the yuan qi poured into it, the strange-looking thing suddenly lit up. "Bind!" the old demon shouted, the thing in his hand turning into a stream of light and disappearing in front of everyone's eyes, flying off towards a certain direction in War City at an incredible speed. Jia, this old master knew she would do that. The old demon smiled smugly as he watched the stream of light disappear. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai asked, glancing over at the thing the old demon had just taken out. It was made from the light blue hair he had given him last time. "This old master will take action. Young master, you just need to wait," the old demon said confidently. Yang Kai nodded gently, while the several blood warriors all stared at the old demon strangely. None of them were short-sighted people, but the method the old demon had just used was something none of them had ever heard of, so they couldn't help becoming interested in the old demon's background. War City, wind swept in. Inside one of the rooms, a young girl slowly opened her beautiful eyes and pouted. "How infuriating! He's actually been waiting for me all this time. So shameless. I didn't want to do anything bad. I just wanted to find someone. How infuriating!" She had met this man 3 times who seemed to be younger than her, and the first 2 times he had seen through her concealment, causing the young girl to feel somewhat unconvinced. How could there be such a powerful young man in this barbarian land? It was just that his strength was too low. If he hadn't been born here and had instead been born in the place she had left, surely he would have achieved great things in the future, right? However, Since he was born here, his future achievements would be limited. Thinking so, the young girl's mood suddenly became cheerful, as if she was gloating over Yang Kai's humble background. Asterisk show show. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air reached the young girl's ears, causing her skin to tighten, as she immediately felt a sense of danger, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Before she could figure out what was going on, a stream of light flew in through the window. That stream of light struck the girl's body with lightning speed. Ouch! The young girl was caught off guard and fell to the ground, but by the time she got up, the stream of light had disappeared again. There was no trace of injury on her body, but after carefully inspecting herself, she felt like she was missing something. What am I missing? The young girl examined herself several times, but couldn't find anything, shaking her head in confusion as she tapped her red lips. In Yang Kai's mansion, everyone had already dispersed under Yang Kai's orders. Only the old demon remained. The master and servant were waiting quietly. After a long while, a stream of light flashed past their eyes. The old demon reached out and caught it. After examining it a little, he said with joy, "Young master, it's done." As he spoke, he handed over the thing he had caught. Yang Kai picked it up and looked at it carefully in his hand. He couldn't help but laugh. He had just casually glanced at it and didn't pay attention to what the old demon had made with the woman's hair. But now it seemed that it was actually a small person. The old demon actually had this kind of craftsmanship. The small person made of hair naturally had blurry facial features, but all four limbs were intact. It was just a rough model. At this moment, this small person was emitting a faint light, as if there was obscure energy surging within it. "Young master, this is the soul-capturing spell that this old servant made. This small person is already connected to the woman's spirit. If you do something to this small person, the woman will feel it even if she is thousands of times weaker. What if I twist its neck?" Yang Kai glanced at the old demon. "Then the woman will be dead." The old demon laughed. "It can be said that the woman is now completely under your control." "Young master, not bad." A smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, clearly very satisfied. The old demon laughed dryly. "This seems to be a spell that this old servant researched in order to control my subordinates." That day, I had a flash of inspiration and suddenly remembered. "So, you didn't have a good life in the past. If you want to use this method to control your subordinates, who would be willing to be loyal to you?" Yes, this old servant was forced to do it." Yang Kai shook his head and didn't ask any more. He just stretched out his hand, bent his middle finger, aimed at the small person's forehead, and gently flicked it. Chapter 499. Night, Yang Kai's mansion. Torches were burning everywhere, illuminating the entire mansion. The moon was bright, and there were few stars in the sky, making the night in War City extremely quiet. "She's here?" Kai Yang, who was in the middle of meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, they shined brightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. The old demon, who was standing guard beside him, also let out a strange laugh, making this quiet night seem extremely gloomy. "Since you've come, why not show yourself?" Yang Kai shouted. The door suddenly opened, and Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared forward. Under the moonlight, an almost transparent figure stood at the door, as clear as day, like flowing water. This person stepped into the room and stood about 10 meters away from Yang Kai. The old demon secretly circulated his strength, while Ingju, who was hidden in the darkness, also focused all his attention on this mysterious master, not daring to relax in the slightest. Timid as a mouse, from where the almost transparent figure stood, a voice filled with disdain rang out. It was still the same crisp and sweet voice of a young woman. Obviously, she was disdaining Yang Kai for having two powerful masters guarding him when they first met. "Show your true face." Yang Kai didn't care, and ordered lightly, "A scoundrel like you isn't qualified to see this young lady." The person in front of him snorted, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Unless you tell the two people beside you to withdraw." Yong Kai smiled playfully as he played with the little figure made of light blue hair in his hand, not saying anything. He could clearly feel that the woman's gaze had already locked onto the little person. That pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with fear and bitterness, as if she couldn't wait to snatch this little person and destroy it in her hands. After a long time, Yong Kai waved his hand. "Young master." The old demon's expression changed slightly as he called out in a low voice, "It's fine." Yong Kai shook his head. The old demon frowned. Nodding, he said, "Then, old servant, and Ingjiu will wait outside the door. If you have any instructions, just shout." Saying so, he stepped outside. As he passed by the mysterious woman, the old demon suddenly laughed strangely. "Don't provoke my young master. Otherwise you won't have a good life in the future." The mysterious woman sneered. After old demon and Ingjiu left, the mysterious woman relaxed. Now that there were two masters in the room, she was finally able to relax. She was also a little nervous. Yong Kai saw this subtle change in her expression. "You don't seem to be very strong." Being afraid of Ingjiu and old demon, she was obviously not a top master. "Not only young master," the woman coldly snorted, not showing any weakness. Kai Yong couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. This woman actually dared to argue with him. Her heart was obviously not mature enough. How old was she? Young. Yong Kai's now. "As you wish, my two subordinates have gone out." "Show your true face." The woman giggled softly. Her almost transparent body was also visible, her graceful bearing becoming more and more graceful. She restrained her laughter. "Do you really want to see me that much?" Yong Kai slowly got up and walked towards her step by step. The mysterious woman's aura suddenly stagnated, as if she had not expected that Yong Kai would be so bold, daring to approach her without any attendants. Even as he approached, the woman who should have been fearless couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. Slowly shaking her head, the woman dispelled the uneasiness in her heart, her aura suddenly becoming dangerous as she coldly said, "I'll give you one chance. Hand over that thing in your hand to me. And if I say no, those who provoke this young lady never have a good end." The woman coldly shouted, her tender body suddenly bursting into a mist that instantly filled the entire room. Inside this mist, a strange energy began to swirl around, wrapping around Yong Kai from all directions. Feeling the movement inside the room, Ingjiu, who was standing at the door, wanted to rush in to help, but was stopped by the old demon. The old demon slowly shook his head and calmly said, "Young master will be fine. If something happens, you die." Ingjiu said coldly. The old demon grinned strangely. "In terms of loyalty, this old master is no worse than you. Don't worry, that woman is out of luck, daring to provoke young master. She definitely won't have a good end." As soon as his words fell, a mournful scream rang out from inside the room. It was the woman's voice, and listening to it, she seemed to be suffering some kind of inhumane torture. Mixed in with Yong Kai's wretched grin was Yong Kai's. Jiu's expression couldn't help becoming strange, as his mind couldn't help imagining a scene of a strong bully abusing a delicate girl who was powerless to resist. For a long time, his blood boiled. Inside the room, Yong Kai stood in place, holding the little figure in his hand, flicking his fingers lightly. Each time the woman's screams became louder and louder. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The mist was so thick that he couldn't see her face clearly. However, under the torment of pain, this woman was curled up on the ground like a quail in winter. Her delicate body was shivering, and her light blue hair was scattered on the ground like a waterfall. She looked so delicate and helpless and pitiful. Yang Kai remained indifferent, releasing his burning hot, true Yang Yuan Qi. He instantly evaporated all the water vapor in the room. Calmly walking in front of the woman, he stared down at her condescendingly. Looking at the light blue hair that was as clear as a lake, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen such hair, soft, elegant, and beautiful. Anyone who saw it for the first time would fall in love with it. The mysterious woman's figure was also relatively petite. Her long hair even covered half of her buttocks. Her legs were bent, and her hands were covering her forehead. She was lying on the ground, motionless. Only the sound of her heavy breathing could be heard. Through the gaps between her fingers and her hair, Yang Kai saw a pair of bright eyes filled with hatred staring back at him. Moreover, although this woman looked miserable and pitiful, in fact, she had put up a perfect defensive counterattack posture. As long as Yang Kai took one more step forward, she would be able to launch a thunderous strike. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. The beautiful eyes under her fingers suddenly became disappointed. "Get up!" Yang Kai raised his head slightly and stared at her faintly. The woman slowly shook her head, her attitude firm. "Don't act like I'm raping you. I'm not interested in old women." Yang Kai snorted. "Who's an old woman?" Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The woman immediately jumped up from the ground and glared at Yang Kai. Gritting her teeth, her full breasts heaved up and down, and her black hair fluttered left and right, covering her round buttocks. After she finished speaking and saw Yang Kai's proud smile, the woman realized that she had been tricked. She immediately puffed up her cheeks and showed a dissatisfied expression. Yang Kai's eyes became strange as he stared straight at the woman in front of him, his face full of suspicion. He found that this woman's face was like her voice, very young and tender. The flowing time, great emperor, didn't seem to have left too many scars on her face. No matter how good a woman was at maintaining her appearance, it was impossible for her to deceive the passage of time, unless she had taken some special heavenly treasures. For example, Dong Suju and Tang Yuxian, although both of them looked young, and many people even mistook Dong Suju for Fourth Master Yang's daughter. If one looked carefully, they would still be able to tell that they weren't young girls. But the woman in front of him was different. Yang Kai felt that if she hadn't taken some kind of precious treasure, then she really would be a young woman in her 20s. As for her cultivation, Yang Kai swept her with his divine sense and couldn't help feeling shocked. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. This was the first time Yang Kai had clearly judged her cultivation. The last few times he had met her, his divine sense had been unable to detect her cultivation. Even Meng, Wuya couldn't do anything about it. She seemed to have some kind of mysterious power that blocked his divine sense. "What do you want to do?" Being stared at by Yang Kai's aggressive eyes, the woman's beautiful face changed slightly, and she couldn't help shrinking back. "I'd like to ask you, what do you want to do?" Yang Kai stared at her. "What do I want to do? Why do you want to torture me like this?" The woman suddenly became aggrieved, her pair of beautiful watery eyes filling with a layer of mist. From childhood to now, she had never suffered such bitterness. This man was holding a doll made of her hair in his hand, and with this doll, he seemed to be able to control her life and death. "I just came here to find someone. I haven't done anything bad. Why are you treating me like this?" The woman said, her expression becoming agitated. "Find someone? Find who?" Yang Kai frowned. "I'm not telling you. How old are you?" Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. Judging from the strength this woman showed, it was absolutely impossible for her to be as young as she looked, but from her tone and demeanor, she really did seem to be a young girl. In this world, was there a young girl with such profound strength? Even Su Yan, at this moment, was probably only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd or 3rd stage cultivator. "I'm not telling you. A woman's age is her biggest secret." The woman pursed her red lips, seemingly feeling that Yang Kai wasn't as vicious as she had imagined, her expression relaxing. "Old demon, Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The old demon responded, "Old servant is here. Take this woman's Yuan Qi and tie her up outside the house." "Yes," the old demon responded quickly, without the slightest hesitation. The woman's face suddenly went pale as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected this man to be so vicious and shameless. The scene of her being stripped naked and tied up outside the house appeared in her mind. The woman couldn't help shivering from the bottom of her heart, seeing the old demon grin and reach out to grab her. The woman's figure immediately disappeared, even concealing her aura. "Do you think you can escape?" Yang Kai sneered and flicked the doll again. Accompanied by a scream, the woman who had just disappeared appeared at the door again. She fell to the ground and lay there motionless. It was a tragic scene. Chapter 500. Inside the room, Yang Kai sat calmly in his chair. Ing Jiu and the old demon also returned to the room and stood behind him, while the mysterious woman stood about 15 meters in front of Yang Kai. After suffering a few losses, she had become quite obedient. She knew that as long as that little figure made of hair was in Yang Kai's hand, she wouldn't be able to escape his grasp, no matter what. Her two jade-like hands intertwined with each other, showing the nervousness in her heart. Lowering her head slightly, she seemed to be docile and submissive, but the pair of beautiful eyes hidden under her bangs were constantly observing Kai Yang's movements, waiting for the moment he would reveal a flaw. From time to time, her red lips would squirm a few times, as if she was cursing him. "Your existence makes me very wary," Yang Kai said frankly. "You seem to have some special abilities. For someone like you, if you can't be used by me, I will immediately destroy you." "Really?" The woman raised her head and glanced at Yang Kai somewhat timidly, only to find that his expression was extremely serious. Obviously, he wasn't trying to scare her, causing her heart to tremble slightly. This was the first time she had seen such a ruthless man, one who didn't seem to mind being ruthless at all. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "So, whatever I ask, you answer. If there is anything that displeases me, you understand." And the woman rubbed her red forehead and nodded gently. Under such absolute strength, she didn't dare to resist. "What's your name?" "Shui Ling." The woman pursed her lips and replied somewhat reluctantly. "Shui Ling?" Yang Kai frowned. This was a name that was very much in line with the abilities she displayed, but in Yang Kai's memory, there was no such person. Even this surname was quite strange. "Where are you from?" "Water Spirit Temple." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more as he tried to think of the names of the forces he knew, but none of them had anything to do with Water Spirit Temple. It was even the first time he had heard of the name of this faction. The old demon, who was standing behind him, suddenly had a strange look on his face when he heard the words Water God Temple. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and there was also a trace of suspicion, as if some chaotic memories in his mind had been triggered. A moment later, he slowly shook his head. Due to his severe memory loss, the words Water Spirit Temple sounded familiar to him, but when he tried to think about it, he couldn't remember anything. "There's no need to think about it. You don't know anything about Water Spirit Temple." Shui Ling saw that Yang Kai was deep in thought and chuckled lightly, a hint of contempt in her voice. He seemed to be mocking Yang Kai for being an ignorant country bumpkin. "But I know that you didn't just randomly fabricate a faction to fool me." Yang Kai coldly snorted at the other party's arrogant gaze. This made him a little uncomfortable. Although she was clearly a prisoner, Shui Ling didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness, just like a junior from a super force being captured by a second or third-class force. It was as if she had nothing to fear. "I didn't. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well." Shui Ling slowly shook her head, her light blue hair swaying gracefully in the wind. "Water Spirit Temple, it is indeed a faction. You don't need to pursue this matter. The time has come. I'll tell you." Just as Yang Kai was feeling a little impatient, Meng Wuya's voice reached his ears. I understand. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, thinking that this water spirit temple was just a secluded force. But since this little girl is from Water Spirit Temple, you have to be careful when dealing with her. Otherwise, it is very likely that she will bring a devastating disaster to your Yang family. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The Yang family was already the strongest force in the central capital, and even in the entire world, it was second to none. But listening to Meng Wuya's words, it seemed that this water spirit temple's strength was even greater than the Yang family's. How was this possible? How could a secluded force have such great ability? His expression changing slightly, Yang Kai continued to ask, age? Shui Ling curled her lips, biting her lower lip lightly as she whispered, Can I not say this? Yang Kai firmly shook his head. 19 years old. Shui Ling's face was filled with displeasure. For a woman, age was a taboo, especially when being questioned by a man. Yang Kai took a deep breath, suddenly feeling as if he was in a dream. He could judge that Shui Ling's answer just now was the truth. In other words, she was really only 19 years old. Moreover, this was in line with her temperament and tone of voice. However, a 19-year-old Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage cultivator was simply unbelievable. Such aptitude and talent had already surpassed all the young talents Yang Kai knew of. In front of her, Lu Qingyao and the others didn't even have the qualifications to carry her shoes. In an instant, Yang Kai's evaluation of Water Spirit Temple rose to a new height. This secluded force was able to cultivate a genius like Shui Ling, saying that it was superior to the Yang family was not nonsense. Although his heart was filled with shock, he didn't show it on his face, still remaining indifferent. Perceiving this, Shui Ling actually felt a little disappointed. She had been expecting to see Yang Kai's shocked and depressed expression. How old are you then? Shui Ling asked curiously. Almost 18, Yang Kai replied, his attitude still quite amiable. Really? Shui Ling was surprised. Your way of doing things doesn't seem to be the same. After a pause, she continued, but your aptitude is quite sloppy. Her evaluation was quite natural, without the slightest awareness of her status as a prisoner. Her expression was quite natural, as if she felt she was qualified to make such an evaluation. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth rose as he chuckled lightly. Your Water Spirit Temple must have many young people like me who possess great strength, right? Shui Ling sneered. Let's put it this way. If you were to enter our Water Spirit Temple among the younger generation, your aptitude would probably rank in the top 100. What about you? Yang Kai showed a look of interest. Shui Ling suddenly smiled proudly, raising 3 white fingers. Top 3. Oh, I see. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If I have time, I will definitely pay a visit to your Water Spirit Temple and exchange pointers with some of your younger generation's masters. Shui Ling smiled contemptuously. You think you can do that? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications. When I say you're good, I mean you're good here, but where we are, you're not good enough. What do you mean by here and there? Yang Kai frowned. Humph. Shui Ling raised her head proudly, disdainfully glaring at Yang Kai. I know you're trying to trick me. So what? But that's the truth. Don't you feel quite shocked? Yang Kai stared back at her with a smile, his eyes seemingly burning with fighting spirit, calmly saying, I will definitely go to Water Spirit Temple. Shui Ling's arrogance gradually converged as she stared at Yang Kai like she was looking at a fool. She really couldn't understand why this man could still be so excited after hearing those words. What kind of person is he? I still have a few questions. Yang Kai didn't pursue the previous topic. This woman was still young, so it was pointless to argue with her. After I finish asking, can I leave? Shui Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Do as you wish. Yang Kai smiled. Then hurry up and ask. Shui Ling's expression became excited. her eyes filled with expectation, as if she couldn't wait to sprout wings and fly out of here. You said you came here to find someone. Who are you looking for? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he asked, I don't know. Shui Ling shook her head. She's wearing a veil, so I don't know what she looks like. Why are you looking for her? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Shui Ling suddenly felt as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, as if she said the wrong thing, she would be mercilessly killed. Shui Ling's heart couldn't help trembling as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not understanding why his aura had suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, she cautiously replied, her physique is very strange, and her aptitude is even better than yours. I want to pull her into my water spirit temple. Yang Kai suddenly stood up, his yuan qi fluctuating. Shui Ling was startled and quickly retreated a few steps, assuming a defensive posture as she asked in a trembling voice, what are you doing? How do you know her physique is strange? Yang Kai approached Shui Ling step by step, his tyrannical spiritual energy enveloping the space around her. The person Shui Ling was looking for was undoubtedly Xia Ningchang. This explained why she had snuck into the pill room. However, she was able to see through Xia Ningchang's special physique, which made Yang Kai feel slightly uneasy. Xia Ningchang's physique was indeed not ordinary. It was the sacred spirit medicine body, a physique that was born for alchemy, a physique that could allow one to reach the peak of alchemy. Meng Wu Ye had always been protecting Xia Ningchang, not letting her be coveted by others. However, if the news of Xia Ningchang having the sacred spirit medicine body were to spread out, even Meng Wu Ye would not be able to protect his little senior sister. At that time, no matter whose hands his little senior sister fell into, Yang Kai wouldn't want to see the result. Yang Kai had no choice but to take precautions. If there was no other way, he didn't mind killing her here to silence her. I just know. Shui Ling screamed, seeing the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. Her heart filled with fear as she retreated again and again. How do you know? Yang Kai continued to interrogate her, not giving her any time to breathe. How am I supposed to know? When she entered the city that day, I saw her and immediately knew it may be related to my special physique. Yang Kai's footsteps came to a stop less than half a foot away from Shui Ling, staring at her from top to bottom. Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine, as if under this gaze she had been stripped naked and presented in front of this young man. You also have a special physique? Yang Kai was surprised. Shui Ling nodded gently as she gasped for breath, her full breasts heaving up and down. She suddenly discovered that this young man, who was even younger than her, gave off a strong sense of oppression, so strong that even an elite from Water Spirit Temple like her couldn't withstand it. At such a close distance, she could easily launch an attack with her strength that surpassed his by nearly an entire great realm, but Shui Ling didn't dare. She had a feeling that even without that little person restraining her, this young man was not someone she could kill. Chapter 501. Restless thoughts flashed through Shui Ling's mind several times, but she still couldn't condense her yuan qi. What kind of special constitution do you have? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her, listening to her words. Yang Kai immediately realized that this woman in front of him also had a special constitution. A special constitution. Yang Kai had only ever seen his little senior sister. This kind of special constitution was a blessing from the heavens and was extremely rare. Moreover, each special constitution played a different role, so it was rare for two people with the same special constitution to appear. His little senior sister's special constitution was particularly suited for alchemy, so now that another person with a special constitution had appeared in front of him, Yang Kai was naturally very interested and wanted to know some details. Shui Ling looked at Yang Kai vigilantly, somewhat unwilling to answer. Just as Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body was strictly kept a secret. Shui Ling's special constitution was also something she wanted to hide. But now that she was under someone else's roof, she had no choice but to lower her head. After hesitating for a long time, Shui Ling finally said, "Water spirit body." Yang Kai nodded slightly, knowing that this woman wasn't lying to him. From the way this woman had acted so many times, her special constitution should be related to water. Moreover, her name should also be derived from this. "Is there anything special about it?" Yang Kai asked in a pleasant tone. "I can transform my body into a flowing stream of water," Shui Ling said, activating her Yuan Qi to demonstrate. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of guarding against her. Under the watchful gazes of the several pairs of eyes in the room, this petite woman with long light blue hair really became as transparent as water, leaving behind only a humanoid outline. Gradually, she even transformed into a round ball of water. Even Ingju, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help gaping, his face filled with disbelief. "That's more than that, right?" Yang Kai smiled and reached out to touch the ball of water in front of him. The ball of water suddenly burst, scattering a mist. Shui Ling's body suddenly appeared not far from Yang Kai's side. Her face flushed red as she crossed her arms. Clutching his chest, he gritted his teeth and glared at them. He seemed to be trembling with anger. Yang Kai was stunned. Twisting his fingers, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Touched where you shouldn't have touched. What do you think?" Shui Ling gasped for breath, grinding her teeth so hard they creaked. "I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't feel anything." Yang Kai's expression remained calm. Just now, he had only felt as if he had touched a stream of water, not a human body, but for Shui Ling, he was certain this wasn't the case. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so indignant and angry. "I'll remember you," Shui Ling said, her eyes filled with hatred. "There are many people who remember me." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He didn't care. But those people didn't end well. "I'm very curious about the abilities of your water spirit body." Seeing his indifferent expression, she casually brushed aside the matter of the molestation just now. Shui Ling couldn't help feeling a sense of powerlessness. She had never seen such a shameless man before. It was as if he had spent all of his cultivation training on his face. "I'm not in the mood to talk about it," Shui Ling coldly snorted. "If you want to kill me, do as you see fit." Yang Kai scratched his forehead, knowing that his unintentional actions just now had truly angered this woman, so he didn't force her any further. He was afraid of this mysterious woman only because he didn't know her intentions before. He also didn't know her background. Now that he knew, he didn't care much. As long as she wasn't a subordinate of one of his brothers, as long as she wasn't trying to harm Xia Ning Chang, Yang Kai wouldn't care about her. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Yang Kai shook his head. Shui Ling's expression froze for a moment, not having expected him to be so easy to deal with. Immediately stretching out her hand and saying, "Give me back my hair." "That's impossible." Yang Kai chuckled. "You can go, I won't stop you, but this thing must remain in my hands because I don't know if what you said just now is true or false. I also don't know if you'll come here to stir up trouble in the future." "How can you be like this?" Shui Ling was depressed. "With that thing in your hands, I won't be able to escape from your control for the rest of my life. Yet you still dare to say you'll let me go? Where can I go?" "Do what you want, as long as you don't come to my house to make trouble. The world is big. You can go wherever you want." After a pause, Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course, if you're willing to work for me, I'll welcome you." "Work for you?" Shui Ling sneered. "Do you think you have the qualifications? If you don't want to, we can cooperate. As long as you're willing to stay, anything can be discussed." Yang Kai continued to persuade her. "Only a ghost would want to stay." Shui Ling coldly snorted, turned around, and walked away, secretly raising her Yuan Qi to guard against Yang Kai's blatant lies. But even after she left Yang Kai's house, she didn't hear any movement behind her. Obviously, the other party didn't want to embarrass her. Looking back, Shui Ling couldn't help stomping her foot in anger. This time she had really suffered a big loss. Not only had she not been able to escape from that person's control, even her pure and innocent body had been touched by him, but the person herself had said she didn't feel anything. How infuriating. Also, who was the one who made that little doll? Why was it able to connect my essence to it? That damn bastard. Sooner or later I'll make him pay. Shui Ling swore to herself. Inside the mansion, Yang Kai stood up and put down the psychological burden he had been worrying about for the past few days. Young master, why didn't you let that woman stay? If she could display her abilities properly, it would have been of great benefit to you. The old demon asked, somewhat puzzled. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. Yang Kai shook his head, tossing the little doll in his hand. By relying on this, I do have the ability to forcibly keep her here, but what about after that? If she were to deliberately retaliate and cause trouble in the house, who would be able to suppress her? If we really fought, she definitely wouldn't be Old Servant's opponent. Even the several blood warriors in the house would be able to defeat her, but her physique is truly a headache. The old demon nodded. The water spirit body was indeed very strange. If it weren't for the strand of hair Yang Kai had cut off at Pijing Lake that day, the old demon wouldn't have been able to do anything to Shui Ling. What's more, as long as I have this, she won't be too far away from me. When I want to use her in the future, what need do I have to worry about her not yielding? Yang Kai smiled. Young master is wise. The old demon felt a chill run down his spine as he couldn't help worrying about Shui Ling. That little girl probably believed Yang Kai's words and thought that from now on, she and Yang Kai wouldn't interfere with each other's business. Little did she know that Yang Kai only saw her as a hired thug. 19 years old. Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage. Yang Kai murmured, taking a deep breath as a look of yearning flashed across his eyes. What kind of great force was this water spirit temple? It was actually able to cultivate such a genius. And Shui Ling had also said that she was only ranked 3rd in Water Spirit Temple. This meant that there were at least 2 other existences in Water Spirit Temple who were on the same level as Shui Ling, perhaps even stronger. Such a great force actually exists in this world. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling an urge to see for himself. Treasurer Meng. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly called out. Meng Wu Ya's voice immediately reached his ear. Don't ask anything. When the time comes, this old master will naturally tell you. For now, you should focus on breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Good. Yang Kai sighed. That night's confrontation with Shui Ling, besides Meng Wuya, the old demon, and Ning Jiu, no one else in the house knew about it. Perhaps a few powerful blood warriors had investigated the situation, but without Yang Kai's orders, none of them dared to approach. So naturally, they didn't know the details. That night, Yang Kai announced that he was going into retreat to prepare for his breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension boundary, while Qiu Yimeng took over all the affairs of the house. The current situation in the inheritance war was complicated and confusing. Yang Kai only had 2 blood warriors at his disposal. Although he had a great advantage in terms of financial and material resources, Yang Kai's forces were far superior to Yang Kai's in terms of manpower. Acting rashly would only give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. So in the short term, Yang Kai didn't intend to fight with Yang Zhao, only ordering Qiu Yimeng to take some people to harass him. Although eldest brother Yang Wei's strength wasn't weak, in comparison, he was undoubtedly the weakest of the 3 remaining brothers and had long been excluded from the list of possible winners of the inheritance war. All eyes were now focused on Yang Kai and Yang Zhao. The next patriarch of the Yang family was bound to be one of these 2. However, for Yang Kai and Yang Zhao, neither of them was willing to attack Yang Wei, even if they already had the strength and heritage to do so. Firstly, attacking Yang Wei would definitely cost them a lot and weaken their own strength. Secondly, after defeating Yang Wei, the two blood warriors around Yang Wei would no longer be able to help in the inheritance war. Yang Wei's allies would definitely choose to join the other side to strengthen the enemy's strength. Perhaps this would be enough to reverse the situation of the inheritance war. It was precisely because of these constraints that although Yang Wei was the weakest, he was also the safest. It was even possible that Yang Zhao and Yang Kai would both suffer heavy losses, while Yang Wei would be the fisherman who would reap the benefits. This wasn't something everyone could see clearly. Only those who had a strong sense of the overall situation would be able to see it clearly. Time flew by, and soon 2 months had passed. The entire war city had been silent for 2 months after the last upheaval and the Great Reshuffle. Occasionally, the remaining 3 parties would have some small-scale conflicts, but they were all quite restrained, so there weren't too many casualties. More often than not, the cultivators from these forces who participated in the inheritance war were working hard to cultivate and strengthen themselves. After more than 2 months of development, Yang Kai's forces had not changed much, but their overall strength had risen several levels. With mysterious grade pills being taken every day and artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect constantly refining artifacts, it would be ridiculous for their strength to remain stagnant. Every day, a large number of cultivators would break through their bottlenecks and break through to the next level. During this time, many of the leaders of the younger generation had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. Chapter 502. Today, it was possibly, perhaps, the astral ascension boundary was a threshold for martial artists. Many people would not be able to break through in their lifetime. However, this bottleneck wasn't too difficult for the young leaders of the various forces. After breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary, how far they could go in the future would depend on their own efforts and opportunities. However, for most people, the peak immortal ascension boundary was their limit. Because of the appearance of these immortal ascension boundary masters, the number of pills produced in the pill room had also increased. Profound grade pills were used to cultivate one's soul, so the consumption of materials was also enormous. Fortunately, Yang Kai had accumulated a lot some time ago. The flags he had seized from Yang Kong and Yang Shin's houses had also been exchanged with the Bamboo Knot Gang for supplies, so the supply of materials wasn't a problem for the time being. In addition to the frequent breakthroughs of the younger cultivator, the older cultivator had also made significant breakthroughs. For example, Guan Chi Lu of Blood Battle Gang had been stuck at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage for 7 or 8 years. He had always thought that this was the limit of his cultivation, and that he had reached his limit, but never had he imagined that after coming to Yang Kai's mansion and taking a mysterious grade pill to cultivate, in just half a month, the bottleneck that had plagued him for 7 or 8 years began to loosen, and after another half month, he successfully broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage. Since then, his cultivation had been slowly increasing, and now his Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage cultivation had completely stabilized. When he broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage, Guan Chi Lu couldn't hold back his tears and had to be comforted by the Hu sisters. Not only Guan Chi Lu, but most of the Immortal Ascension Boundary masters from the various great forces were in their 40s or 50s or even 60s. At this age, it was very difficult for them to improve their strength any further. However, ever since the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley began to refine pills, all of them began to show signs of loosening their bottlenecks, and they began to feel their ability to absorb world energy much faster than before, giving them the illusion that they had been reborn. None of them knew why this was happening. Although the quality of the mysterious grade pill was high, it was impossible for it to change a person's cultivation aptitude. However, the pills produced by Yang Kai's mansion's pill room had such an effect. The younger generation and older cultivator had all made breakthroughs, but the most gratifying one was the Blood Warriors' breakthroughs. Although because of the family's interference, the 9 Blood Warriors could only using Zhou and Tang Yuxian to participate in the Inheritance War, Qiu Meng still didn't withhold their share in the supply of pills, because the Qiu family's first young lady knew that these Blood Warriors were Yang Kai's future capital to establish himself in the Yang family. How could she neglect them? Today, most of the 9 Great Blood Warriors had broken through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage. First, Yang Kai, Yang, Tang, Yu, and Xiao, and Xiao. Yang, Yang's Yang, S Yang, Yang, Yang's Yang. All of the Blood Warriors were ecstatic and grateful. The hardships and difficulties of breaking through from the Immortal Ascension boundary 8th stage to the 9th stage weren't something that could be explained in words. Given enough time, each of them had the capital and aptitude to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary 9th stage. But that was a matter of 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. The rapid improvement of everyone's strength was a joy to all who saw it. In the end, everyone could only deceive themselves by saying that Yang Kai's mansion's feng shui was very good. In fact, everyone knew that this was all thanks to the mysterious grade pills. The mysterious grade pills produced by Yang Kai's mansion seemed to have some magical and mysterious effects that could fundamentally improve a person's aptitude. Everyone kept it a secret. Inside his room, Yang Kai's expression was calm as he played with a small sword in his hand. This was the artifact Dong Qinghan had obtained from Pijing Lake, a heaven-grade, top-rank soul-type artifact. These past 2 months of retreat had greatly increased Yang Kai's strength. It was rare for him to have such a long period of time where he didn't care about anything else and only focused on cultivation. In his memory, the only time he had broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary in that isolated world was when he had entered retreat for several months. He was only 1 step away from the Immortal Ascension boundary. The cultivator in the mansion had a supply of mysterious grade pills. So how could Yang Kai, as the master of the mansion, not have any? On top of that, these pills were specially refined for him by his little senior sister, so their effects were much stronger than any other pill he had ever seen. His Yuan Qi had reached the standard of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and his soul had also become much stronger. After closing his eyes and concentrating, Yang Kai could even see the dazzling 5-colored soul-warming lotus. This supreme saint-grade pill had finally appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes again. During these 2 months, Yang Kai had done nothing but cultivate, and refine the remaining 2 artifacts. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror had long since been completely refined by him. At this moment, the small sword in his hand was also ready to be used. However, he was just a little bit away from breaking through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Yang Kai always felt that this small sword was not completely compatible with his soul. Perhaps it was because he still did not have a knowledge C. After all, this was a soul-type artifact. Although he could use it before reaching the Immortal Ascension boundary, he would not be able to fully display its functions. If he could fully integrate this small sword with his soul, Yang Kai believed that it would be time for him to break through. Thinking hard about it, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He had been sitting like this for more than 10 days, observing the small sword in his hand with his divine sense trying to integrate with it. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, waking Yang Kai from his contemplation. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Come in." The door opened, and Qiu Meng walked in cautiously. Glancing at Yang Kai and seeing that he did not show any displeasure, she felt relieved. She knew that Yang Kai was in retreat, trying to break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, and had not dared to disturb him for the past 2 months. But today she had no choice but to come. So naturally she was a bit nervous. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked up at her. After not seeing her for 2 months, the Chiu family's first young lady had become more and more radiant, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up. Because of the difficulties in his cultivation, his mood had improved a lot. There's a man named Pang Chi who wants to see you, Chiu Yimeng whispered. Pang Chi? Yang Kai frowned. What is he doing here? Pang Chi, the bamboo, not gang sect leader, was one of the first forces Yang Kai had gathered in the central capital. Yang Kai had not allowed them to participate in the inheritance war because, firstly, the strength of these people was uneven, so even if they entered the battlefield, they would only be slaughtered. Secondly, they were responsible for collecting supplies for Yang Kai in the central capital, inquiring about various intelligence and delivering messages. After the start of the inheritance war, every month or so, the Bamboo Knot Gang would secretly transport a batch of supplies to Yang Kai's mansion in War City. After so long, Pang Chi had done a good job. However, each time he would not show up. After all, he was Yang Kai's ally, so it was definitely not safe for him to show up in War City. This time, however, he had come in person. Obviously, there was something he wanted to report. Chiu Yimeng frowned slightly and replied, He didn't say what it was. He only told me to tell you 2 words. I found it. Found it. In an instant, Yang Kai understood why Pang Chi had taken the risk to come to War City. As soon as Chiu Yimeng finished speaking, she felt her body become light, and the wind whistled past her ears. The scenery in her field of vision quickly disappeared, and when she recovered, she found that Yang Kai was holding her waist with one hand and running at full speed. Where is he? As they hurried, Yang Kai asked anxiously. The side hall, Chiu Yimeng replied, her expression changing slightly. From the time she had met Yang Kai until now, she had rarely seen him lose his composure, but now he was undoubtedly showing a look of nervousness and expectation, his pair of eyes flashing with infinite anxiety. For some reason, Chiu Yimeng's heart trembled, and she subconsciously grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and clung to him. She couldn't even figure out why she was doing this. The Chiu family's first young lady had never been a timid little girl. She had always been a wise and intelligent woman. The 2 of them looked very intimate as they flew through the house, like a whirlwind blowing past Huixing and Dong Qinghan. The Hua family young lord didn't even have time to say anything before Yang Kai disappeared. A moment later, a gust of wind came from behind, rolling up a cloud of dust. Huixing waved his folding fan and frowned. Who is young Lord Kai carrying and running so fast? It seems it's young Lady Chiu. Dong Qinghan wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't believe his eyes. No way. Huixing couldn't help but stare. In broad daylight, young Lord Kai couldn't have encountered a problem while cultivating. Why is he so anxious? Junior brother isn't that kind of person. Lan Chu-dai, who was next to Dong Qinghan, suddenly glared at Huixing. Huixing couldn't help smiling. Beauty, I didn't say anything about him. Humph. Lan Chu-dai took a deep breath, her full breasts almost bursting out of her clothes as she turned around and left. After she left, Huixing slowly shook his head. I'm afraid that girl won't be able to win young Lord Kai's favor. She and young Lord Kai are not the same kind of people. Oh. Dong Qinghan also smiled helplessly. Regarding Lan Chudi's thoughts, Dong Qinghan naturally understood, but falling flowers was not something he could interfere with, especially now that there were so many beautiful women in the house. There were many who had a good impression of Yang Kai, but he had been in retreat for the past 2 months, like an ascetic monk with strict self-discipline, not leaving his room at all. If it were Huixing instead, he would likely spend every night indulging in debauchery. From a certain point of view, Fatty Dong also quite admired this cousin of his. He believed that the only one who could match Yang Kai was probably Chiu Yimeng. Lan Chu-dai, although good, was still missing something. In the main hall, Pang Chi was waiting. Although he had come with important information, he was still very nervous, constantly checking his clothes to see if there were any problems, sitting motionless in his chair. At the door, a figure flashed, and Yang Kai appeared in Pang Chi's field of vision, holding Chiu Yimeng. Pang Chi stared blankly, quickly coughing and shifting his gaze. Chapter 503. Slowly putting down Chiu Yimeng, Yang Kai stepped forward and walked over to Pang Chi. The Chiu family's first young lady's expression was calm, not showing the slightest hesitation because her intimacy with Yang Kai had been seen, but her doubts had only deepened, because when Yang Kai released her just now, she clearly felt Yang Kai's hand tremble slightly. Being able to make such a determined man show such a reaction, this Pang Chi, what news did he bring? Little lord. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Pang Chi quickly stood up and bowed, not bothering with any nonsense. The bamboo knot gang's several hundred people have spent more than half a year searching, and finally found the person little lord is looking for. We've found it. Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked, where? Before the start of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had ordered the bamboo knot gang to inquire about Su Yan and the others, and now they had finally found some clues. Northwest of War City, about 3,000 kilometers away, there is a small village surrounded by mountains. Those people seem to have been living there all this time. Are you sure? I'm basically sure, although I haven't had any direct contact with them. According to Little Lord's description, they should be the people you're looking for. That village is a newly built one more than a year ago, and the people inside are all cultivators, about 100 in total. Good. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, a big stone falling from his heart, reaching out and patting Pang Chi on the shoulder. Very good. Pang Chi suddenly became very excited, his face flushing red, as he said somewhat incoherently, this subordinate should do what he should. Saying so, he hurriedly took out something from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Kai. This is a map drawn by my subordinates. I hope it will be of some help to little lord. Good job. Yang Kai grinned and took the map, opening it up to see the location of the small village surrounded by mountains, instantly understanding it. This also confirmed Pang Chi's deduction, because this location was not far from the location where Yang Kai and Ling Tai Su had been teleported out of the void. Su Yan and the others should have found their current location not long after leaving the void path and settled down in seclusion. Yang Kai, are you looking for someone? Chiu Yimeng came up and asked. She had been observing Yang Kai's reaction without saying a word. She noticed that the man's expression had changed drastically. She immediately realized that the person he was looking for must be very important to him. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and carefully put away the blueprint in his hand. What kind of person is he? Chiu Yimeng smiled slightly, intentionally or unintentionally inquiring. Some fellow disciples. Yang Kai took a deep breath, recalling Su Yan's appearance in his mind, his gaze softening. It's more than just fellow sect members, right? Chiu Yimeng smiled. Also noticing something, since you found him, what do you plan to do? Go get them. Yang Kai smiled at her. No. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. Yang Kai's smile quickly converged as he stared at her coldly, narrowing his eyes. What do you mean? Chiu Yimeng softly said, don't be angry, listen to me first. Since they are fellow disciples of your sect, they should be disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, right? High Heaven Pavilion is still an evil sect, the sect that produced the Demon Lord. If those people aren't exposed to the world, I'm afraid they won't be a problem, but if you bring them to War City, it will definitely arouse criticism. If they really come, do you think your second brother won't do something to disturb your mood? Especially now, all of your actions are related to the direction of the Inheritance War. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Although he knew that Chiu Yimeng was telling the truth, he still couldn't agree. Chiu Yimeng continued. The Yang family's inheritance war has been going on for more than half a year now. Even if your fellow disciples live in seclusion in the mountains, I'm sure they have heard about it. They know that you are in War City, but they still haven't come to seek shelter. Obviously, they don't want to cause you any trouble. You rashly bringing them here will only waste their efforts. I know, that's why I need to bring them here, Yang Kai quickly said. Although the place where they live in seclusion is good, since it was found by the Bamboo Knot Gang, it can also be found by others. Su Yan's group strength was mixed. When they parted more than a year ago, there were a few immortal ascension boundary masters, but their cultivation wasn't high. The rest of the disciples were Yuan Qi boundary, separation, and reunion boundary, and even a few Wudong boundary masters. If they were discovered by some great force, they would certainly not be able to escape. Only by arranging for them to stay with him could Yang Kai feel relieved. Qiu Yi Meng's brow furrowed as she asked, "Do you really want them to come here?" "Yes, this point is not negotiable." Yang Kai nodded. Knowing Yang Kai's temperament, the Qiu family's first young lady knew that it was useless to say anything more, so she nodded. "Good, then I'll go for you." Yang Kai shook his head. "No, I'll go myself." "No." Qiu Yimeng suddenly became anxious. "What's wrong with you? Even if those people are very important to you with your current situation and status, you can't just leave War City. How many people do you want to take with you?" "I'm just going to pick them up, not fight." Sneaking out and sneaking back isn't enough? 3,000 kilometers is only a matter of days. Yang Kai frowned. "What if your whereabouts are exposed? Even if you don't want to think about yourself, you have to think about your allies. They've paid so much, sacrificed so many people. Don't tell me they don't want to see you reach the end of the inheritance war? If something happens to you, how can you face them?" Saying so, Qiu Yimeng stepped forward, stretched out her hands, and grabbed Yang Kai's neck like a little girl, her eyes filled with stubbornness as she put on an unyielding posture. Although he knew that Qiu Yimeng was thinking about him and the overall situation, Yang Kai still insisted and shook his head. "I have to go. If I don't go, they won't come." Since Su Yan and the others hadn't come to War City, they must have had many scruples. If Qiu Yimeng went to find them, not only would they not come to War City, they would likely disappear from the world's eyes again, making it difficult to find them again. "I don't care. If you want to pick them up, I'll go for you. In any case, you can't leave. Can't you be a little more mature? I'm a little woman. Why would I need to be mature? Do you like mature women? Then who do you think caused all this?" Yang Kai's expression became impatient. He didn't like to be entangled with people. His style of doing things was also sharp and straightforward. Now that Qiu Yimeng was holding on to him, he was very depressed. Thinking about Su Yan and the others, he couldn't wait to grow wings and fly 3,000 kilometers away. "What?" Qiu Yimeng was stunned. "Nothing." Yang Kai wasn't willing to say more. If Qiu Yimeng hadn't brought people to High Heaven Pavilion to cause trouble, Yang Kai wouldn't have been sent to the ash-gray cloud evil land and wouldn't have been separated from Su Yan for so long. Speaking of which, the Qiu family's first young lady was the culprit behind the separation of Yang Kai and Su Yan. It was precisely because of this that Yang Kai's attitude towards Qiu Yimeng was very bad, but after the start of the inheritance war, his feelings of resistance and disgust slowly faded. "There's still something I need to do in the gang. Little Lord, subordinate will take his leave first." Pang Chi felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Finally finding an opportunity to interject, he quickly prepared to leave. "You can't go." Qiu Yimeng glanced at him. "Stay in the house for a few days." "Yes, subordinate will take his leave." Pang Chi knew that Qiu Yimeng was staying with him because she was afraid he would leak information. Although Qiu Yimeng's actions made him feel like he wasn't being trusted, he didn't dare complain. After Pang Chi left, Qiu Yimeng released Yang Kai, a look of reminiscence flashing across her eyes as she slowly said, "I remember when Xiao Man and I went to High Heaven Pavilion under the coiling dragon stream. We saw you being very intimate with a woman. Is she the one you're thinking about?" Yang Kai nodded. What about Xia Ning Chang? Qiu Yimeng suddenly became curious. It seems that your relationship with her is also not ordinary. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Can I have two women? Qiu Yimeng's face went black as she angrily shouted, Shameless! Shameless! Just like that star's Hua. Sure enough, all men were like this. You can do whatever you want. I won't care about you anymore. Saying so, the Qiu family's first young lady angrily left. Qiu Yimeng also knew that she couldn't persuade Yang Kai. Once this man made up his mind, no one could persuade him otherwise. What's more, what Yang Kai said was also reasonable. If he didn't go, those people from High Heaven Pavilion would definitely not come to War City. However, considering the overall situation, Qiu Yimeng had no choice but to try her best to stop Yang Kai. Unfortunately, she failed. Fortunately, War City had been calm recently, and even if Yang Kai wasn't in the house, the strength of the people in the house was enough to resist the enemy's attacks. That night, a figure disappeared into the night sky. No one noticed. Only Qiu Yimeng knew it was Yang Kai. He had taken Ingjiu with him. Among all the blood warriors, only Ingjiu, who was proficient in concealment and assassination, had the qualifications and strength to quietly act with him. No one else was allowed. Once they acted, they would immediately be noticed. Meng Wuya and the old demon may have this ability, but Treasurer Meng didn't like to intervene in Yang Kai's affairs. As for the old demon, he had to stay behind. Otherwise, with only one top master in the house, Tang Yuxian, there may be some accidents. With the old demon and Tang Yuxian together, Yang Kai could sit back and relax. I hope he's fine. Qiu Yimeng sighed slightly. Because of the inheritance war, she still had to worry about the safety of this man, making her feel helpless. At the same time, in Yang Zhao's house, Yi Xian Ro walked into Yang Zhao's room and smiled. Second young lord, there's news about what you wanted to inquire about. Oh. Yang Zhao's brow rose as he suddenly showed a happy expression, reporting Pang Qi of the Central Capital's Bamboo, not Gang, seems to have arrived in War City today. After entering the little lord's house, he hasn't come out since. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.